As the sword glowed brightly before him, the confused warrior Leon was asked whether he believed he was competent enough to wield it. Although he was very skeptical about what would happen, the idiot accepted, causing the sword to shine even brighter. Some days earlier, while Leon whined about the world being unfair because he was losing to a blonde femboy, his opponent taunted him, making it clear he wasn't fighting at full strength. After his namesake rage-baited him by trolling how he had improved, the crappy swordsman charged at his opponent one more time, leading to him getting embarrassed as always while the others watched and mocked him. Some moments later, Leon was left alone in a shaded corner where he thought about his weird twink rival. He realized that the femboy who had the same name as him was better in every way, overshadowing him, which put him on the sidelines. While he wondered why his upgrade didn't go to the class for nobles, the femboy of the hour appeared, offering his hand to the loser. Although he attempted to grab the hand of his rival, the crappy swordsman instantly switched up on his homie as a blonde baddie approached them. She questioned why Leon consistently fought his upgrade even though he was a weaker version, then helped patch his hand up due to the injuries he suffered. When she offered to help him treat it properly, the incel crashed out, not knowing how to deal with a woman, and left the blonde pair in surprise. Later that night, he was alone in a training field, practicing his swordsmanship as he whined about not being beautiful like his rival, and being a complete knockoff of the name. Upon reaching the limit of his rage, he destroyed the practice sword, leading to a realization that it was his upgrade's birthday. He understood that the other students were probably out celebrating the star pupil, so he lay on the ground in disappointment, crying about how unfair life was. When he called out to the goddess of their world, questioning her for making him such a loser, he was instantly hit with a shocking surprise as something glowing began to fall from the sky. At the femboy's party, Chloe searched for the twink, eventually abandoning Leon, who got blocked by his namesake. After his butler commented on his royal airball, the twink warned the old man not to say his royal secret so loudly because it could be overheard. When the secret noble stated he wasn't worthy of being called a highness, his servant reminded him of the prophecy, which stated that in a year, a member of the royal family would gain an insane power-up. After Leon confirmed it was the story of the great hero Roderick, he informed the butler that his expectations were too high, because his only goal was to bag the blonde baddie and make friends with the weird crackhead who had the same name as him. While the imperial son left, the servant remembered the prophecy stating that when a member of the royal family turned 18, he would be granted a great sword from the sky. Although Twink Leon had just turned 17, the mysterious sword arrived regardless. However, it was to the low-budget mediocre Leon. After spotting the mysterious weapon, Leon wondered why the glowing sword was calling out to him. Upon assessing it, he realized the weapon was a holy sword, which the blade confirmed. It expressed that the universe had gotten tired of his whining about life being unfair, so the goddess of fate had decided to give him an opportunity to change his life. When the sword asked if Leon believed he was worthy, the loser affirmed it, leading to the weapon demanding that the inferior Leon grab it. After hearing the instruction, the whiny wimp thought about the consequences of his action, yet he believed it was a chance to change his life and stop being a complete loser. He understood that life had been unfair to him, so it would be foolish of him to miss his chance and let the perfect opportunity go to waste. While the inferior Leon yapped, the mystical sword asked why they were doing so much talking when he could simply grab the sword. After the loser explained that he was giving the manhwa more filler pages so the author could meet up to his deadline, the glamorous sword further accepted him as a righteous hero and requested he pull it out like a man trying to avoid a baby bump. Leon locked in and grabbed the weapon, which introduced itself as Elcid, a clone of the Holy King Rodrigo. Upon connecting, the sword and loser merged, leading to them agreeing to defeat evil together. Meanwhile, somewhere in the heavens, an angel had a conversation with a mysterious force who questioned his decision to hand over a holy sword to someone as pathetic as the inferior Leon. Although he was aware the loser was a trash option, the angel decided to refuse tradition because the upgrade wasn't up to his standards and was completely boring to him. He then teased the second person, suggesting that he was also aware trash Leon would be far more entertaining. After coming to an agreement where they accepted the loser as their hero, the angel and his second person decided to watch on and observe how the story would change. Back in the mortal plane, the average Joe suddenly woke up and wondered whether his encounter with the sword was a dream. However, after spotting the weapon which spoke to him on a nearby wall, he began to cry, disappointed that it wasn't. The sword then began to speak further, explaining that possessing it was the beginning of the hardest moments of his life, because he was an insane bad luck magnet. He informed the loser that he might have to sacrifice his upgrade or his blonde crush because it was a thorny path. Regardless, Leon was unmoved and agreed to the conditions, explaining that he would grab his opportunity by the horn. Impressed by the answer, Elcid smiled, then requested the loser head to the training hall so it could assess how trash he is. Although it was still dark outside and there was nobody in sight, Leon was hesitant to begin his training with the overpowered sword because he couldn't explain how he acquired such a shiny weapon and what he was doing so early in the morning. After hearing the loser's excuse, Elcid came up with a solution and possessed Leon's arm, erasing the sword's physical presence. Since no one else could see the mystical personality, the spirit could follow him anywhere, and the loser could pull out his sword wherever he wanted. When the weakling suggested Elsid could act as a night watch, the weapon got upset and demanded they get to training as soon as possible. After the loser warned his new weapon to get ready for a sorry display, Elsid explained that Leon had done enough with the trash resources available to him, so there was no need to be ashamed. Upon hearing the words of encouragement from his sword-turned master, the weakling began to swing his sword viciously, hoping it would be enough to impress his weapon. However, despite feeling more powerful, the loser was quickly stopped by Elsid, who informed him that he had foolishly destroyed his sword. When Leon asked what had happened, the talking weapon refused to answer, explaining that it waxed too early to say anything. While the weakling wondered how he could use his decimated weapon to train, Elsid informed him that his basic swordsmanship was good enough and didn't need any criticism. He then suggested Leon went for physical training, asking his wielder to run and listen to his instructions because he needed to improve his form. Unfortunately for the loser, the sword's demands were ridiculous, as he was asked to either run on one leg or pull out a handstand out of nowhere, even though he was treated like an easy AI creative tool. The weakling continued to follow the sword's instruction, hoping they would make him stronger. In the heavens, the mysterious angel continued his conversation with the unknown persona. They discussed how unique a vessel the wacky Leon was, explaining that he was inferior to an already well-built warrior. Although they didn't know how powerful the demon lord of that era was, they expected that getting to half the sword's potential would allow him to at least kill a dragon. Back in the real world, Leon dozed mid-class like the average Manhwa loser, forcing Elsid to wake him up. Even though he continuously swore that he wasn't asleep, the sword was completely unconvinced, informing him that he needed to pay attention because he was heading into his next training. When the weakling expressed that he was very tired from the early morning bazaar runs, the talking weapon explained that he was just going into another realm of his training, which was to train his eyes. After the brain-dead wannabe hero showed a confused expression, Elsid informed him that there were 4 different important attributes, with eyes, footwork, and courage being the most important. He informed the loser that even though his strength was crappy for a 4th attribute, it was good enough for him to start training the others. He then promised to show the loser that after their training, he would see exactly how useless his eyes currently were. When Leon asked what the blabbing weapon meant by how to see, Elsid instructed him to focus on the uncock in front of the board while he memorized for 10 seconds. Although the loser got many details about the teacher, when the time came to close his eyes, he failed his test woefully, as he couldn't tell the yapping sword what was written on the board. While Leon complained about not being able to remember what was on the board, the talking sword explained that his inability to remember what he saw on the blackboard was exactly why his eyes were completely useless. He then mentioned that humans were very trash when it came to their vision, which is why they failed to see a lot of things clearly in front of them. After explaining to the loser what his next assignment was, Elsid demanded that Leon continuously used his eyes to observe targets for 10 seconds until eventually he'd need to do it all the time. Even though he believed it was impossible, Leon accepted the next task, which was to observe the top of the blackboard for 10 seconds. Later that day, the weakling was completely worn out from his eye exercises, almost causing his head to explode like a filled-up balloon. When he wouldn't stop nagging, the nonchalant sword spirit explained that his eyes were simply dry and tense. However, he was having headaches because his dormant attributes had been unleashed. After getting that out of the way, the pair continued their training across the school, with Elsid demanding that his weak wielder constantly observed random stuff around their surroundings. Upon completely failing multiple eye tests everywhere, Leon returned to his room where he struggled to see clearly due to eye pain. While he recovered, Elsid explained that although he could get used to the pain and use of his eyes, that type of training was ineffective, so they needed to try switching methods. Upon reminding the weakling of the weird running techniques he was forced to do, he expressed that the body simply needed different environments to adapt to multiple problems, so they needed to fix up his weaknesses while developing his strengths. They then discussed his pros and cons like he was a merchandise up for sale. After hearing that he couldn't learn aura because it would be suspicious and swordsmanship was far beyond his level, Leon became extremely disappointed. However, after the talking weapon motivated him using his rivalry with the upgraded blonde Leon, the weakling was instantly fired up. Unfortunately for him, he had signed up for a series of suffering and torture, as his new training method involved getting punished for every failed test, completely surprising him. While the trash swordsman struggled to understand what his sword was spitting, Elsid explained that he was using pain as a training method to push him towards his limit, freaking out the loser. After convincing himself it was all for his own good like a masochist, Leon motivated himself and prepared for crazy training. Upon asking the weakling whether he had braced himself to try out the punishment, Leon agreed. However, before he could say, "I'm a cheap knockoff," he was nearly fried to a crisp by the mysterious power. After the loser began to complain about how powerful the attack was, Elsid informed him that he would reduce the power of the punishment, but whenever the loser failed back-to-back tests, the power would be massively increased. Later in the day, Leon continued his treacherous training, hoping to become a more powerful warrior. He ran like a speedster, passed multiple eye tests, and managed to incur only minor punishments. After completing his training for the day, the Walmart knockoff was approached by his upgrade, causing him to feel irritated. The weakling then realized that since meeting his new weapon friend, he had switched up on his day ones, including Chloe. Before he could process another thought, the blonde femboy expressed how predictable his cheap copy was, because he was in the training hall. He then informed Leon the inferior that he was initially worried he had given up like the other weaklings. But from the look of his hideous face, he was definitely still full of fight. When the loser asked what he meant, Leon 1 explained that he was more hideous than the other trash, so he was definitely still raring to go. He then requested his cheap copy gave him a few more minutes of his time so they could talk. Upon gaining Leon's attention, the blonde femboy confirmed that he was definitely a nepo baby like the rumors suggested. However, that wasn't the reason he wanted to talk. He proceeded to remind the loser that he had continuously accepted all his previous fight requests, even though it was always just him the floor with his cheap copy. After successfully completely catching the loser's attention with his rage bait, he informed the weakling that he wanted to wrap up their one-sided duels, surprising the serial loser. When Leon asked for clarification, his upgrade explained that he wanted one last battle with his trash rival, in a match with special conditions that would be like none of the previous ones. He then dropped a bomb wager, demanding that if he won, the loser would become his servant. Although the weakling was originally skeptical about Leon keeping to his words, the blonde femboy charmingly convinced him that there was nothing to worry about, causing the cheap copy to agree. When Leon asked what was in it for him, if he won, his upgrade explained that he would teach him any elite trick he wanted. So with their agreement sealed, the pair chose a date to have one last dance. Meanwhile, in the heavens, the angel and his mysterious partner acknowledged the battle between the accidental hero and the chosen one. After the loser expressed that he was nervous, Elcid began to crash out, reminding his idiot wielder that he was just incredibly confident a few seconds ago when he was accepting the battle. Leon then explained that he wasn't scared, but rather confused on how much stronger he had gotten in the little moments of training he had. After the talking weapon assured him that he had gotten stronger, the loser began to become a bit more confident. However, he was given a completely different boost when Elcid told him to look out for the physical assessment tests, which would apparently knock him off his feet. Some days later, their physical assessment tests came up, and all the students were lined up to be checked out. Leon explained that he came 9th in the last check, and although Mana wasn't involved, the top spots were dominated by nepo babies. Even though he did all he could, the nobles were allowed to cheat using aura and elixir, making 9th position his limit. After Elcid asked where the upgrade ranked last time, Leon shamefully admitted that his rival was first place, which the weapon understood because the twink had clearly trained quite a bit as well. Yet upon hearing the blonde freak of nature completed 800 meters in less than a minute and a half, the yapping weapon was completely shocked. Some minutes later, the first test commenced, and the loser was grouped in the first batch. To the shock of everyone, including himself, he came first and managed to come close to his upgrade's record, forcing the instructors to check out whether he had learned how to have aura. After analyzing the usual trash warrior and discovering he still had no aura, the teacher asked what sort of training Leon was up to, forcing the loser to lie that he had only tweaked the basics. Upon getting to a private space, the confused weakling asked his talking weapon how he had suddenly improved. Elcid then began to analyze a lot of yap, explaining that power came from muscles which were connected to the nervous system. The relevant part of his nerd-out session was that he had used the punishments for failing the test to develop Leon's nerves, confusing the loser who realized he had been tricked. The heroic sword further explained that it only felt like a punishment because he had been unlocking the nerves that Leon made useless due to his trash skills, causing his body to react like his muscles were being torn. When the weakling asked why he wasn't told about it, Elcid expressed that it would only make him more prone to failing, so he decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Suddenly, the pair were interrupted by the crowd cheering for the blonde twink, who had broken his own record. The next day, their results came out and Leon the inferior managed to come second. Unfortunately, his upgrade had still gotten the better of him, causing him to feel disappointed. However, after words of encouragement from the yapping weapon, he realized he was finally getting closer to defeating his nemesis, declaring that in their upcoming battle he'd win. That night, Leon asked Elcid what training routine they'd be changing to, causing the talking sword to go into deep thought. He understood that his weak wielder was no longer complete trash, so he didn't need to bother about practicing stalking, and there was also no longer any need to train him physically. Although the yapping weapon believed the next course of action was practice fights, they were clueless on how to get a sparring partner, annoying Elcid, who believed his wielder needed to leave the glorified waste bin called their school. When Leon suggested his inanimate teacher taught him swordsmanship, the blabbering sword once again refused to, insistent that it was too soon for an auraless piece of trash like him. He also informed him that because he wasn't far off from the upgrade on the physical assessment tests, they were similar, so he wouldn't be overpowered by his rival in a fight. While they discussed the topic of battle experience, Elcid wondered if the loser could rage bait someone into picking a fight with him, which Leon thought was unlikely, because they weren't in the slums. However, upon getting to school the next day, a bunch of wannabe cool kids from nobility approached the weakling, questioning how trash like him managed to surpass them on the tests. They accused him of tricking the instructors, and called him a sly rat. Unfortunately for them, Leon began to rage-bait the three morons, causing them to lose their heads as they continuously fell for his jabs. Suddenly a noble with more than negative aura appeared, calming down his brainless minions who had fallen into the loser's trap. His name was Elmont, and he was a serial second placer from birth, causing him to get upset as the trash from out of nowhere bumped him into third. Sadly, the price for his aura was a lack of brain cells just like his minions, causing him to fall for Leon's bait as he was gaslighted into proposing a fight with the troublemaker. Although the scummy noble tried to negotiate favorable terms for himself into their battle, Leon managed to present a case for himself that gave him a chance at victory against the four idiots. After agreeing to proper terms for their battle, the parties returned to their various social hierarchies. Later that day, the loser and his blabbering sword celebrated finally getting practice dummies to spar against. When Leon asked if Elsid believed he could defeat the nobles without aura, the yapping weapon decided to show his wielder something special. Out of the blue, the sword presented Leon with a blue dashboard that contained all of his details and important information. After he asked the weapon what it was, it explained that those were his stats, showing his capability at that moment. He then pulled out another dashboard which contained the stats of the Elmont brat, showing Leon how weak his upcoming opponents were. The yapping weapon explained that although the noble scum was probably brought up with a lot of elixirs and noble training, however the loser had gone through much worse, making it more possible for him to overcome the limits set for the brat, especially because he had help from the heroic sword. He assured his wielder that he would definitely be able to defeat the three morons without aura, giving Leon more confidence that he wouldn't be at a physical disadvantage against the nobles. Upon giving himself a pep talk, Leon promised to aim for the top and surpass his limits, but he instantly got shut down after seeing his trash nickname on the dashboard, which showed how much aura he lacked. The next day, while the hero prepared for his battle against the first moron, he was approached by his instructor Helmet, who was set to moderate the battles. After the rugged man complimented how much Leon had grown in recent weeks, he requested Leon dealt with the four morons, and gave them what they deserved, because he was rooting for him. Some moments later, Leon walked into the battleground where the first non-purpose noble crashed out about being delayed by a measly commoner. As if he wasn't insulted enough, the loser completely ignored the shouting idiot and confirmed the battle was about to commence from Helmet, annoying the irrelevant noble further. Just before the battle commenced, the instructor confirmed the stakes of the match from both fighters, as the NPC demanded Leon admit to being a fraud if he lost, while Leon asked that the idiot completely stop bothering him if he won. When the battle commenced, the blonde twink believed Leon was in trouble because he had no aura, yet the cheap copy thought otherwise, requesting Elsid didn't help him in the battle because he was that confident. After the trash warrior came charging in, Leon analyzed his movements with his special eyes. However, he was completely disappointed as he realized his opponent was a slow, aggressive piece of trash. In seconds, he completely beat his opponent to the ground, shocking everybody who weren't expecting the battle to be a complete whitewash. Even though the battle had been deemed over with Leon the winner, the trash NPC demanded a rematch and the hero Regen agreed, surprising the instructor. The NPC scum then promised to go all out on Leon, who had received advice from Elsid not to finish off the trash warrior in one attack like last time. When the battle restarted, the weakling hero decided to take it easier and calmly observed his opponent, who was moving at a snail's pace to him. Although Leon could perceive the loser's next movements due to his incredible observation, his opponent began to use aura, making the NPC a threat as he cut a piece of his hair. Suddenly, the Elmont minion began to spam consecutive attacks, confusing the weakling, who couldn't understand why the trash fighter was looking his cool so terribly. Eventually, the loser had reached his limit, creating an opening for Leon, who slammed into his thigh and halted his movement. Even though he had been hurt, the moron taunted the hero for not winning the battle with his attack, forcing Leon to spam a barrage of sword attacks that dropped the NPC to the ground. Upon recovering, the nameless noble scum instantly surrendered, granting Leon his victory as the onlookers cheered while the other nobles cowered in fear and disgust. Some days later, the other students enjoyed the plot of how Leon had majestically wiped the floor with his noble opponents. At that point, he had defeated the three moronic musketeers, leaving Elmont as his final opponent in the beef. While Leon walked to the battle arena, he remarked on how trash his ops were, giving him easy wins because they were completely talentless. However, the sword and its wielder were sure their next opponent wasn't going to be a walk in the park, because it was the first bad guy boss he'd be facing. After the weakling hero got to the battle scene, he realized that his opponent wasn't kidding around as he had already imbued himself with aura. Before the battle commenced, the two fighters smack-talked each other, with Leon rage-baiting the Elmont brat due to his high confidence. He believed that the trash noble would be a perfect test before facing the blonde twink, so he prepared to have his best battle yet. Just as the instructor gave them the green light to commence, the weakling hero wondered if the noble scum was talented enough to imbue his sword with his aura. Unfortunately for him, he learned the answer the hard way, as he was struck with a sharp attack that pierced a piece of his face due to the sharp force of his aura. He understood that even though the Elmont brat was a good-for-nothing bully, he was still the descendant of nobility, giving him an edge, Suddenly, the scummy opponent began to gaslight Leon, requesting that the talented commoner join him and save himself the embarrassment of losing. However, the weakling hero was having none of it as he charged towards the noble brat, giving him a similar scar to the one he suffered. Upset that the commoner couldn't care less about his trash offer, Elmont began to crash out, causing him to call Leon's ability worthless. Upon hearing the insult against his heroic reputation, Elsid became filled with rage, determined to teach the spoilt brat a lesson. The yapping weapon then demanded that Leon take out a good number of Elmont's teeth, because it was his duty as a student to deal with whoever disrespected his master. Although the weakling agreed to it already, Elsid made the task more interesting by stating he would punish his wielder if the brat didn't lose more than 3 of his teeth. Suddenly, Leon began to push back the brat, surprising both his opponent and the spectators. The upgrade, who had been observing, informed Chloe that Leon still had no aura, so pushing the brat back wasn't enough. Back on the battlefield, Elmont had gotten tired, so he demanded Leon lost immediately, yet the troublesome hero refused, insisting that it should be the other way around. The weakling hero then locked in and began using a low-budget observation hockey to predict his opponent's moves. When he took a cool stance that made it seem like he had aura, he was able to control his opponent's movements, ripping off Giyu's dead calm from Demon Slayer. With the noble brat finally on ropes, the instructor began to look amazed, wondering how a trash commoner like the cheap copy was able to push back the so-called prodigal second son of a noble family. Just then, Elmont decided to pull out his ace card as he began to use arcane swordsmanship, a special skill that greatly amplified his skills. Although Leon had managed to read and dodge the first attack, the spoilt noble came up with a rebound that was nearly about to destroy his opponent's ribcage and send him packing. However, with sheer willpower, the weakling hero refused to lose, going Super Saiyan Brown before dodging his opponent's attack and shattering his arm shield. After Elmont confirmed that his arm had been shattered, he believed he still had a chance if he could destroy Leon's sword. Unfortunately for him, that chance never came as the aspiring hero beat the living daylights out of him, forcing multiple of his teeth out in the process. With his wielder declared the winner, Elsid was incredibly proud, happy that the spoilt brat had gotten what he deserved for disrespecting him. After the loser was escorted out of the arena, the yapping sword explained that his student had begun to understand the skill Excello, surprising Leon, who had no idea what it was. While the pair exited the school grounds, the weakling hero asked what his weapon meant by Excelif. Elsid then explained that it was something similar to a flow state where the body moved faster than its consciousness, giving him insane acceleration. He also informed the loser that aura was an important part of swordsmanship because it helped use Excelif. When Leon expressed that despite being an auraless loser he still felt fine from using Excel, the yapping weapon explained that he had used an incomplete version, which amplified only his thighs. Just then, the weakling's thighs began to rip apart like torn jeans, causing him to crash onto the ground and scream like a lady battling cramps. While he slowly recovered from the intense shock, Elsid warned him not to use it anymore because he'd most likely die the next time. Later that day, Leon walked through the school halls where he was the center of attention due to the numerous ongoing rumors revolving around him. He realized that the noble losers had begun spreading lies to reduce how sorry their trash performance against him was. Suddenly, Leon was approached by Chloe, who requested to talk with him for a bit. When they got outside, the two lovebirds began their conversation, discussing random stuff. Eventually, the blonde beauty flipped the conversation on its head, telling Leon she knew he was ducking her. She then mentioned how bizarre his life was, fighting nobles and causing trouble among their friends. While she continued to nag beside him, the simp internally wondered how long it had been since he chatted with the baddie. He usually felt jealous whenever she had a conversation with his upgrade, so his inferiority complex had unknowingly separated them. His interaction with the yapping weapon and the numerous training sessions had also played a big role in him not having time for his friends. When she had finally noticed the moron she was going off on wasn't listening, Leon's face was filled with tears, causing her to panic as she believed she had said something wrong. He explained that she didn't need to worry because it wasn't her fault, then internally resumed his monologue, wondering how trash his life would be if Elsid hadn't picked him up. Meanwhile, in the mysterious otherworld, the angel became extremely surprised, wondering how Leon had exponentially grown in so little time. Back at the bench, the loser continued to recognize the yapping weapon as his savior and promised to become a capable owner. Although he looked like he had lost his mind to the blonde beauty, Leon declared that he would no longer be a trash wielder of the sword, impressing the nagging weapon and the angel, who still couldn't understand how he grew while talking to the baddie. That night, while Leon rested, he understood that he had indeed changed because he was no longer complete garbage like before. After Chloe had finished close to him for the first time in his life, he felt like he had a chance with the baddie, proving he had improved. Although she managed to sneak his blonde twink of a rival into the conversation, he still felt confident that he had a chance with her. While he rolled around on his bed filled with anxiety like a girl anticipating a Valentine's love note, his upgrade aura farmed atop his balcony, thinking about the upcoming battle with his cheap copy. The next morning, our upcoming hero continued his training with the talking weapon, which continued to boost his skill level and teach him new fight tricks. Leon remembered that he had consistently gotten mopped on the floor by his opponent, meaning he had to up his game due to the large power difference. Even though the weakling hero still had doubts in his mind, the nagging weapon decided to take down the confidence he had built by teasing Leon with the blonde twink's upgraded stats, causing Leon to crash out. He lamented that Leon was already superior to some trash instructors, calling out the weirdo who moderated his battles with the noble morons. He proceeded to reassess his opponent's stats and finally lost his head when he clocked that he was fighting a losing battle. The nagging sword then stepped in and explained that he needed that humble mentality from his student so he could properly train him for his fight against the monstrosity called a star student. When Leon asked what would happen if he lost to the upgrade, Elsid refused to answer, claiming that every experience was a test, so they simply needed to wait for the outcome before making any decisions. Meanwhile, later that night at the blonde twink's mansion, Leon the upgrade had a conversation with his butler, who was surprised that the cheap copy could beat the three frauds and their creepy lesser Elmont. The star student began to tease the old man Gilbert, reminding the senile Unkin that he informed him of the cheap copy potential long ago. After the old man agreed that he was washed and wrong, Leon made the man promise him something, swearing to himself afterward that he'd defeat the cheap copy. The next day, the battle was finally set in place as a storm went blazing down onto the battlefield. Fortunately for Leon, his alternate side had booked a sheltered fighting ground for them, away from the eyes of others. Upon the mention of a single hidden observer, the sword and his wielder came to the realization that it was most likely Chloe. When Elsid gaslighted Leon into believing his namesake had organized a fight over their joint crush, the weakling became extra fired up, not wanting to lose his baddie. Although he had initially gotten over the decision, Leon continued to ponder over his upgrade's decision to choose Chloe as the only observer. He eventually came to accept that his blonde twink of a rival was a noble just like the others, so manipulating a commoner scum like him was something very casual. He then got fired up even more and was completely determined to teach the foolish blonde a lesson. Some moments later, their fight was set to begin their battle as the blonde twink complained that his opponent had arrived late. When Leon asked where their special observer was, the superior version explained that the person was hidden in a place unseen to them so they wouldn't get unnecessarily distracted. Before they kicked off their fight of a lifetime, the blonde rival ingested a pill that allegedly suppressed his aura, giving the auraless cheap copy no chance to give any excuses for a loss. After they had both been handed their swords, the warriors took their battle stances as the instructor gave them the green light. Immediately they had a clash of swords, sending a shivering force through both their arms. Faster than lightning on Wi-Fi, they proceeded to overwhelm each other with a barrage of attacks, causing the cheap copy to panic because he believed he couldn't last longer. Suddenly, Leon changed stances and took a different style of attack, scaring his opponent, who realized that Elmont was merely a warm-up in comparison to the blonde upgrade. Although the cheap copy had been using his special vision, his opponent still managed to make himself a nuisance, forcing the weakling to try calming down and regain his composure. The two old unces who had been spectating the battle began to wonder whether the two kids fighting in front of them were actually students or fully trained knights. While the two Leons continued to go at it, impressing each other, the senile old man was blown out of his mind, acknowledging that the cheap copy could keep up with his upgrade. Back into the overhyped battle, when the blonde twink attempted a pump fake using his sword, Leon pulled an Akashi and claimed that he saw it coming, matching his opponent as they both took a good deal of damage from each other. Upon realizing what had been going on, the upgrade understood that his weakling rival had unexpectedly dragged him into a battle of stamina, giving himself a chance. The weakling clocked that he had been figured out and reassessed his tactic, which was to wear out his opponent and turn the tides on him. However, the blonde twink locked in and was determined to make his cheap copy submit, pulling out a special technique that left his butler in shock. After charging his special flash step technique, the upgrade immediately charged at his rival, who was panicking, and dealt a huge blow, causing Leon to bleed as he came to understand he was up against an extremely tricky technique. While grasping his wounded arm, the weakling wondered whether the blonde twink wasn't actually using aura like promised. Out of thin air, Elsid appeared and assured him his opponent was still auraless, surprising Leon, who needed the yapping sword to explain the existence of other power-amplifying techniques. Suddenly, the upgrade spawned as well, charging his sword towards the wounded Leon like a lunatic. The blonde twink felt completely disrespected by the fact that his rival was distracted. He continued to land attack after attack, overwhelming the weakling, who believed his nagging weapon had killed his flow. After managing to regain his balance and maintain space between himself and the upset opponent, Leon began to think more clearly about what Elsid said and came up with a plan to even the odds of his battle. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere around him changed, surprising the butler, who sensed that something was off. Upon reassessing his strategy, the weakling took a new stance, totally intimidating the blonde twink, who began to laugh cynically at the development of his opponent. With what seemed to be the conclusion of the battle, the two fighters prepared for one last clash as the upgrade prepared to land one more flash step and convert his cheap copy into a servant for his use. They had a quick flashback, remembering the different struggles they had been through, and before they could both say Chloe, the two fighters charged at each other at the sound of a thunder strike, finalizing the so-called battle of their lifetimes. In a shocking turn of events, the cheap copy managed to beat the upgrade, surprising the twink, who couldn't understand how he had lost to utter trash. Leon began to explain that he had total understanding over the weakness of swords because he had destroyed so many, giving him an insight, unlike the perfect blonde creep who only knew his own limit. He acknowledged that he might not have been able to scam his win using real swords, yet the old man appeared out of nowhere and confirmed his victory, leaving the blonde rival shattered. After it was settled, Elsid asked what his dumb wielder had requested if he won the battle, and the weakling moron instantly went blank because he was lost in thought. He then remembered that his offer was anything which didn't jeopardize Leon's family. When the blonde twink finally came to terms with losing to the weakling, he asked the cheap copy what he wanted. However, Leon refused to accept anything at that moment because there was nothing he needed from the entitled noble. After he requested that he could ask for his reward later, Leon agreed, stunned at the boldness of the weird commoner. Some moments later, the cheap copy left the arena completely bruised and in pain from his gruesome battle. Suddenly, someone began to cast healing magic on him, surprising Leon, who realized it was Chloe. After she was done, he felt brand new and thanked her for fixing him up and observing their battle. She instantly began to cry, calling the two Leons idiots for fighting unnecessarily and dragging her into it. She then informed him that she knew he intended on leaving the school, since he had gotten stronger, surprising Leon, who couldn't believe that she had figured him out. She explained that she had figured him out like the back of her hand and wouldn't even try to convince him otherwise because she knows he wouldn't listen like the stubborn troublemaker he is. After making jokes about the cheap copy finally beating his upgrade, which then meant the blonde twink had become inferior, the pair had a good laugh before Leon said his goodbyes, requesting his crush helped him give the blonde cheap copy a good punch. He expressed that Leon was probably incredibly devastated by the loss, so he needed her comfort, then began to walk away, aura farming as he stated he had no idea what was up for him next. While she prayed for him, Elsid and the weakling had a long hard conversation discussing his thirst for approval and how far he had come to finally become slightly special. Leon remembered how much trouble he had gone through and thanked Elsid for improving his confidence because he was initially a loser with an inferiority complex. The yapping weapon then told his wielder something that he wasn't supposed to know. He informed the new upgrade on the block that he was originally meant to be given to the blonde noble, surprising Leon, who couldn't believe his ears. When Elsid asked if the weakling felt guilty for stealing his rival's big breakthrough, the loser hero expressed that he wasn't really concerned because the sword had given him the best moments of his life. The next day, Leon completed his drop out of school, disheartening his instructor who couldn't believe his star student was set for a life of illiteracy. However, the upgraded Leon couldn't care less as he was on a path to become a great hero who would end up saving the world, I guess. A few weeks later, Leon ran rushing out of a forest, thankful that he had survived what could be the most dreadful experience of his life. After spotting the city called Blaine nearby, he was filled with joy because he could finally sleep in a comfy bed. When the killjoy weapon Elsid suggested that he should have been thankful for the forest becoming his training ground, Leon sarcastically professed love for the forest, remembering the worst moments of his life he was forced to live through. Some weeks earlier, he entered the creepy spot with his yapping sword, leading to a horrible camping experience that came with goblin attacks instead of bears. Fortunately for the loser, he was allowed to use his holy sword rather than the crappy wood ones, so he managed to eradicate all the surrounding monsters. He was also able to train for a bit with his special weapon, pleasing Elsid, who glazed him for eliminating 10 goblins in 7 seconds due to his fancy footwork. Upon remembering how fun his experience with monsters was, Leon could barely wait to become an adventurer, freaking out his nagging weapon. Eventually, the lone warrior arrived at the huge city, where he managed to move around using his student ID. When Elsid informed his wielder that they had arrived at a thug village, similar to one he had seen 300 years ago, the loser screamed out loud, nearly gaining the attention of some hooligans lying around. While the pair walked around, Leon and Elsid discussed their movements and the possibilities for the loser in the city. Although there was an option to become a mercenary, the wannabe hero preferred to start off his story like every other generic Manhwa MC, as an adventurer. After Elsid reminded Leon to be careful because his seal wasn't fully lifted, the loser remembered that his yapping weapon had spawned 1 year earlier than required, so he was still missing out on some really cool features that could have been incredibly useful. Because the nagging weapon was barely more special than an enhanced sword, the loser was forced to become stronger by himself till the yapping blade became useful. Later that day, Leon successfully registered as a member of the Adventurers Guild, due to his student ID and his instructor's recommendation letter. Although he was a D for definitely useless rank adventurer, he could still take real jobs as a professional. The receptionist Rise explained that he could instantly go up to C rank using the right channels. However, he needed to be skilled with an aura weapon to make B rank, and the ranks beyond would definitely take a while to reach. Upon hearing the requirements, Leon realized he was cooked because he couldn't fathom how strong the higher ranks were. While observing the area, Elsid realized that the guild would be much more fun than he thought, as there were groups of demi-humans in the area. After finally completing his registration, the loser was forced to engage in a free quest without any commissions, as a mean to give himself value to the guild. Before long, Leon was set up fighting some disgusting monsters in the sewers. While he battled with the mutated rats, Elsid explained that his mastery of the sword against numerous opponents was vital. After successfully slicing through multiple transfiguration rats, the Aurelus adventurer spotted one with a unicorn horn, confusing him. His yapping sword explained that it had evolved and absorbed too many resources, causing it to manifest a horn with a special skill. When Leon asked what special ability the demonic rat had, Elsid, who was disappointed, expressed that it was only a useless curse skill, which had no effect since he owned a holy sword. Unfortunately for the unicorn rat, it learned that the hard way, as its special ability was instantly put out before Leon even realized it had been fired. Later that day, the sewer adventurer presented his loot to Rise, who was creeped out by the bag of rat tails on her desk. After weighing the bag of junk, she became worried, wondering how someone was so comfortable staying in the dumps for rats. Leon then presented the unicorn rat horns, which he had gotten as well, explaining that he hunted over 200 of them, with 4 being evolved. Although she was disgusted and freaked out, the receptionist agreed to buy the sewer garbage from the weirdo, handing him some silver and a lot of bronze for his loot. After Rise complimented the wannabe hero for being a tryhard in the sewers, she officially installed him as a D-rank adventurer, solidifying his status as a bottom-of-the-barrel warrior. She explained some of the rules governing the guild to him, then promised him she could be of help if necessary, which really didn't seem to impress the loser. Upon leaving the guild, Elsid proposed that the goofy receptionist had been assuming Leon was a holy knight. The pair argued the details for a bit, but after Leon locked in and began to think about his future as an adventurer, he wondered how long it would take him to convert from a disastrously garbage rank to a barely good B rank. The nagging sword then stepped in and assured his wielder that it would only take 10 days because he was bothered about his successor being nothing more than a sewer cleanup man. Elsid exclaimed that he expected his minion to at least be capable of defeating a dragon, frightening Leon, who was still not ready for the big leagues. The talking sword continued to lament about how Leon had already mastered the basics, so he basically needed to enter more fights and absorb the resources from his opponents. He explained that defeating monsters could add to one's powers, and anyone could convert their dead targets to aura. However, the nobles had hidden that secret over the years, leaving only him, the holy hero Roderick, with that unique knowledge. The ultimate goal for the wannabe hero was to end up comfortably hunting dragons, which frightened the loser. Yet the nagging weapon refused to listen to any excuses because he was tired of being used as a purification device for nasty tasks like sewer cleanups. When Leon asked why his master was so hell-bent on going after dragons, the sword explained that their targets afterwards were even higher, meaning the coward needed to get out of the trash leagues and face some decent opponents. After the frightened warrior asked again why they were going for unreasonable heights, Elsid informed him that he had dementia and lost his body, so he had no idea why he was going so far anyways, but he didn't care, since it was Leon who was going to go through all the suffering. The sword assured his wielder that they'd be fine, so long as he was ready, causing the sewer adventurer to give in and agree to the weapon's crazy demands. The next day, some dialogue loop victims trolled our sewer hero by calling him a cat, since all he did was hunt rats. He had become such a terror to the creepy rodents that he could no longer hunt them as much as before because they had gone into hiding, preparing to create a bell. Aware that the sewer adventurer no longer had his daily bread, Rezim presented some other commissions for the weirdo, allowing him change his atmosphere for a bit. After spotting a unique document that looked like it had seen as long as the dinosaurs, Leon wondered why the task was avoided so badly and stupidly decided to choose it. He assessed the details of the request and assumed it would come with no hitches, so he headed to the castle walls, where he was supposed to subjugation some slime rocks. Although the senile commanding officer had forgotten the task because it was out for so long, another soldier admired his dedication upon finding out he was the rumored cat. He was eventually allowed into the task location, where he was supposed to find some slimes and prevent them from destroying the kingdom's structure. Before long, the sewer adventurer was confronted by a group of slimes, which Elsid warned him to be wary about. Faster than a coked-up Sonic, the monsters nearly slimed him out, forcing him to attack, but his slash was easily repelled by the tiny beast, proving how trash of a warrior the wannabe hero actually was. The yapping sword explained that the slime's only weakness was their core, which should be common knowledge to anyone with working brain cells. However, because of the numerous rocks inside the monster, that would be nearly impossible without proper precision. The pair instantly understood why the task had been abandoned since the dawn of time. Caveman weapons were unlikely to work against the goo, and swords were an even worse mismatch, making the slimes an incredibly awful opponent to come against. While the rock slimes continued to fire attacks like a rip-off pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies, Leon managed to deflect all the incoming pebbles, nearly knocking off his arms due to the crazy force. As the yapping sword continued to analyze how bizarre of an op the danger gooer were, Leon suddenly clocked an idea. giving him a chance at eliminating the monsters. He decided to try a different approach with his vision and pierced into the monsters at a unique window, which would most likely kill them once and for good. Immediately, the sewer hero got an approval from his inanimate master and charged at the monsters, wiping out the group of 3 at a go. More of the danger goom began to appear, so Leon continued to evolve his movements and improve his eradication of the rock slimes. However, just as he was getting into flow state, he slipped on a puddle of water, putting him in the path of a rock storm that could turn him into SpongeBob. Fortunately for him, plot armor came out of hiding and saved his baby, giving Leon the ability to gain balance out of nothing and finish off the last disaster goo. After finally getting breathing space, the nagging weapon explained that Leon had improved his footwork to level 2, giving him a super balance that would save him on any type of ridiculous grounds. Although the loser managed to pull it off by chance, which is basically plot armor's middle name, Elsid wouldn't stop glazing it, explaining that it was an incredibly cool technique to pull off. The wannabe hero had finally started to adapt efficiently, yet he was still on the basics of a beginner. Out of nowhere, the yapping sword suggested that Leon stop dodging the attacks and instead take them to learn durability, causing Leon to panic. After the more demonic than holy sword continued to suggest that Leon put himself in front of death's door, the pair got in a fight that summoned a large group of disaster goo. Some weeks later, Leon continued to delve into the castle walls to hunt the rock slimes, which impressed the surrounding knights. When he came out with a bag of his loot, they were all completely astounded as he declared he was finally done with his escapades against the disaster goo, because he had completely wiped them out. He explained that they wouldn't need subjugation for a while because slimes took a long time to breed. He then presented the knights with his bag, requesting they confirm the completion of his task, as he aura farmed and walked away from the scene, leaving the officers with nothing but shock on their hideous faces. While he walked away, Elsid confirmed that his student was finally ready to learn aura since he had done something so impressive. After getting to their in-room, the yapping sword expressed his surprise at how fast Leon was in developing, because he wasn't expecting a huge gain from measly rock slimes. Regardless, the loser was finally ready to have aura for the first time in his life as they were 1 month ahead of schedule. Elsid explained that his wielder was relatively late to aura training, unlike others, so he needed to be fully ready for the process. Nobles had begun to develop aura from the moment of birth by a process called baptism, which would continue to be enhanced by elixirs. However, commoners like the sewer adventurer had to wait till they were older, which was nearly impossible at that stage. The process was nothing but pain and could probably kill someone who wasn't developed enough, but after continuously absorbing mana and gaining the Holy Sword's blessing, it should be light work for the wannabe hero. Finally, Elsid warned Leon that no matter what he needed to retain consciousness, because getting knocked out would be a failure. After confirming his student was ready, the sword summoned a barrage of light swords, which he sent charging into Leon, causing the weakling to scream in agony. Eventually, Leon looked like a naughty birthday cook filled with numerous swords, which pinned him down onto the bed. While observing the process, the yapping sword sensed the presence of weird individuals, which were definitely destined to be the ops of his upcoming great holy hero. Some moments later, the sewer adventurer expressed his joy over finally having aura, which made him seem like Superman. In heaven, it became revealed that who you mistook to be the angel was actually Roderick talking to a mysterious person. Anyways, he was very happy with the low-budget Leon proving to be superior to the blonde Luxmaxer. Although they had taken a shortcut and snuck the holy hero into the sword Elsid, the cheats were still proud of their bet. Back on the mortal plane, the yapping sword congratulated Leon for surviving multiple swords but told him not to get cocky because all he did was open the dead pores. There was still a long way to go with aura, but at least the weakling could finally have a grasp of the power that once ridiculed him so badly. After assessing Leon's aura sense and informing him of the multiple aura elements, Elsid smiled, informing his wielder that he had gained the same element as the great hero Roderick, the sun. Hyped up that he shared attributes with the legendary hero, Leon started to celebrate and dance around. When the loser was done with his tomfoolery, Elsid presented his stats one more time, which displayed his new title as the noob with aura along with the development of some other skills in his arsenal. The expired hero explained that his student had already mastered 2 other aspects of aura, so he was definitely above level 2. He had also increased the abilities of his martial body, meaning he could finally get to learning swordsmanship. When the wannabe hero requested they start immediately, Elsid was moved by his motivation and agreed. However, before they started, he informed his wielder that their ops were somewhere in the city, lurking around. They were destined to hand over the world to otherworldly creatures, so it was the hero's duty to eliminate them as soon as possible. When Leon asked for the name of the scary organization, the nagging weapon refused to give him one, claiming that trash like them didn't deserve to be called anything. Eventually, he ended up revealing that they could be addressed as malice, but he was too trash to face them at that moment. After calculating that the ops would remain hidden for at least a few more months, the pair decided to grow stronger for a bit because their enemies were an inevitable force. The next day, Leon returned to the guild where he was met by a frustrated Rise. She complained that the knights had confirmed his completion of the commission, so it became concerning when he didn't show up for 4 days. She then commented that something seemed different about him, causing him to admit he had gained something new since completing the subjugation. Suddenly, Rise announced that he was set for a double celebration because he had successfully progressed to C rank. She explained that typically he needed an assessment to change ranks. However, due to a recommendation from the knights he helped out, he got an omission for his excellent work. After Elsid commended the sewer adventurer for his good work, the wannabe hero instantly got to looking for new quests, which amused the delusional receptionist. Upon checking out the options offered to him, Leon realized none of them could help out with finding Malice. When Rise noticed his displeasure with the list, she offered to help, so the sewer adventurer requested for jobs around the slums. Immediately, the receptionist was bothered by the statement, describing the slums as a home for the vilest trash, worst of scum, and evil beyond your garbage imagination. She then explained that she couldn't give him any, because those jobs were meant for mercenaries, and not rat killers like him. However, she brought out a task that was located near the area, which required him to hunt some possessed armory in a creepy mansion. Although the job barely paid peanuts and was for trash at the lowest level of the food chain, Leon accepted the job because it would give him an excuse to snoop around the slums. After confirming the details, he thanked Rise for her help, and set off on what could possibly turn out to be a Haunted Hathaway's parody. The next day, Leon got his rewards for the rock slime subjugation and thanked the receptionist for handing it over. He then requested for the location of the Blaine Church, which seemed to trigger a lot of shock in the confused guild worker. Leon had anticipated that because she suspected him of being a holy knight, she would make some over-the-top delusional assumption about what he needed the church for. After managing to gaslight the naive girl, Leon left, causing the receptionist to go into a panic and alert the higher-ups that there could be a possible presence of church enemies. While walking away from the guild building, Elsid hyped up the loser for his cheeky plan that would keep his identity hidden, and the guild at arm's length. He would have tried taking Elsid to the church himself, but because the yapping weapon seal wasn't fully released, it was best to get the guild active if his arch-nemesis truly were around. They also discussed the anomaly of living armors because they were set to subjugate a house filled with a lot of them. After Leon thought up multiple attack strategies that could possibly help him out with eradicating the haunted armory, he realized that they were much more tricky than he'd thought, so he needed to stop thinking like a moron. Unfortunately for him, things only kept on becoming worse as he discovered the monsters were actually regenerating, meaning he was set for a night of pain and suffering. Later that day, the pair proceeded through a busy street where Leon complained that he believed they had a stalker. After Elsid dismissed it as just his aura sense detecting too many people around, Leon realized he was just the possible target of a cheap pickpocket. Eventually, they arrived at the grand mansion that was plagued by the haunted armory. Although the building looked like something straight out of Hotel Transylvania, Leon confidently walked in with his holy sword glowing like a torch. While he fooled around thinking he'd have some time before coming across his targets, he was hit with a curveball as a haunted armor spawned in front of him. After assessing his opponent, Leon wondered if he was cooked because the walking tin can held a weapon he hadn't faced before. However, when the mindless piece of scrap junk came charging in, the wannabe hero easily destroyed his weapon and forced it back, causing it to lose balance. He then unlocked his inner Zorro and sliced through the walking metal man, cutting it into several pieces like it was a Thanksgiving turkey. After the yapping sword glazed its wielder for mastering Excel and applying it in battle, the pair wondered why the monster with so-called fast regeneration refused to fuse together. They thought long and deep about the options but couldn't think of a reason for the break of character. Upon deciding to let it go, Leon opted to look for more targets, and luckily for him he didn't need to, because the monsters had already begun to appear by themselves. Because the loser couldn't see his targets, he requested Elsid boosted the sword's lighting a bit, causing the weapon to glow bright gold, which nearly blinded the sewer adventurer. Suddenly the surrounding armor started to cry out in pain, confusing the wannabe hero. When they came charging at him with a bunch of coordinated attacks, Leon managed to duck and hit at the right time till Elsid distracted him and nearly got his head chopped off. The yapping sword had finally realized that their opponents weren't just normal walking tin cans. After Leon used his special vision to analyze the monsters as well, he also discovered that they were filled with evil energy, which devoured whatever it touched, and that explained why the glorified heap of scraps refused to regenerate after being cut down by the holy sword. Once again, Plot had perfectly handed our loser MC a convenient opponent for him to easily glide through. Elsid further explained that the phantom armors they were facing needed to be rid of all their hatred before they could die, so that was why the other unlucky losers who came before couldn't clear out the quest. Just then, an even larger group of the armors appeared, forcing Leon to choose an escape tactic to secure his life. Before the wannabe hero retreated, the nagging weapon explained that it was unlikely the armors spawned out of nowhere, so they were most likely summoned by a strong incantation. Apparently, thousands of dead souls had managed to migrate into the castle, creating the walking tin cans. Elsid continued to talk endlessly like the yapping weapon he is, explaining that the phantom armors couldn't go long distances, meaning there was a lot of murder and irregularities in the slums. Suddenly, Leon decided to lock in, and changed his mind from retreating to eliminating as many rusty tin cans as he could. Before any of the glorified rust buckets could react, he cut through them like a rampaging knife. littering the ground with scrap iron as he drove through. The next morning, the sewer adventurer had managed to clear enough phantom armors to satisfy himself, but his brain was really woozy due to the lack of sleep. He expressed that it was nice fighting against a gang because it helped improve his vision and awareness of his blind sides. After assessing the multiple pros and cons of the overnight battle, the exhausted warrior left the haunted mansion, prepared to take on whatever threats the slums could hold. They understood that the slums would be a more tricky terrain to fight on because they were up against humans and traps, so improving Leon's vision was very necessary. Somewhere else, an entitled brat wailed all over the street, causing a nuisance. However, when a stinky old man with a crazy presence walked past, the little kid instantly muted himself as the other non-purpose characters glazed the man named Khan, who was the leader of a slum gang called Bastard. Upon getting to their destination, the gang underlings gave a report to the big bad boss, who gave them comments on their mission. The weaklings informed him of their daily escapades, and spoke only when spoken to. Although the huge stinking man was meant to be a gang boss, he seemed to be helping out the guild and church, contrary to his rogue looks, which made it seem like he was the threat. Oh wait, I take it back, he was definitely a threat. When one of the minions suggested the gangsters took a more direct approach, he was instantly met with a KO by Khan, who made it clear that complete trash like him had no right to an opinion. After frightening the other background antagonists, the scary human skunk ordered the others to follow his orders and keep nasty suggestions that could get them killed away from his face. Eventually the scums got to discussing Leon and his recent visit to the haunted mansion, intriguing the human skunk. Upon hearing the numerous egregious nicknames and mundane tasks the wannabe hero had taken, Khan assumed he could be useful and ordered his minions to fetch him. Later that night, while Leon practiced aura, Elcid informed him of multiple developments which proved he was getting stronger. They checked out his stats, which showed he had grown very quickly, impressing the nagging sword, yet Leon went out of his way to rage bait the weapon, causing them to have a scuffle. After the pair argued about whether or not the sewer adventurer was ready to learn a high-level swordsmanship technique, they eventually came to an agreement that all that mattered was for Leon to get stronger and manifest his aura weapon. Suddenly, the yapping weapon halts, informing Leon that he could no longer go for training. Their house had been surrounded by the Pink Freak Circus, who seemed to want something from them. While the heroes contemplated on whether the hideous troop below was actually a malicious group looking for the sewer adventurer, Elcid realized that they were nothing more than slum trash, so it was best if they went down to speak with the ugly group. Upon getting downstairs, Leon was confronted with a question from one of the rascals, who confirmed he was the sewer adventurer. In a very surprising fashion, the minions spoke like their brains were twisted inside out, as they politely requested Leon followed them to meet their leader, despite looking like they were burglars. Because they had flashily introduced themselves, the wannabe hero agreed to follow them, hoping it could help with his research on the slums. He carefully calculated that using the murder-prone lunatic Khan as a backing would keep irrelevant NPC off his tail, so he followed the Freak Circus, who took him to their leader. While they walked through the slums, one of the morons bumped into an apple farmer, then began to beat up the innocent man, infuriating Leon. However, his yapping weapon demanded he kept his cool, because they were about to meet a top-tier boss who could most likely sense bloodlust, compromising his goal. Eventually, the group got to the overrated dumpster called the gang's base, which was filled with different types of creepy stains. Out of the blue, the humanoid skunk appeared behind our hero, asking if he was the sewer adventurer. The stench felt so threatening to Leon, he made a quick 360 and charged at the lunatic. Unfortunately for him, he was nothing more than C-rank trash to the gang leader, who comfortably blocked his knife and mocked his crappy nickname. Khan then launched a punch of his own, spelling nothing but death for Leon. Luckily for the weakling, Khan pulled his punches, only forcing out blood from the loser's nose due to the force of the wind from the attack. After scaring the daylights out of our hero, Khan expressed satisfaction with the sewer adventurer, declaring that he was definitely the man for the job. When Leon asked what he meant, the human skunk informed the adventurer that he would pay him what he desired the most, because he always does a long background search on his targets. Khan began to narrate the life story of the sewer adventurer, reminding Leon of how he mopped the floor with the noble brats, and the fact that he was a cheap copy of the blonde twink for most of his life. While the human skunk waffled on, telling Leon everything he knew, the wannabe hero was completely astounded by the fact that even trash like the gangster was able to be so concise with information. Suddenly, the rogue ruffian lost the plot and started spouting utter rubbish that confused even Leon, who was supposed to be listening to his own life story. The lunatic accused Leon of simply wanting to rebel because he could see a bigger picture besides being a knight like every other moron in the academy. He then rounded up his unicorn lore by claiming Leon was only in it for the fame because nobles couldn't hand that to him, which was why he followed the clown patrol to meet him, a gangster leader all alone. Upon hearing the utter horse poop, Leon wondered how many screws were loose in the loser's head, yet Elcid could see where he came from if they started thinking a little more like drunkards. They remembered that even the delusional receptionist was thinking a bit too loony, but even the dark romance lover wasn't as bizarre as the grown man spitting nonsense in front of them. Realizing that it could possibly play well into his hands, Leon decided to play along with the lunatic, agreeing to listen to the human skunk's offer. Some moments later, the sewer adventurer was sat down with his fellow moron, who explained that the slums was just a human version of a poorly run jungle. He proceeded to inform the boy about a special group that had made their way in and started taking charge of things, which he didn't have an issue with till they crossed their boundaries, committing multiple murders. While Leon remembered the phantom armors and the possible connection of the weird group, Khan continued explaining the structure of the slums and how they operated. He told Leon about the 3 leaders, including a pig called Simon, a corpse keeper, and of course a brainless human skunk, himself. Unfortunately for the first idiot of the triangle, the districts where the murder took place were his territory, causing the pig to become furious and hire mercenaries to neutralize the special group most likely called Malice. However, it backfired, as his forces were completely whitewashed, even though they had B ranks amongst them. When the sewer adventurer asked who the special group was, Khan was completely clueless, causing the loser to go into deep thought about the issue. Khan then expressed that the only living person who had investigated the mysterious terrorists was him, as Simon had become a total scared cat since holding his insane L. The corpse keeper was also hesitant to make a move, so it had become a case of non-aggression, leaving them with their last resort, the wannabe hero. After getting to the juicy part, the human skunk explained that Leon was the best person for the job, because he was fearless and wouldn't run from danger, so Leon began to think about the offer. He instantly understood that Khan was trying to use him as bait for the guild, which would get them to make a move, and Khan confirmed it. Leon analyzed that Khan didn't want to go beyond his limits on the mysterious ops, but simply wanted to force an external power into action, so he agreed and asked what the plan was. Khan then presented a document filled with the victims of Malice, who had been used as sacrifices for the phantom armor. When Leon asked why the human skunk didn't just report it himself, the ruffian explained that his odor was so strong he wouldn't be allowed a meeting with the higher-ups. They decided it was best that Leon be used as the evidence instead, so it became a crazy two-way street. Either the wannabe hero lived and reported to the guild, or he died so gruesomely the guild were forced to take action. When the human skunk asked Leon if he was up for it, the sewer adventurer agreed, deciding that it was the best way to go after Malice in a controlled way. Khan then handed over some items to Leon, claiming they would help him out against the mysterious group. After the weirdo informed him that the dagger had his emblem, so no one would get in his way, he flung it away, expressing that it was so ugly it creeped him out. The bag of scrolls, on the other hand, seemed they could be useful, so Leon accepted them. Before leaving, the wannabe hero asked his new partner whether he originally planned on stopping the punch that nearly blew off his head. When the gang leader confirmed it, Leon continued to think about how ridiculously weak he was, even till he got home. Upon finally getting over it, he asked his nagging sword about the mission, which Elsip started to analyze deeply. After the nagging weapon requested to see the evidence by himself for proper evaluation, the wannabe hero became worried, aware that it was a mission he couldn't handle by himself. Eventually, he decided to seek help and realized that there was only one place with the type of support he needed. The next day, the pair headed to the Blaine Church, which was set up in a very garbage district. Elsip explained that the church only set up in poor places, so it was only logical that the holy place was located so weirdly. After hearing the explanation, Leon looked around and realized his location was similar to the slums. However, the people had been changed by the Holy Church, who probably gave them hope and converted their way of thinking. When he knocked onto the door, someone came to answer, causing his aura to react weirdly, as there was an intense presence in front of him. After a huge elf who introduced himself as Cesare welcomed the visitors, the pair were completely astounded that they hadn't met a human. Some minutes later, the group were sat round a table where the bishop explained that an elf like him could be a church higher up because the goddess wasn't racist. He then informed Leon that he knew all about him and was thankful for all the work he'd done because they had helped the church greatly. After getting the flattery out of the way, the long-eared bishop locked in and asked Leon what he had come for because he certainly wasn't there to share tea with a senile old man. Leon proceeded to hand over the documents he had seen from Khan, frightening Cesare, who couldn't believe his eyes. Although the long-eared bishop was bothered, the church wouldn't be moved by information from a slum ruffian like the human skunk, so they needed another investigator. After Leon expressed that he had taken that role but needed a partner, Cesare assessed his options and realized everyone else in the church was either a loser or a completely garbage warrior. He then offered to follow himself, surprising Leon, who wondered what a wrinkled bag of meat like the old man could do. Upon noticing the look of displeasure from the youngin', the old man decided to put on a show. Suddenly the bishop's arm began to glow red with fire, astounding the heroes who realized it was aura fire, a special ability that had nearly limitless potential. After the old elf shut it off, Leon's worries transitioned from himself being held back to him being the burden on the mission. The bishop explained that he used to be a member of the Holy Church's most elite force, but he had been retired for 50 years, making him rusty. The loser remained surprised that the wrinkly elf was a member of the continent's strongest force, and agreed to have the bishop follow him on his recon mission. When Cesare dissipated to go get his weapon, the hero pair fantasized what classy weapon he had probably used, like an arrow or a clean spear. However, they were left astounded as the bishop pulled up with a chain mace, making him look like a psycho. While they were outside, the bishop decided to get some practice in, so he swung his wrecking ball of a weapon onto a lying rock, which completely shattered, striking further fear into the heroes. Later that night, the group walked through the slums where Cesare was forced to wear a cloak because his identity needed to be hidden. Although Leon could sense him using aura, he was practically not there, which Elsa explained to be a special type of aura skill that concealed one's presence. It was so cool a drunk fool bumped into the elf, yet he thought he was nearly running mad. Fortunately for Leon, his aura attribute was moon, which made it easy to be sensed by one of sun. Some minutes later, the group arrived at their destination thanks to the creepy blade that the human skunk had given Leon to scare away useless background characters. After the bishop commended Leon for getting them through the slums quickly, he showed his more threatening side, frightening the hero duo, who couldn't believe a wrinkly old elf like him was so dangerous. They then opened up a hidden hatch in the ground that led to the sewers, befitting of the loser's nickname since Gia seemed to love the terrain. While they walked in the hidden underground section, the pair overheard a conversation from above that spoke about how many people Malice had killed that day, upsetting Leon, who couldn't believe the numbers he was hearing. Although Leon was evidently irritated, he managed to keep his cool. However, it was the complete opposite for Cesare, who smashed through the ground and charged at the yapping cloakmen who didn't see him coming. Before Leon joined the party, the long-eared warrior had already cleared out most of the ops, leaving only a few members. When the bishop tried destroying the moron's face with his mace, a mysterious shield seemed to protect the cloaked figure, making it seem like he was a relevant floor boss. Yet it took Leon only seconds to slice through the non-purpose character, bringing his chapter to an anticlimactic end. After Cesare snapped the neck of the final filler antagonist, the group praised themselves for their well-done work, even though Leon had done only 0.001% of the work. The sewer adventurer had converted the holy sword into a machete look-alike, so the bishop wouldn't tell he was affiliated with Roderick, causing the old man to think he had stolen one of their swords. The group analyzed that their infiltration was a bit weird, but since they've caught the ops using techniques prohibited by the church, they had every right to continue with their mission. Once again, the long-eared Uncal let out another scary remark, frightening the hero duo who couldn't tell if he was a priest or a murderer-prone psychopath. After searching the base a bit longer, the pair arrived at a room where parts of the sacrifices were spotted, nearly making Leon barf on the ground. Luckily for us, Elsa prevented him from scorching our eyes with such a hideous sight, demanding that the wannabe hero get used to seeing horrible things as bad as the scene. When Leon compared the tragedy to a demon king, the nagging sword expressed that a final boss as irrelevant as that was the least of his problems, because multiple people had different issues, so a single villain was just the tip of the iceberg for a hero. He explained that stuff like poverty and even diseases were also part of the enemies, so his duty was far much more than his shallow mind had thought. Upon getting the long pep talk from his yapping weapon, Leon locked in. However, he had no idea he looked like someone that had lost all the screws in his head to Cesare, who believed he was talking to himself. After walking for a bit, the pair got to the actual facility where it was expected of them to see the stronger opponents and far more egregious things. Realizing that it was the best place to use his other bag, Leon pulled out a scroll that seemed to bless him with clairvoyance, an ability that he mixed with his vision, allowing him see through the entire building structure. After completing his scouting, Leon gave the bishop a rundown of the territory, informing him of how many ops there were, along with the numbers of exits and doors in the area. They decided to head to the center, which the sewer adventurer couldn't see through. They understood that it was most likely a trap set for amateur ragebait victims like them. However, it was a risk they were willing to take because they needed to confirm it before security got tighter. Some moments later, they wiped out all the low-budget LARPers in their way, giving them access to the special door at the center of it all. After Leon struggled to get the door open, Cesare took matters into his own hands, swinging around his huge chain mace with joy like a kid with a new toy. When the long-eared old man smashed his flail onto the door, his weapon completely bounced off, shocking the group, who thought the weapon was strong enough to smash through any surface. While the mortal morons thought about what was happening, Elsa informed Leon that it was a result of irregular matter, meaning the door was made out of something from another world. The hero pair put their thoughts together and come to the realization that both physical and magical attacks wouldn't work on the door, leaving them in a dilemma. Suddenly, Cesare started to cast a holy spell that covered his hands with the light of rectification, a sacred art that was similar to aura. Although it managed to destroy the wall for a bit, the bishop ran out of juice, confusing the heroes who were running out of options. After thinking about it for a bit longer, Leon tried another approach, and charged his aura through his sword. Surprisingly, he managed to shatter the irregular matter and bring down the door, amusing Cesare, who admitted that he had been underrating him from the start. The group then walked into the mysterious room, which was totally dark, so the wrinkly old elf put his aura fire to use and illuminated the area, a decision he very nearly regretted instantly. They came across a humongous monster made of human corpses, which nearly made them reach their own organs out as well. Ilsid explained that they had extracted blood and processed it to create a huge phenomenon, which was now very obvious to him. When Leon asked what he meant, the sword expressed that they intended on creating a city eater, an extra-dimensional creature that was practically unstoppable, which would wipe off the city of Blaine from the face of the world. He further expressed that the sacrifices in the building weren't nearly enough, so there were definitely more in the other district, meaning appropriate action needed to be taken. The simple plan was to prevent the ritual from taking place and wipe out malice, so the group would stage an all-out war, with Leon, the wielder of the Holy Sword, as a trump card that would checkmate the Ops without anyone knowing. Suddenly, the group was forced to make a run for it because the Ops had become aware of their presence in the base. Before they took to their heels, Leon grabbed a piece of the humongous abomination while Cesare obliterated the rest of it, putting an end to the soul's miseries. The group then ran away, upsetting the cult idiots who had realized too late that their mission had been completely sabotaged. Upon realizing that they were already totally exposed, Malice decided to shut down their base instead, allowing Leon and the bishop escape like thieves in the night. When they were finally free from the presence of enemies, the long-eared old man informed Leon that it was highly unlikely they would get reinforcements from the church anytime soon, so they had to come up with a new line of attack to go against the other Malice forces. The sewer adventurer understood that he needed to get the help of someone with large influence, like a low-budget Martin Luther King. Although showing the bishop his holy sword could give him a better chance at recruiting church support faster, it would expose his presence to greater Ops. He then put on his thinking cap and conjured up another plan, which he discussed with Cesare at his dinner table. After Leon finished explaining his grand master plan, the wrinkly elf thought it was good enough to work, pleasing the loser who knew a proper strategist would most likely see his plan as garbage. He left out a lot of important details and made it seem like he had deduced a lot in an effort to keep Elset hidden from the public. Finally, he used his nature as a sun aura wielder as a replacement for his possession of the holy sword, successfully convincing the priest that he had it all worked out. Sorazur is extremely impressed that he knew someone with an attribute as rare as the sun. After the sewer adventurer ran through the details of the plan again, the bishop pointed out 2 different missions, which included getting an army and getting a Walmart suicide squad to do the dirty work. Although the first part was most likely going to be a piece of cake, they needed high-level adventurers to deal with the elite Malice cult members, making the second bit complicated. Suddenly, an imaginary light bulb glowed over Leon's head, reminding him that he could most likely get help from the slums as well if they needed A-rank level firepower. He suggested they demand support from the human skunk and the coffin keeper, which Cesare agreed to do because it seemed like it would be a fun side quest. Unknown to the wrinkled elf, the sewer adventurer simply wanted to drag in Khan as revenge for nearly popping his head like a balloon. The next day, Leon arrived at the guild with a fully clothed Holy Iron Chain Knight, which frightened all the adventurers and receptionists around. After scaring the group, Cesare revealed himself and demanded help from the guild using his special authority. Eventually, they were led up to meet a bald cholesterol ambassador named Bernard, who happened to be the guildmaster. While Leon assessed the man's shiny head, Bernard agreed to hear the pair out. Luckily for them, he was completely swayed in their favor. After seeing the hideous blood monster they presented, he offered to dispatch the only available A-rank adventurer around at that moment, and an army of decently strong warriors. After getting the guild on their side, the group proceeded to the slums, where Khan and Cesare seemed to hit it off because they were both insane crackheads. Despite seeming like they had good chemistry, the psychopath bishop still forced the human skunk into working with him by threatening to label him a heretic. He also demanded Khan recruit the coffin keeper while his goofy patrol evacuated as many citizens as possible. Upon coming to an agreement, the 2 freaks continued their weird show of affection, worrying the confused sewer adventurer who couldn't tell what he was witnessing. On the D-Day, Leon was shocked by the turnout of warriors who had come to fight against the forces of evil. Rising informed the leaders that they had assembled over 1,500 useless adventurers to fill up the army, which would prove good for an all-out war. Thanks to the blood sacrifice evidence they had gotten, they were able to pull it off easily. The Ops were surrounded by a garrison which consisted of decent close-range fighters and utter garbage who were forced to act as support from long range. While Bernard continued to give a rundown of his forces, the hero duo were pleased, as they only needed the trash to fill up numbers, since the main force consisted of individuals who could actually do something relevant. As if they weren't done cooking, the lord of the city presented them with one of his senior knights named Conrad. Although he got along well with Cesare, the stuck-up warrior couldn't see eye to eye with the human skunk, who was a boss of the slums. Suddenly, Leon was scared stiff by a mysterious presence who appeared over his shoulder, introducing itself as the coffin keeper. After Khan acknowledged his fellow slum garbage, the other members of the elite force were forced to accept him. Except, of course, the wrinkly elf, who threatened to destroy the dark force if he didn't help as well as he was supposed to. After the mysterious presence disappeared, the sewer adventurer freaked out, wondering why he couldn't sense the coffin keeper. His thought was interrupted by the arrival of their last member, a batty adventurer named Karen. Although Leon was bothered about the contrast in personalities amongst their forces, he chose to accept the hand he was dealt, leading the charge into the upcoming battle that would determine the fate of the city. Some moments later, the army completely ran riot on the Malice base, causing the insignificant junior ops to panic. When they realized they couldn't escape their doom by falling back to headquarters, the cloaked morons summoned one of their blood sacrifice abominations, which easily wiped out a set of archers. While the other weaklings handled the abominations, Elsa determined they would probably be fine for several minutes till Malice decided it was time to retreat. Out of nowhere, a huge tornado appeared, forcing the main force into action. After the others ran, Leon tried to follow, yet he was too slow to keep up, causing him to realize he was barely better than the NPC trash that was used to fill up the army. Upon getting to the battlefront, Conrad decided it was his time to shine, manifesting aura fire with his sword before hurling it at the tornado to break apart the heretical spell. Unfortunately for the old idiot, his attack had no effect, but on the bright side, he didn't create a firestorm, which would have been 10 times worse. Realizing it was his turn, Khan gently escorted the loser away from the front lines and launched a punch of his own to shatter the tornado barrier. Yet once again, it remained totally unscathed, showing that the so-called elite force might actually just be a bunch of frauds. While the others contemplated on what to do, the sewer adventurer locked in and approached the storm, surprising everyone else who wondered what a C-rank bozo like him could possibly do if the others failed. After charging up his weapon with aura, Leon gripped his sword and went all out as Elsa instructed, unleashing a humongous blast that totally eradicated the tornado barrier, shocking everyone except those of us who had already predicted plot armor attacks. Upon spotting a barrier opening, the group immediately jumped in, leaving the non-purpose characters to battle it out on top. While they walked through what seemed to be the sewers, the group confirmed their creepy partner, the Coffin Keeper, had come along as well. Leon observed his teammates and continued to confirm that he was nothing more than garbage beside them, as they couldn't stop impressing him by doing basic stuff. Eventually, the party got a hatch, which caused a debate on whether or not to go through with it, or stay away from the clear trap. After Karen goofily decided to proceed anyways, they confirmed she knew what she was doing, but the baddie was simply going forward on vibes, which didn't seem to bother the others. While they walked through the stairway, a mysterious spell suddenly activated, separating the group. Elsa explained it was a labyrinth formation, a technique that distorted space, meaning they would meet up with the other members later on. Out of the blue, the baddie adventurer spawned behind Leon, celebrating finding him quickly. After Leon asked if she was alone, Karen informed him that the Coffin Keeper was also with them, creeping out Leon, who saw the two supposed partners beefing. They proceeded through the enemy base, where the baddie adventurer chose whatever path she wanted using her whimsy. Although the hero pair couldn't get how she managed to be so accurate with each of them, they continued to listen to her regardless. Finally, the group had come across enemies who Karen had sensed from afar. When Leon asked what their plan of attack was, the baddie said they had one plan: attack. Their opponents were definitely stronger than the cannon fodder from the other base, yet Leon was confident he could easily eliminate them. After the warriors hyped themselves up, Karen took the lead, charging into the battlefield with her green aura, which allowed her stick to the roof like a pest. The hero duo understood that she had probably gone through some insane training, so Leon had to go all out on his footwork to keep up with the overpowered baddie. After they confronted the ops, it seemed like Karen had one-shot them with her mini-blades, which broke through their masks. However, it had simply unleashed the hidden hideous monsters that were kept in covers. The reveal commenced the grand battle that saw the baddie flatten a squid enemy on the floor using her rope. On the other hand, the Coffin Keeper easily ripped off the head of the mutant bulldog, frightening Leon, who was thankful the A-ranks were on his side. When it finally came to his battle, he was nearly one-shot by the low-budget Doc Croc, who smirked because he had pulled the longest straw. Despite getting the worst of the bunch, Leon applied his special vision and realized the mutant was just a spin-off of the rock slimes, giving him a bit of nostalgia. He instantly destroyed all the incoming projectiles charging towards him and split the overgrown lizard in half, ending his battle swiftly. While the hero duo glazed each other for their good work, Karen spawned out of nowhere holding her victim like it was a calamari dish, which frightened Leon. After he assessed the opponents of both the Coffin Keeper and the baddie adventurer, he came to a realization that Elsid had made long ago. He then looked through the stats of Karen, confirming his crazy assumption. Despite them being complete opposites of each other, the baddie and the creepy ghost were the same people. The lunatic had chosen to be a cheerful A-rank during the day and a mafia crime boss at night, proving that there are indeed a lot of loose screws in women's heads. Khan definitely didn't have an idea, and it would be disrespectful of the guildmaster not to tell Cesare if he knew, so she had definitely been hiding her identity, meaning he was probably the only one who knew about her. He also understood that since the Coffin Keeper was an assassin, her hidden identity was very important, so he had to be very careful and ensure she didn't catch on to him. Suddenly they were en route to another enemy, this time rip-off Cerberus, which Karen didn't want to fight. Also explained that her daggers would be most likely ineffective, and it was probably a regenerating monster, forcing them to consider rerouting away from it. After carefully thinking about it, they chose to stay and battle the monster, hoping it wouldn't buy them enough time to summon the City Eater. When Leon asked the Coffin Keeper if he could one-shot the overgrown dog, the spooky shadow confirmed he could, giving Leon a plan that would most likely work in his favor. After getting confirmation from his partners, Leon kicked off the attack by charging at the mutt with his aura sword, forcing the beast to react as well. Suddenly, in mid-air, the sewer adventurer converted his weapon into a glow stick, blinding the dog with a holy light that affected him negatively, the same way it freaked out the phantom armor. While the dog was distracted, Leon slashed through its neck, but it was too weak, leaving only a shallow mark that the beast could easily recover from. After successfully ducking the counterattack, Leon received support from Karen, who opened up the monster with her daggers, allowing the wannabe hero to strike once more. Although it was another bust, Leon had done his part, buying enough time for the spooky shadow to pin down the beast with a special attack. In a matter of seconds, a series of dark strikes slashed through the beast, eliminating it as the dog dropped down to its demise. After witnessing the monster stay down without any form of regeneration, the sewer adventurer understood how big a difference there was between him and a top brass like the A-rank adventurer. With the monster subjugated, Karen commended their teamwork, expressing that they were doing well enough for a makeshift team. After the group glazed each other yet again, the baddie adventurer suggested they move forward to save time, pleasing Leon, who wanted to ensure they dealt with the bad guys before the ritual was complete. Some moments later, they came across yet another enemy, but this time they were 8 in number, proving to be a huge challenge for the trio, who weren't sure they could handle it alone. They were definitely strong enough to give him goosebumps, so Leon considered either waiting to regroup with the other party members or take their chances with the 8 morons not too far from them. They realized that either choice was a gamble, so Karen dropped to the ground and began to lament till, out of nowhere, the ground above them began to shake vibrantly like the bed of a honeymoon couple. The intruders instantly knew it was the result of a battle, but so did the cloaked morons, as 4 of them left their post and went after the source of the noise. With their options slimmed down, the warriors wondered whether to wipe out the 4 unlucky leftovers or head towards the noise as well. Eventually, Leon decided it was best to regroup, as it was necessary to help their comrade, who was probably in need of support. Before they got going, the baddie dropped to the ground and ultra-scanned the area, giving her a perfect route to their intended location, which impressed the hero duo. While the pair ran towards their destination, they were stunned by the sight of Conrad, who had been turned into a donut by a wood attack, causing Leon to crash out. When he charged towards the dying body, the surrounding enemies split themselves up and cornered him, restricting his movements. He understood that there was only one cloaked psycho on him while 2 were on Karen, meaning the wiped out ones on the ground were from the weird senior knights before he was Ringaku'd. Unfortunately for the loser, he had no time to think about the wounded fighter, as his op was extremely strong, which Elsid confirmed. Suddenly, the heretic began to cast a Russian spell, firing a blue fog that was supposed to give Leon a lavish death. Elsid discovered that the mysterious creep with a hideous smile was a summoner, which meant Malice had 2 types of weirdos, the ones who turned themselves into more hideous monsters, and the fools who were dumb enough to summon other hideous monsters, including the creep in front of them. When the hooded weirdo continued to gloat, Leon grabbed his holy sword and prepared to attack, causing the enemy to laugh because he believed there was no way Leon could harm his astral monster. However, the creep was forced to eat his own words as Leon easily destroyed his blue tentacles. After he used another Russian spell in a desperate attempt to stop Leon, he was once again thwarted by the holy sword, allowing the wannabe hero to turn his opponent into a Cape Kebab. While Leon drove his weapon through the cloaked freak's heart, the enemy assumed his regeneration could save him. However, he was dumbfounded to see it didn't work, leading to his demise as he discovered there was something special about the hideous adventurer before him. Upon defeating his own op, Leon approached Karen, who had eradicated her own share as well, yet she was upset because she hadn't done it as fast as the wannabe hero. Suddenly they remembered the wounded cornball in the corner and rushed towards him, where they spotted a bloody red-haired donut with a funny British accent. After the others asked how much longer he had left because his aura most definitely couldn't handle that level of bleeding, Conrad informed them that he'd be gone in an hour or less, meaning their group would be reduced significantly. Leon assessed his options and requested for help from Elsid as he tugged upon his sword, surprising the others. Instantly, he began to cast a special spell that made everything glow gold, shocking Conrad even further because something seemed to be happening. With the power of plot armor, Leon successfully healed the wounded senior knight, astounding the old fart, who thought he had pulled up a bizarre magic trick. He assumed Leon was a church cardinal, which was why Cesare trusted him, and the sewer adventurer was unable to deny it, causing the allegations on his head to pile up. After the senile victim promised to keep his secret safe, the baddie adventurer stepped in to cut the conversation short and offered to give Conrad potions while she led Leon away. When she was finally alone with the wannabe hero, she pinned him to the wall like a dummy mommy, surprising the rookie, which probably made his wood stand. She then began to interrogate him, confirming he was indeed a cardinal, yet Leon denied it, claiming the wounded knight was loony. Karen tried to rephrase the question and get the truth from the adventurer, assuring him that her goddess bod with huge milkers always got an answer, but Leon was a better man than we are, resisting the Dami Mommy as he stood strong and hid his identity. When Leon changed topics and asked where they were headed to next, Karen informed him not to worry because he was in for a surprise where she was leading him. Upon getting to a nearby corner, they came across the psycho elf and the human skunk, who had wiped out all the heretical losers in their path, forcing even their own teammates to feel pity for the ops. The adventurer pair informed the other group members that their useless knight friend was out of action and recovering for a bit, so they needed to go forward with what they had, including the coffin keeper, who couldn't get along with anybody. Before moving any further, the group chose their positions, with Cesare taking the vanguard because he could resist the voodoo. While the others occupied the middle, Leon was placed at the back to act as a trump card with his ultimate ability, Plot Armor Merchant. After Khan laughed at their trump card being a scrawny C-rank weakling like the wannabe hero, he asked what the coffin keeper would be up to, which the team left to chance because they didn't want to deal with his gloomy energy. Upon getting confirmation from the adventurer duo that he was useful when needed, the group decided to proceed forward in a race against time to stop the heretics. Suddenly they arrived at a dark portal with spooky energy, even worse than the gloomy bozo in their group. After casting a special divine protection on himself, Cesare took the lead and charged into the creepy portal, forcing the others to come in as well. They had entered a very spooky darkness that nullified all their senses, but eventually they were back out in the malice tunnels, where they discovered they had been lured into a trap. In front of them, a clearly different hooded weirdo appeared, whining about waiting for too long before the so-called elite group arrived. He then welcomed them to his special chambers, revealing a sign on his head that showed the wrinkly elf he was an evangelist. Elsid explained that there were multiple ranks amongst malice, and the one on par with a bishop like Cesare was the evangelist, making the hooded freak a certainly tough op. The weirdo instantly began to speak like the heretical maniac he was, declaring that the ritual was complete and his true god could arrive, confusing the group, who wondered what loony bin he had escaped from. When Khan asked what he meant by the completion of the ritual since the city eater hadn't arrived, the psychopath only said more confusing gibberish, forcing Leon to ask for answers from Elsid. The nagging sword explained that the ritual was similar to fishing, so the city eater was yet to grab the bait and get pulled into the world, meaning they had about an hour left or less to wipe out the malice forces and prevent their ultimate demise. Immediately, Leon called onto the bishop and demanded he make the first move. Cesare then casted a divine spell that put a bright holy light over the ops, causing them to scream in agony. Elsid analyzed that he had fused aura with sacred arts, making it less effective than his own sun aura, yet it could stop the heretical lunatics from summoning support. When the elite group commenced their attack, they managed to easily wipe out most of the underlings, leaving only the evangelist and the altar, which needed to be destroyed for the ritual to come to an end. Suddenly, the hideous floor boss spawned some monsters, surprising the yapping sword, who realized they were only incomplete chimera he needed to buy time for the ritual. Although the beasts would end up self-destructing, Leon wondered how long he had till the summoning finally took place. Meanwhile, the other members of the squad continued to battle against the non-purpose characters, who seemed to be giving them a lot of trouble due to their weird skills. After the bishop informed Leon that they were quickly running out of time and it was becoming a battle against stamina, Leon wondered what special trick he could use besides going all out with the holy sword. Elsid had warned him that malice wouldn't stop coming after him if they discovered the hero Regen was alive, so his only chance at using the special holy power was when they were caught off guard. Suddenly, all the members of the group began to have an irritating feeling, which the evangelist confirmed to be the arrival of the city eater. While the heretical loser celebrated the arrival of his so-called god's apostle, Leon and his yapping weapon quickly conjured up a plan that would beat the use of the holy sword and halt the arrival of the great enemy. Elsid explained that the sun and moon were a representation of the goddess, and the group was lucky enough to have people with both those aura. Unfortunately for Malice, those same people were a sacred arts master and the special hero, making it even worse. He then presented the sewer adventurer with a scripture, asking him to read it, which he instantly began to do. After Leon recited the special verse, which Cesare recognized as the goddess's scripture, the group noticed another sphere on the roof, creating a warm light that comforted the non-maniacs. Upon the completion of the ritual, a special sanctuary was formed, wiping out the lesser heretics who nearly burnt to a crisp. With their ops on ropes, the elite frauds decided to go all out against their nerfed opponents, easily smashing through them, which angered the evangelist. Suddenly, the lunatic snapped his finger, causing his minions to disintegrate and flow into him like a megazord. Before any of the frauds could react, he had turned into a humongous demon, aura farming as he flexed on the clueless group, who didn't know what to do. While Leon and Elsid discussed how long the sanctuary could keep the city eater away, Cesare and Khan charged at the humongous Walmart demon, giving it their strongest attacks. However, the beast easily tanked it and sent them packing with a single attack. The sewer adventurer then began to wonder if his holy sword could actually defeat the monster in one swing and put the gruesome battle to an end. After the humongous monster celebrated his ridiculous strength, beating the elite duo so badly they couldn't get up, Leon wondered what could actually be phoned to stop a monster of its nature, who seemed to have endless power. He then rushed over to Karen, who had taken a stray hit and was wounded on the ground. She informed him that neither her nor the spooky shadow could do anything against the freak in front of them, so they couldn't be of use. After checking out her stats once more, Leon discovered a unique skill in the baddie's artillery, called Shadow Walk. He thought up a plan to sneak behind the freak and destroy the altar without him noticing, but Karen couldn't tell how that would work without teleportation. Suddenly the wannabe hero confronted her with her secret as the coffin keeper, completely shocking the baddie, who couldn't believe she'd been found out. Initially she stepped back and looked like she was about to aura farm, but out of nowhere she started blushing, asking the noob how long he had her found out. After he accused her of possibly killing him if she knew he found out, she confirmed it, teasing him once more with her goddess body. Meanwhile, at the other side of the battlefield, the human skunk motivated the wrinkly elf to get up and stop being a complete waste of space on the ground. Back in the thick of the action, Leon and Karen had moved to a hidden corner where she would stop to buy him time and allow him sneak behind the monster. After Leon stated he didn't want the baddie adventurer to die, she began to blush, opening the Shadow Walk technique, a special black shadow that allowed whoever was in it to cut through space like it was teleportation. While the monster continued to bully the other members of the so-called elite group, the sewer adventurer popped up behind him, revealing a glowing orb which Elsa had confirmed to be the essence of life, which was meant to attract the monster. Unfortunately for Leon, before he could charge up and destroy the red ball of doom, one of the demon's arms had pierced through his chest, causing both the bishop and his nagging sword to scream out in shock. After the monster picked up Leon like a dead rodent, causing panic amongst the members of the group, it told the others that they were set to join Leon in death, because there was nothing else they could do to stop him. Meanwhile, in his subconscious, Leon began to wonder if he was truly going to die a loser who hadn't done anything significant in his life. Upon remembering his promise to conquer the Forbidden Lands with Elsid, his inner plot armor ability began to shake rapidly, reminding him that he was the main character and the otaku who wrote this story certainly wasn't ready to stop yet. Suddenly, Leon's eyes began to glow yellow as he cut through the demon arm that had gripped through his chest, surprising the monster. Although Leon hadn't thought of a plan of attack yet, he knew plot armor would definitely come in clutch, which made him stand strong, impressing his master. After the fake demon laughed, taunting the wannabe hero for not taking the easy route out and dying like a good boy, he started a barrage of attacks which was meant to completely destroy the loser. However, Roderick locked in and possessed Leon, filling him with an extra coat of plot armor that allowed him use a special move from the holy hero. Out of the blue, Leon appeared behind the fake demon, astonishing him as he cut off his head and had him choked up on the ground. While the monster lamented on the ground, whining about being turned into a headless yapper, he attempted to regenerate his body, yet it failed, allowing the wannabe hero aura farm as he teased the monster for not dying instantly. After getting his get back, Leon began to rage bait the beast, forcing it to transfer its consciousness to its headless body, which made it look like that one mutant spider from TMNT. It continued to crash out, threatening that Leon's blood wasn't a good enough repayment for the embarrassment he suffered, but Leon couldn't care less as he charged towards the monster and landed another 7 chariot attack, stopping the fake demon's regeneration yet again. When the crash-out demon finally lost it, he thought about going boom and taking itself out with the wannabe hero. Yet Leon only went a step further and charged his attack to the max, unleashing an even brighter sword, which allowed him hit an ultimate move, 7 chariot attack on the fake demon and the essence of life, destroying them both, which created a mini explosion. While the City Eater portal self-destructed, it dragged in the trash evangelist with itself, feeding the fake demon to the monster, which was prevented from being transported to their world. After the battle was done, the hero duo separated, causing Leon to drop to his knees in pain, because of course there's a large hole somewhere in his heart. When the useless elf spotted him, he rushed to the spot and healed the wannabe hero, thanking his stars that he had finally done something useful for the first time in like 10 chapters. While Leon continued to heal, the most useless elite group known to man continued to bombard him with questions, asking the most unnecessary stuff. Trash like them didn't need to know. The sewer adventurer explained that the ritual had ended, and the City Eater was fed with the evangelist, so they had no need to worry. Upon finishing his report, the kid crashed down to rest, pleasing his master, who was grateful he wasn't anything like the other useless party members. Suddenly the space around them began to destroy just like its master, so the group was forced to make a quick retreat. Sadly, they still had to go back and get the worthless senior knight, who had only made a fool of himself on the mission. Meanwhile, in heaven, Roderick continued his conversation with the mysterious person, celebrating their close escape. He explained that a city-eating monster was definitely tough, and his stupid partner should have come down as well to help, because their mission would be a bust if the wannabe hero died. After coming to the conclusion that they were simply lucky nothing bad happened, the pair agreed to face punishments, including Roderick leaving Leon alone for a period of time. Back on the mortal plane, the sewer adventurer finally woke up after a long rest in a majestic hospital. Before he could wonder what was going on, his body went completely haywire, causing him to scream in agony as his mind finally cleared up. He remembered the gruesome final battle and how he had barely managed to survive. He then called out to Elcid, but in a shocking twist, the nagging sword refused to come out. Instead, a preset recording popped up, congratulating the loser for not dying and teasing him for needing his help. He then informed Leon that he couldn't be of help for 1 month because he had forcefully released himself, meaning Leon had to live life without a nagging guardian for a while. He advised the kid to learn how to use an aura weapon before he returned, and also practice the Grand Chariot, since he had already seen how it was done. Upon hearing the special move, Leon wondered how overpowered he would be if he was no longer C-rank trash, because it was extremely cool seeing the ability which made him feel like a top-tier warrior. After commending the wannabe hero for his good work, the nagging weapon said peace and exited the scene, leaving Leon to resonate with his newfound peace. While alone, the sewer adventurer continued to fantasize about how powerful the chariot ability was and how sensational it felt to use it. He understood that it was the peak of his powers, so he needed to strive towards it. As Leon began to finally think about life without the troublesome guardian over his shoulder, the useless elf arrived, surprised that the kid was already awake. When Leon asked how long he had been out for, the bishop informed him that the mission was over 3 days ago. The abominations crashed immediately with the base. However, numerous adventurers already died, making it hard to celebrate their victory. He explained that they were able to thwart malice, and he had done proper research on the ridiculous heretical art that summoned the beast, all thanks to the wannabe hero who came in clutch. He then made it clear to Leon that he was aware of the second coming of Roderick, surprising the sewer adventurer who realized that the jig was up. The useless elf informed Leon that he had already been suspicious of the kid since they began the mission, which made sense to the wannabe hero since the old fart was an iron-chained knight, giving him an insight on things like that. There was also the fact that the elf had probably witnessed the dinosaurs, so seeing a C-rank bottom feeder like him slash through heretical arts so easily was definitely a red flag. While Leon felt ashamed of being caught, the bishop commended him for putting his life on the line and saving them all despite the odds. He acknowledged Roderick as the goat of all heroes, so seeing the Grand Chariot was definitely one of the best experiences of his never-ending mediocre life. After the morons were done with the glaze session, Leon reminded Cesare of the sword from inside the Malice Labyrinth, which the elf apparently couldn't find. Suddenly, Leon summoned the sword, forcing the wrinkly old elf to get on his knees and plead for not acknowledging the great power of the goddess who was in front of him. When the long-eared priest asked his partner whether he intended on keeping his identity hidden, Leon affirmed it, explaining that he was still too trash and immature to handle the burden that was meant to be placed on his head. After Leon promised to reveal himself in due time, the bishop agreed to keep his secret, but only at the expense of telling one person. He requested to inform the priestess who was yet to be installed, and Leon was perfectly fine with it, wondering what the worst could be if just one more person knew. Just then, someone else knocked on the door, causing Leon to panic that their discussion might have been overheard, but Cesare assured him that there was nothing to be worried about because they had a soundproof spell. When the pair told the visitor to come in, Karen appeared at the door, looking even more like a baddie than ever before. While she walked in complaining about the atmosphere and how she was being looked at, Leon wondered if she remembered his verbal contract to keep her own secret. He assumed it was definitely a bad time for her to come because the useless elf was in the room, but fortunately, he had her own secret as well, shocking Leon once more. The bishop explained that he had traced their auras and figured it out, so the strange assassin definitely wasn't slick with hiding her secret. When Leon asked if he was in trouble for keeping in a slum boss's identity, Cesare informed him that he was perfectly fine with it because she had stuck with them till the end and wasn't completely useless like the human skunk and the senior knight bozo. While the pair enjoyed their conversation, Karen hopped in and teased that they were probably planning an execution date for her. Instead, the old fart decided to ask for her story, requesting an explanation for what she turned out to be, a two-faced baddie adventurer and killer assassin. Suddenly, she began to narrate a story about how she was amongst the most hated class in the world, orphans, causing her to be isolated like trash from the rest. She had no home or parents to love her, and there was nobody who could see her baddie potential, so she was left completely isolated in the slums. Randomly, a creep saved her from her terrible life and instead dragged her into a life of assassination, which turned her into a complete problem for society. She succeeded in many assassination missions, and was so badass she was given the nickname Coffin Keeper, causing the association she was in to grow larger in power and stature. Eventually, she rose to the top and got bored, leading to her killing her master and becoming her association's leader, which cemented her identity as one of the 3 great slum powers. Fortunately for her enemies, she got tired of the lame gig and hated the Coffin Keeper gimmick, so she rid the organization of garbage and saved a few orphans before becoming a baddie adventurer who instantly rose up to A rank. After narrating her story, Karen pleaded with the bishop to forgive her because she didn't want to become a fugitive and hoped that her contribution to their insane mission would at least reduce her punishment for being a criminal. Upon thinking about it for a while, the useless elf once again ducked his responsibility and shifted it to Leon, causing him to panic under pressure. The sewer adventurer assessed her predicament and remembered how awesome it was working with her, so he determined that he didn't have the right to judge her, and instead gave her two possible outcomes. When she asked why an insignificant C-rank trash like him was responsible for her verdict, Leon wondered whether it was alright to tell her his secret as well, which Sasori eventually confirmed. He then revealed his identity as the hero one more time, amazing Karen as he informed her of her two possible options for a penalty. Some days later, after he was discharged, Leon proceeded to the guild, where he appreciated the guildmaster for his help, and held a conversation which seemed to be him quitting life as an adventurer. While he exited the building, he was approached by the baddie adventurer who complimented his clean trim. She asked what he had discussed with the guildmaster, and the moron openly admitted to rejecting both A-rank status plus a meeting with the lord of the town, causing Karen to look at him like the idiot he was. When Karen accused him of being a moron for rejecting the offer of a lifetime, the sewer adventurer explained that accepting them would only reveal him to the greater heretical forces he couldn't handle at that moment, so it was best he remained on the low till he was finally competent enough to actually be addressed as the great hero. She instantly remembered his offer, which requested that she become his partner. After asking for some time to think about it, the pair walked through a meadow where she planned to give her response to the crazy offer. When Leon asked if she had made up her mind, Karen explained that his offer was similar to asking if she would permanently drop her coffin keeper gimmick. Before she gave him a response, she informed him that she was totally nonchalant about the people she had killed, as it was a necessary action for a product of the slums like her. She also stated that she didn't want there to be any more losers like her, so if he granted her one wish, she would become his bitch for eternity. After hearing the request, the sewer adventurer remembered the words of the hero Elcid. Leon agreed to accept her offer, and picked up her hand, accepting her as his aide, till his time as a hero was up. Some moments later, the pair sat beneath the tree, where Leon asked about the human skunk. Karen informed him that the useless mafia boss had run away immediately after the mission, taking all his assets and the clown patrol with him. He was so fast with his escape, nobody had a sight of what direction he headed to, which Leon completely understood. If the loser had been caught, he'd be met with the psychopath Iron Chain Knights, who would probably put him in jail or force him into labor. While Leon remembered the funny moments he spent with the weirdo, Karen got up and asked what their next line of action was. After thinking deeply about it, Leon remembered that he was supposed to head to the dangerous Titan range with Elcid if he became a Brank, but he still had 100 days left to prepare for that. Because the yapping sword was asleep, he had no other option but to turn to the baddie adventurer in front of him, who could do so many amazing things with her aura, which included the aura weapon. Wearing a cheeky smile, he informed Karen that he was in her care, frightening the has-been assassin who felt like somewhere in that statement was a threat. With just under a month till the nagging weapon returned, Leon was totally determined to create a tangible aura and learn the basics for the 7-star chariot before they reunite. The next day at a certain district, a baker generously gifted a slum victim bread, passionately assuring the family that he cared for the people who had suffered. When the mother tried to thank him, he directed her to the church and requested she thank the goddess instead, because she was responsible for all the harvest and his successful business. Upon getting to the church, the slum victims began to pray. However, they were suddenly alarmed by a large thunderous sound coming from the back. At the other end of the church, the wannabe hero and the baddie adventurer were going at it strongly. Although Karen nearly caught the noob off guard, Leon managed to bounce back and caught up to her, impressing the baddie who believed he would be a fine assassin. She expressed that he was pretty good, but was yet to master his techniques, so she charged at him with an afterimage, forcing Leon to use Roderick's vision and predict the real assassin. After he impressed her by seeing through her antics, Karen decided to stop fooling around, and tried a different mirage this time, messing up Leon's vision and breaking through his defenses, which granted her the victory. She laughed at the fact that she had beaten him over 100 times already, which seemed to be nothing but fun and games for her. She also explained that aura was meant to fit individual strengths, so there was no way a loser like him could match up to her in open space like the field. The wannabe hero suddenly began to whine about being trash in comparison to a woman who wasn't going all out, meaning there was a huge power gap between them. When he asked what she felt about his performance, she said it was meh, nearly upsetting the kid who thought he was improving. She then decided to lie to him that he was doing fine and was definitely more skilled than most B ranks, so he wouldn't stop sulking. After he asked about aura weapons, Karen explained that although some could destroy borders and cut through steel, they were totally useless without a skilled adventurer, so he was definitely doing fine without one. She began to analyze him and informed him that he had good fundamentals and a decent sight that couldn't be tricked, but besides that he was complete garbage. He couldn't trick his enemies, and he didn't have anything up his sleeves, so his former teacher was definitely an absurd monster, which seemed to be affecting his arsenal. After suggesting that he learn to put more tricks up his sleeve, she told him that training was over for the day as it was time to finally get his aura weapon. While she continued to explain the fundamentals of aura, she informed him that it was dependent on the nature of the user, meaning the user's experience mattered a lot. Although some people would stay in a situation and fight, cowards like the human skunk would run. Both that would not determine whether or not the individual was a good guy or bad guy. She explained that training aura was simply just increasing your strength and improving your abilities depending on what type of person you are. She informed him that people with the fire attribute would naturally be scum and fight around. However, others like her with the shadow attribute would just go on different missions. She then asked him what he believed the sun attribute would require, since it was one that symbolizes the goddess. After thinking about it for a while, Leon understood that light removed darkness, yet that answer seemed too trash to him, so he continued to think about it. Suddenly it occurred to him that his body was overflowing with hot aura like lava, so he started to concentrate, and he began to summon a low-budget Rasengan on his left hand. Upon locking in, he managed to create a huge ball of light on his arm, which seemed to impress the baddie adventurer. Unfortunately for him, it exploded in his hand, causing him to feel severe pain as Karen comforted him. He remembered how it felt using Elsid's power, so he finally had an idea of how tough it was to use tangible aura. When the has-been assassin commended him for being able to emit light, she explained that he was getting closer to creating an aura weapon, and all he needed to do was make it bigger and stable so it would be complete. From my experience, it was like pulling out the veins in your body like a maniac, and the aura weapons consumed a lot of power, making it difficult. Suddenly, the useless elf bishop appeared, giving them an idea with his own experience with aura. After Leon confirmed that he was done with his patrol, the upset elf whined about the pair destroying some facilities, which meant they had to pay. Leaving that aside, he presented a letter from the Saintess, reminding Leon there was a coronation ceremony. In what seemed to be a Walmart Antarctica, a bright yellow light glowed from inside a facility, amazing a bunch of church weirdos who couldn't believe what they were seeing. They began to glaze everything she did, stating that she was the strongest saintess who would support the soldiers. They explained that 300 years ago, the great hero Roderick and the first saintess realized that they were complete trash on their journey, so she prayed, and suddenly plot armor kicked in, blessing her with a special power that could make her defeat evil. Eventually, they went through a long arc that nobody cares about, and the strongest saintess became a super soldier, which was the goal of every saintess after her. Finally, the saintess was tasked with her last test, which was to prepare for battle. As she wore her glorious armor, she grabbed onto the mace planted in the ground in front of her, and pulled it out, surprising all the weirdos who couldn't believe she was that strong. Once again, they began to glaze her endlessly, declaring that she was the next great saintess named Elahan. Upon getting to the bottom of the mountain, the new saintess began to fantasize about the wannabe hero glazing him endlessly, even though she had no idea what the loser looked like. She understood that although there was still a year until the oracle, he was still actively doing important things while she was being garbage. With her heart filled with determination, she promised to become a useful partner, unlike the worthless elf bishop. She then swung her mace to the back and slammed it on the floor like a low-budget Thor, completely shattering the mountains in front of her, surprising the weirdos who witnessed it. Like a hopeless romantic, she began to fantasize about the wannabe hero, assuring him that she would become a worthy partner. After Cesare completed reading the letter to the sewer adventurer, he was frightened stiff, wondering what sort of freak and trouble were headed his way. He asked the bishop what type of person Elahan was, and the old fart explained that she was an extremely talented individual who would definitely be a great help. While Leon thought about his future with the others, he realized he needed to become stronger as well, and requested the worthless elf to give him an idea on how to use his aura weapon, surprising the two people in the room who felt it was an insult asking an aura user about their skill. Karen lamented that it was wrong to do so because it was similar to asking for their weakness. However, Cesare had no issue with it, agreeing to tell Leon his method. He explained that he used the forms of the moon to gauge his weapon, which made them seem like transformers. While the wannabe thought about what he had heard, he came to a discovery that he could try something different, using the eclipse of the sun, which would help him amass a lot of power. When the bishop discovered that Leon had made a realization, he followed him to an open field where they were set to practice Leon's aura weapon. Before long, they commenced their battle as both warriors charged up their weapons. After the worthless elf swung his weapon at Leon, the noob deflected the sword, bouncing it away, which made it destroy a huge portion of the ground. The sewer adventurer realized that he had not gotten into the zone, and was sure that the elf's weapon would most likely eliminate him if he kept on fooling around. When Cesare fired a straightforward attack, Leon dodged it and charged straight at him, thinking he had escaped the blast. However, he was tricked by the useless bishop who surrounded him with the chains and had him trapped. Suddenly, he locked in and tapped into the sun aura, allowing him to achieve a technique called the Sword of the Eclipse. He began to compress his aura on a sword, imitating Roderick's 7-star chariot, as his eyes began to glow yellow. With the power of an eclipse over his sword, Leon instantly cut through the flail and its chains, surprising the worthless elf who could not believe his eyes. While the old man praised him, Leon explained that the technique was still incomplete, and he was just using a temporary method. However, he was still very proud that he had come up with a trump card to beat his opponent. Unfortunately for the bishop, Leon had mastered his skill at the expense of his prized possession. Suddenly, Karen arrived with a guest for the wannabe hero, who turned out to be Rise, the obsessed receptionist. Some moments later, the group was sat around a table where the receptionist spoke to Leon, asking how he was, and offering him a special potion. She also handed over a gift from the Lord, which happened to be an interdimensional bracelet that could hold a decent amount of things. After the baddie adventurer complained about how expensive the item was, she informed them that she possessed one as well in her earrings, which helped her store all her daggers. When Leon put on the bracelet, he opened a pocket dimension and stored his potion, which seemed to be very convenient for him. Finally, the receptionist explained that she was also there to promote the sewer adventurer to B rank, because he had everything required. She then requested he show her his aura weapon to complete the process. Before displaying it, Leon was disappointed that Elcid wouldn't be there to witness it. After he used his Sword of the Eclipse, Rise handed over his B rank symbol, causing the rest of the group to celebrate with him. Before she left, she informed him that a request had come in, which he asked for, involving being a top escort going up the dangerous Titan range. She told him that they would be leaving soon and she had reserved him a single spot, upsetting Karen, who wanted to tag along. After the obsessed receptionist left, Leon continued to train, awaiting the day of his journey, which would determine his future. The next day, Leon sparred with the baddie adventurer, who once again seemed to be bullying him. As he continued to struggle, he realized that there was more to tracking his opponent than his special sight, so he tried out different other senses, which led to him spotting Karen out of thin air. Upon successfully tracking the has-been assassin, Leon thanked her for developing him so much, and began to wonder how much stronger he could get. Just then, the bishop arrived, informing him that they had set up a meeting with the merchant for his mission, which wasn't far away. The next day, the baddie adventurer and the wannabe hero headed off to the camp where they were set to have their meeting. Upon getting to the camp, Leon was welcomed by the head merchant, Arnold, who confirmed that he was sent from the guild. They shook hands and analyzed each other's grip like a bunch of weirdos, disgusting Karen, who thought it was weird. After getting another chair, the group commenced their meeting, discussing the arrangements for their trip to the Titan range. Arnold explained that he was broke as hell, so he couldn't afford another escort, which Leon suggested. However, when Leon proposed getting an A rank to toughen up their defenses, the old man began to reconsider. Although he was reluctant because he believed it would be too expensive for a rip-off Mr. Krabs like himself, Leon introduced Karen to him, surprising the man who couldn't believe the baddie was that strong. When she confirmed that she would take a cheap rate because she was only in it for Leon, the stingy merchant instantly accepted her contract and apologized for not treating her with enough respect sooner. While the adventurer pair left his tent, the head merchant promised to take care of all their minor provisions and feeding so they could be rest assured, amusing Leon, who thought it was too much. As Leon and his baddie continued to talk outside, he spotted some hideous steroid addicts in the camp, which Karen explained to be mercenaries. She teased him, thinking it was his first time seeing hairless douchebags like them, but Leon explained that he already had an eye full of the glorified murderers back at the battle against the heretics. When he whined about their creepy stares, the baddie informed him that mercenaries were low-key fascist, so they hated adventurers and believed they were way better. Later that evening, the wannabe hero stood atop a hill and wondered if he was going to truly leave the city of Blaine for good. He remembered how he had ditched his academy long ago and pondered if he would come back, which seemed to be unlikely. Suddenly, he had a flush of flashbacks reminding him of his crazy adventures in the bizarre city, which were some of the best moments of his life that he wouldn't forget. He intended to leave after Elcid had returned with his nagging, but he didn't want to miss what could possibly be his only opportunity at getting to the Titan range. He also wanted to prove to the yapping weapon that he wasn't complete trash that could only depend on him, so it was a must for him to go. After informing the church of their journey, the adventurer pair received blessings from the useless elf, who would definitely miss the problematic duo. He thanked Leon for saving the city from the heretical maniacs and presented him with a gift that was apparently overpowered as well. The divine necklace that he had been given could be used to recover and summon the Holy Sword. However, its biggest advantage was the ability to summon the Holy Iron Chain Knights, which amazed Leon. The bishop explained that it had only one use, so Leon had to save it for the right time and not abuse it. The next day, the adventurer pair was offered a grand breakfast by the head merchant, confusing the wannabe hero, who thought it was too much. While he whined about being overpowered, Karen had the time of her life, explaining to Leon that from that point on, things would get a lot more troublesome for them. With his heart full of determination, the sewer adventurer was fully ready to go after all his ops and continue on his path as the next great hero of the world. The duo set off together in a magic carriage. While riding, Leon noticed that they were covering distance much faster than he anticipated. Karen then explained that this was because the carriage was making use of weight-minimizing magic while it was being pulled by 2 horses, which was a very common and cheap option. However, she also explained that they would have to disable the magic when they reached rougher terrains like the Titan mountain range, because the carriage had weak shock absorption, so they had to save as much time as they could right now. When the group decided to set up camp for the night, Leon readied to step out, while Karen said she would stay back in and plop down on the floor for a nap. She told Leon to let her know if anything happens. Leon stepped out alone and noted how the whole carriage moved as one fluid body, preparing and taking care of itself. Just then he sighted the band of mercenaries again, and this time they confronted him and were mocking him for acting all high and mighty because he was accompanying an A-rank hero. Not backing down, he fired back at them for cornering him when he was alone, calling them cowards and jealous of what he had accomplished. Things were getting heated up when, out of nowhere, Karen appeared, surprising everyone, and said Leon would have to prove his worth with his skills through a sparring match. One of the mercenaries stood up to the challenge and agreed to spar with Leon, provided Karen mediates fairly. Leon, on the other hand, was a bit surprised that everything planned out just like Karen had predicted, that to have a firm standing, you have to prove yourself through displays of skill and strength. With growing certainty, he mustered up courage for the coming mock battle, stating there was no way he would lose to some B-rank mercenaries. In that same moment, Karen had already set up a booming stand where bets were flying in, some placed on Leon, others on the mercenary. She asked the merchant who his money was on, and he not so subtly gave Leon the thumbs up. With all the commotion and betting, a fairly large crowd had gathered to watch the spar which was about to begin. Representing the mercenary with one of the worst nicknames out there was Hansen, the Iron Toenail. Karen made a rundown of the rules one more time, that no foul play should be done, and with that all said and done, the mock battle kicked off. Instantly Hansen, the Iron Toenail, went into a defensive stance with his spear and shield. Leon noted that a B rank using a shield was rare, and Toenail Man's shield over there looked even more suspicious because it seemed to have some silver scratches that were gleaming in the light. Leon pointed out that his shield didn't look ordinary, and Toenail Man just spilled it all out that he got this special shield from a dwarf he helped, and it was crafted with a special alloy called mithril. Leon, looking confused, asked if it was okay to reveal all this, and Toenail Man said with or without this knowledge, it won't change the outcome. Leon smirked at being looked down upon, and with an attacking stance, swore to make him regret that. With a dash, Leon covered the gap between him and Hansen, and with a downward swing went in for the attack. Hansen blocked with his shield and thought to himself in surprise how much power the attack had. He counterattacked with multiple thrusts, which Leon had a hard time defending completely. Leon knew that if he used his Eclipse attack, he could cut down Toenail Man's shield, but he couldn't guarantee the shield would be the only thing that would get cut down. He decided to switch to a different tactic, where he lowered his stance, and with a flash, rushed in and broke Hansen's guard with a kick, and went in for a strike, shocking Hansen, who had thought Leon was a traditional swordsman. In an instant, Leon moved to his back instead, and swept him off his feet with his sword, and in definitive victory pointed his sword directly at the face of the fallen Hansen. Leon had won this bout, and Karen was grinning from ear to ear because Leon had copied a technique she used. Leon wondered what Elsad would have thought if he had seen play assassin, and then decided it would be a good idea to always have some tricks up his sleeves for when he's in trouble. Besides, only Roderick can fight clean and straight. After Hansen's loss, the other mercenaries looked like they wanted to make matters worse, but just then, a big jacked up bald man stepped in and prevented any further challenges. He introduced himself as Gustav, the leader of the Iron Toenail mercenary group, and acknowledged Leon's strength as a B-rank hero, surprisingly making the other mercenaries submit and confess that they weren't jealous of his skill, but of them still being B-rank at the age they were in. They were also upset Leon got the chance to ride the carriage with Karen, a total baddie, while they had to bundle together in a different carriage. With tears streaming down their faces, they apologized, and Leon, being the wannabe hero he was, shone like light in their eyes as he stretched out his hands to shake them in forgiveness and a bid to become friends. Gustav swore his indebtedness to Leon, who nervously said it wasn't that big of a deal. Later that night, the mercenary band and Leon bonded over drinks and campfire. The next morning, Leon was hungover and bedridden over the amount of drinks he had, causing Karen to laugh at him for being a lightweight. Going forward, the atmosphere in the merchant camp improved greatly, and although Leon made no money, he picked up some tips on how to handle mountain orcs, seeing as he could encounter one at any moment. It was during one of these conversations that a question was thrown to him, asking what was his relationship with Karen, the baddie adventurer. Leon was teased with the question, what was his relationship with Karen, from the mercenaries, and in a nervous bid to play it off, acted like he had no idea what they were talking about, but that didn't stop them from theorizing and making assumptions about intimacy. He anxiously tried to shut down their thoughts when a mercenary named Hamel, who was a former ranger, pointed out that perhaps it was intimacy between a junior and senior, seeing as Leon copied her move in the sparring match, and they lacked formal hierarchy in how they interacted with each other. Leon immediately clarified that he and Karen became close after taking on a mission together, and that seemed to subdue the mercenaries for a while. As Leon walked off, he thought to himself that from the point of view of the mercenaries, it looked like he was being carried by an A-rank adventurer through the mission, and that made him feel like a pimp, hiding behind a girl. Clenching his fist and thinking hard, he thought of how best to change this narrative, and decided that the best option would be to use his spare time when he's off the carriage to train and spar, and at that moment no other person came to his mind to spar with than the leader of the Iron Toenail group, Gustav. A thunderous strike could be heard, and as the other mercenaries gathered around, Leon could be seen huffing and puffing as he just took the full brunt of Gustav's attack head-on, and was still even though he looked dazed and worn. When Gustav was impressed that he took his attack head-on instead of dodging, Leon remarked that he barely blocked the attack, and that it wouldn't have mattered in an actual battle because the baldy would have ended the battle in the next strike. The mercenary boss then laughed, finding Leon more likable as he got to know him better, and agreed to spar with him anytime he wanted, because fighting a strong opponent would help both of them grow stronger. As they prepared to move again, Gustav warned Leon that they were about to enter the forest, where loud noises would attract a large horde of monsters. He explained to Leon the anatomy of the trolls who reside in the forest, that they were 4 to 5 meters tall creatures who could skillfully climb trees despite their size and build. They also attack in groups and use lesser creatures like orcs as their minions. Leon noted this wasn't taught at the academy, and could only be learnt through first-hand experience. The merchant and his convoy finally entered the forest, leaving the boring plains behind. Though Leon was on high alert, Karen told him to rest up and recover from his spar with the hairless mercenary, predicting that the monsters won't attack until dawn or the following day. Leon had barely gotten any chance to rest when Karen sensed something amiss and called out to him. At that same instant, a mercenary standing guard atop a carriage noticed what Karen sensed and shot an arrow into the sky, which exploded into illuminating fragments, bringing into light the group of trolls that had ambushed them. In perfect sync, Karen and Leon jumped out of the carriage and into the night to face the ambush. Chaos erupted as the ambush struck the group, causing Karen and Leon to jump out of the carriage and into the battle ready for action. But to Leon's surprise, this battle was far different from every other he had experienced on his solo encounters as a wannabe hero, because instead of freestyling his tactics to destroy his enemies, he had to fight together with others, making it a whole different strategy. Gustav noticed the wannabe hero standing like a deer in the headlights, and while facepalming at the randomness of it all, screamed at him, which was enough to jolt Leon out of his stupor. He quickly slayed a couple trolls, noting that he had grown stronger because of how easy it was for him to defeat the monsters compared to when he fought goblins with Elcid some time ago. On the other hand, the mercenaries were moving like a well-oiled machine, as their archers took down trolls in the trees while the rear was being defended well. Gustav held the spotlight as he handled his longsword with the skill and versatility of a professional that he was. Meanwhile, Leon was busy bumping into every free mercenary he could find, which definitely required skill that couldn't be replicated easily. After he realized how badly he sucked, he took a step back and concentrated on being aware of everyone's personal range by maintaining his aura sense and how to move effectively through open spaces. Finally, he was able to take down a string of trolls without bumping into anyone. Soon after, the last of the trolls were wiped out by Gustav, and after making sure no one was hurt or injured, the recon squad set up while the remainder of the troops returned to the carriage to rest. Leon was about to retire too for the night when Gustav beckoned for him to stay behind for a different sort of job. Leon looked confused and asked what sort of job, and while smirking, the baldy revealed that it was a troll hunt. Karen was already aware of this sort of thing, and Gustav explained that he had already gotten permission from the head merchant to hunt some trolls. He also explained that Karen, being an A-rank adventurer, would have to sit it out because the troll would sense her strength and instantly run away. Karen pretended she was upset about this but couldn't really care less, and asked Leon if he wanted to do it. She suggested that it would be a good chance to fight against one. So Leon dwelled on this and figured that since he couldn't use the purification when fighting fragile humans, that it would definitely work against monsters with abilities. When the mercenaries requested Karen help them set up, she agreed to the whole thing under one condition, which was for Leon to get a chance to fight a troll, one-on-one. Karen said Leon fighting a troll one-on-one was the only condition that had to be met for her to follow the plan. Gustav set up, and that if he defeated the troll, Leon gets to take the pay for it. The baldy had no complaints about this, so they set off. 4 days had gone by with them in the forest, and Leon commented on how they have had to deal with so many different species of monsters coming at them, making it seem very suspicious. He noted that the monsters should at least feel fear and steer clear away from them. He then assumed that the monsters were probably being ordered to attack them by the trolls, and although they were small fries, the best course of action would be to defeat what was controlling them behind the scenes. He continued to talk to Karen, explaining that perhaps the trolls won't do anything more than send them weak monsters. Suddenly, Karen's eyes widened as a boulder almost the size of the carriage struck the ground and crushed one of the mercenaries to death. The mercenary died on impact, and Leon recognized him from his corpse as one of the men he bumped into during the first wave of the troll attack. With his heart filled with cold anger at the sight, Karen called out to everyone to beware, as more boulders were raining from the sky. The whole convoy was in commotion as merchants and workers ran about, trying to dodge the incoming barrage of boulders. Leon screamed for them to get out of harm's way and was still trying to decide if Eclipse could cut the incoming boulders when Gustav leapt into the sky and, in a show of pure strength, sliced a boulder in half. He landed and bellowed like a true leader for the merchants to take cover while his group got into formation. Immediately, everyone's nerves settled a bit, and when a pack of monsters rushed out to attack them, he gave different groups their tasks to complete so they could defeat the trolls. Leon and Karen decided to go to the source of the boulders which were being thrown. As they progressed, Karen was gleaming with joy because she slashed up the small fries that thought it smart to block her way. Soon they reached where the boulders were being thrown from, and found a huge green troll, looking like a Temu Hulk. Suddenly Karen moved to block its escape route, while Leon snuck up to it, and while it hadn't noticed them, used Light of Purification to stun its night-accustomed eyes. He immediately followed up to attack the temporarily blinded troll, but before he could land a critical strike, the troll had begun to attack randomly, swinging wildly, which struck Leon with debris, not letting him deal a finishing blow. Before Leon could come up with a counterattack, he noticed the troll's eyes had already healed due to its crazy regenerative ability. The troll then pulled out a club, which was definitely a random piece of wood that it had hung on its back. Because Leon knew he couldn't take a full-on hit from that club, he had to avoid making a single mistake. The troll swung at him, and although he was a little faster than Leon had anticipated, he knew that to fight back he had to get really close. While dodging multiple attacks, he tried to find a pocket of space to attack the troll, but the troll was proving to be annoying by attacking with one hand and throwing dirt and debris with the other. Stepping back, he decided he had no choice but to use his incomplete technique. He focused his senses in order to use Eclipse, which the troll noticed and tried to end. He fired at him with a swing while he was being distracted, but Leon predicted this and with a clean swing using Eclipse, cut off one of its legs, stopping him in his tracks and leaving him howling on the ground. Before Leon could finish him off, he bolted off the ground and tried running into the forest with his one good leg. Angry and pissed at the thought that this monster would harm innocent people, Leon unleashed a move in anger and turned into Prime Zenitsu. He used Grand Chariot Merak, which was a lightning type of attack, to slay the troll, putting an end to its awful life. After defeating the troll, he lay huffing and puffing, realizing that he couldn't use Grand Chariot Merak more than once at his current stage because it took more aura than Eclipse did to perform. Just then Karen appeared, and with joyous surprise praised Leon. Leon was also pleased with himself because in his thoughts, he couldn't believe how far he had come to be able to defeat such a monster with just his own strength and no one's help. At that moment he passed out, and Karen laid him to rest on her thighs, patting him as she offered to take care of the rest as he rested from the strain. Using that last attack had placed on him, the sewer adventurer was adrift in his subconsciousness and getting comfortable when he realized he had no time to be asleep and relaxing, while his rival, the blonde twink, was definitely getting stronger. He snapped out of his slumber in confusion, realized he was still in a carriage, and was slowly remembering the events of the previous day when his body got flooded with pain from his battle. Laying down back, he noted that he wouldn't heal from his injuries in a day. He was still trembling from the pain when he remembered the holy necklace Cesar had given to him for special situations like this. Placing it close to his heart to make use of the spell, a shining bright light covered him, and after it settled, he noticed all his exhaustion had gone and he felt brand new. From the top of the carriage, Karen's head popped in, asking if it was fine for him to be moving already. Leon explained how well the holy necklace had worked in healing him, and asked how last night's attack had ended. Karen then informed him that the troll hunt was a success, with them defeating more than half of the trolls and capturing 3 out of 4. The last one that escaped was the one Leon had faced, and they were certain that after his encounter with Leon, he would never return back to the forest. They reached where the corpses of 3 trolls were laid, and Karen explained that their bodies were worth approximately 90 gold coin, about 30 gold coins a body, but the one Leon had cut down was split in half, and most of its blood was lost, which was actually a vital ingredient for mages in making potions. Because of this, Leon would get about half the worth of a body, because it wasn't in ideal conditions, which made Karen angry. Just then the head merchant who was in the vicinity called out to them, and thanked the duo for their part in handling the troll situation. Karen assured him that they were just doing their jobs, with Leon asking how many casualties they suffered. The merchant told him it numbered in about 8 dead and 21 injured. Leon was filled with quiet rage at his inability to be stronger and protect those around him. Karen noticed his mood and in a bid to lighten the mood, quickly asked about their payment for the troll. Although the merchant said he would pay full price for the troll even with it being in bad shape, with humility, Karen told him to pay 15 gold coins and told him to not bother haggling over the price. Surprising Leon, who later asked her why she didn't take his offer, she explained that getting a favor from someone meant you would be indebted to them, and she didn't want Leon to have that while she was with him. Leon was looking at her in a different light, till Gustav's bulky arm suddenly came over him, and the mercenary boss, in his Teddy manner, was glad that he recovered fine and well. Sheepishly, he asked Leon about the technique he had used to kill the troll, stating that the cut was unlike any he had seen before, but Leon was quick to be humble, saying it was an incomplete technique, not yet refined. He then asked about his colleagues, and ruffling his head like an elder brother would do to his sibling, Gustav assured him that they were a bit banged up but alright, and he shouldn't think too much about it because they all knew what they were risking when they took on the job. He also stated that Leon should not carry the guilt to the point that he hurts himself. After dropping all this insight, he wandered off and Karen came back to cheer him up. Leon was still thinking back to a conversation he once had with Elsid, when Karen asked him if he had ever heard of the Desert Zone. The Desert Zone was a ruthless, sand-filled land where the sight and thought of rain was almost non-existent. It was a terrible environment for life, overrun with monsters, which was inhabited by weird people who probably had a connection to the Dune franchise in some way. Karen told Leon that the Desert Zone around the border wasn't that big, and that they could get across it by carriage in a week. She explained that it would take 5 days to get to the Desert Zone, and Leon wondered if Elsid would have woken up by then, because it had been over a month since he last heard anything from the annoying weapon, and he kinda missed talking to him. Sometime later when they were out of the forest, Leon was rummaging through his bag when a loud crack of thunder and lightning sounded, and a large voice boomed from Leon's sword. It was Elsid, and he was finally awake from his month-long slumber. Elsid, in his blue blob self, looked down at the shocked Leon and asked if he had forgotten how to fall so soon. Leon said he was just shocked that he showed up so loudly, to which Elsid replied that he too would be loud if he had been forced to sleep for a month. Leon whispered in mock tiredness that he wished he could re-experience the month, and Elsid responded that being his teacher, he should be treated as a king. They made a few more banter, mostly with Elsid undermining Leon as a person. Then he asked, in seriousness, the situation of things over the past month. Elsid was genuinely shocked over the recent situations with Cesare finding out Leon's identity, and Leon being comrades with Karen. He accepted that Karen could be trusted, and she made for a trusty ally that could make up for Leon's weakness in terms of skill and inexperience. Moving on, he asked if Leon had made any solid improvement, and hadn't just been playing like a bum the whole month. Chuckling with confidence, Leon edged him to find out. Snapping his finger, Elsid summoned Leon's stats list, and they both looked in shock as Leon realized he had surpassed the blonde twink's stats. Not allowing himself to be overjoyed by this, he noted that the upgraded Leon would probably have made some improvements too, but not as much as being in the open world and getting first-hand experience would give you. Elsid, not wanting to believe that Leon was so much stronger in a month, decided that there was an error or Leon lied about how long he had been away. He noticed that the Grand Chariot tab was in level 1, meaning Leon had learnt a new move, which was Merak. Elsid was glowing with pride and glazing himself that this was because Leon had a great teacher. Just then, Elsid got a whiff of the desert sand and commented that it stank, asking where they were. Leon explained that they were crossing the desert on their way to the Titan mountain range, with a group of merchants they were escorting. Elsid wondered why they were following the longer route, and Leon, being confused, pulled out a map to show there was no shorter route to their destination. And that was when Elsid saw it, screaming why this area was a desert. Leon, looking bewildered, said it had been a desert for the past 100 years, but Elsid said 300 years ago it was a grassy plain, and that it definitely didn't happen by natural means. He concluded that it must have been put through artificial desertification, and done over a long period of time to avoid suspicion from anyone. Frustrated, Leon was screaming why did he bring it up in the first place, but then realized that he had actually missed Elsid's presence and was glad he was back. Watching from afar was Karen, who wondered why Leon looked like he was having a full-blown conversation with himself. The sun was so hot Karen was literally soaked, yet Leon, on the other hand, was smiling like a giddy child while cleaning his sword. Karen, obviously confused with how he could be so happy while under such scorching heat, asked why he was so happy, and because he couldn't tell her about Elsid, he just mumbled gibberish. Outside, Gustav bellowed for everyone to stop and set camp for the night. Leon thought it was too soon, but Karen told him not to underestimate how quick the desert night creeps up on you. Leaving the carriage, Leon called out to Elsid, but Elsid was lost in thought, still in shock at how quick the grass plains he remembered had turned into a desert. Snapping out of his trance, he apologized, and they set out to meet Karen, who had been calling Leon. Later that night, Elsid watched how the whole group interacted with Leon with love and genuine care, and realized it didn't matter what he remembered because it was Leon who was experiencing these things. The campfire had been put out and everyone was asleep when Leon sensed something unpleasant and woke up. Karen was already up and hushed him to be quiet. She said that she sensed enemies but hadn't noticed till they got this close because the enemy was burrowing from underground and they had no murderous intent. The guards couldn't notice them because they weren't skilled enough to read vibrations, and the intruders weren't planning on attacking. The duo sensed that the intruders were planning to steal the cargoes in a clean robbery without conflict. Karen then asked Leon to decide on their next move, and Elsid, hungry for a battle to see how far Leon had come, anticipated the coming conflict. The intruders numbered 14 at the cargo, and 22 around the carriage according to Karen's perception sense. So Leon reasoned that a clumsy first attack would put them at a disadvantage because they could easily be overwhelmed by their number. Coming up with an idea, the duo went into action as Karen hopped into the sky and pinpointed the area they were burrowed beneath, summoning a barrage of aura kunai weapons and throwing them into the ground to hurt the intruders. Shrieks could be heard as the enemies wallowed in pain, and instantly Leon cast a bright ball of light and at the top of his voice, alerted the whole convoy of the attack on their cargo. In mere moments, Gustav and the rest of the mercenaries were up and about. In annoyance, one of the intruders ordered for his group to retreat, so in a bid to stop them, Karen threw kunai at the one who gave the order as he tried to run with a bag of stolen cargo. Without looking back, he caught the kunai in his hand, and with a face of visible anger beneath his mask, continued on with his retreat. As the intruders were escaping and heading past Leon, Elcid looked forward to seeing how Leon would stop them, but Leon looked conflicted because if he used the 7-star sword slash, he would definitely have their blood on their hands, and they were just thieves who didn't even want to have a physical conflict with anyone. Still battling his conscience, he reevaluated his values and pondered on what choice would be best. Coming up with nothing at that moment, he decided he would have to find his own answers. Later on, they had captured a number of enemies, and the merchant realized that some cargoes had still ended up being stolen. Surprised, the group wondered when and how, but Karen, who had thrown the kunai, knew it was probably that one intruder who looked like their leader. He had looked relaxed, like someone who had already gotten away with a bit of stolen cargo. She noted that he looked average and basic, but maybe he had used an artifact or borrowed power. Leon, on the other hand, remembered he had easily caught the weapon Karen had thrown at him, and commented that he definitely was not your average guy. Weakly, the head merchant said he had one more thing to say, which was that the intruders had stolen one of the more important crates, and he was requesting a pursuit to retrieve the cargo. Instantly, Gustav got into action, asking Hansel, the former ranger, if tracking them could be done. Hansel said to make any progress they would have to move at this instant to have any chance, yet he couldn't make any guarantees. Karen, twirling the kunai the leader of the intruders had caught, said she had placed a tracking scent on the enemy leader, so the merchant beamed with approval, and Karen set up her team, which consisted of Leon and Hansel. Arnold handed her a broken compass, and explained to Karen that the compass would only react to the important cargo, which was enchanted to look like any other cargo. Pocketing the compass, the trio set off to track the cargo before the sun rose. After they had covered some distance, Karen noticed the scent was fading and they decided to speed up. At that point, Elcid noticed that Leon was actually able to match Karen's speed, even if he looked ready to pass out. Stopping, Karen signaled they had arrived, and the destination was a ravine. Climbing down, Karen realized it was man-made, probably made about 100 years ago, and it had some characters engraved on it, but it was so worn out she couldn't read it. Instantly, a thought formed in Leon's head that this was probably where the desertification started from. Leon wondered if mining affected everywhere like this, but Elcid shut him down and told him that this was the arterial vein of the grassland, and digging or mining it was probably what turned it into the desert wasteland it was now. Suddenly, Karen and Leon both sensed something, which Leon confirmed to be intruders. After the baddie informed him that there were still over 100 ops to get past, who were guarded by a mysterious door, Leon began to question his moral compass, wondering if he needed to wipe them out or not. Suddenly, he overheard a conversation between some of the guards, stating that half their squad had died, and their leader crashed out so badly, he eliminated 2 others, reducing their numbers even more. They began to debate whether or not it was right to attack merchants, and came to an agreement that travelers were better targets because they were smaller and easier to attack. When they started to narrate the story of how they had made an innocent child an orphan a few days ago by wiping out his family, Leon charged up his aura and eliminated the clueless morons, informing Karen and his yapping sword that he was definitely ready to wipe out all the thieves. While they rushed through the pathway after the door, the baddie adventurer explained that there were a lot of them, so they needed to be careful and avoid taking on too many at once. She then offered to take the lead, as it was her specialty. Before you could think of 5 badder characters, she eliminated 2 more non-purpose characters, and proceeded to wipe out even far more, in a very short amount of time. Eventually, she had completely eradicated all the thieving scum, pleasing herself as she stretched out her body from being folded in the carriage for a very long time. After Leon surprisingly helped her wipe off blood from her face, she started to blush a lot, amusing the worthless mercenary who had tagged along and realized that the wannabe hero was as dense as morons came. Some moments later, the group arrived at another door where the compass they had received seemed to be alerting them of the goods they were searching for. Karen directed the others to go inside directly so she could sneak in and maintain her cover. While the stealing morons tried to break open the box they had swiped, their door went kaboom, revealing the wannabe hero and the archer ranger, who frightened the gang leader. Although he intended to run and escape from the B ranks who were definitely far beyond his abilities, he was ambushed from behind by the coffin keeper, who seemed to have a good idea of his past and openly revealed his name, calling him the Trash Mole. While Karen dealt with the mole, Leon and the ranger turned all his minions into complete fodder, slicing through them like the author couldn't bother to draw the panels. When they were done, all that was left was for the baddie adventurer to finish off the Trash Mole, but that seemed to take a while because she wouldn't stop bringing up his past. After she stated that she had warned him to change his ways, unless he'd be set for a very gruesome death, The thief attempted to make a quick escape, diving into the ground and sending forth multiple diversions towards the coffin keeper. However, he was still the same completely weak garbage she bullied years ago, making it easy for her to pick him out from under the ground and fire a shadow dagger through him. When he refused to give up, she hit him with a barrage of attacks, completely shattering his defenses and cutting through him till he could no longer react. While he bled to death on the ground, the trash mole lamented, asking why she was so hell-bent on ruining his life, and expressing that she didn't need to make things so deep because her parents weren't murdered and she wasn't kidnapped. He whined that they had saved her from the slums and given her a purpose, so he couldn't understand why she held a grudge. It was very valid to eliminate their disgusting leader, but there was no need to disband the group just because she had a new moral compass. After the loser finished his yapping, Karen nonchalantly explained that she didn't ask to be made into an assassin, and would have preferred to die on the road than live with the scum that ended up raising her, which is why she strived for what was necessary. When she informed the mole that she desired freedom, the lunatic whined again, complaining that everybody else wanted to remain slum trash, shocking Karen, who couldn't believe how hopeless her old group was. She then stepped forward and gave the loser a light hug, remembering how Leon had given her a second chance. She decided that she would leave him to choose his own path, and suggested he found his inner child before leaving to meet her adventurer boyfriend. After confirming the location of the missing cargo, the group prepared to leave, but suddenly everything began to shake aggressively. The trash mole had decided to go Osama bin Laden, and informed the baddie adventurer that his inner child wanted to go boom. Instantly, everything in the cave started to self-destruct, causing it to explode and cave into itself. The next morning, the mercenaries spotted some figures approaching the camp, which made them smile. Their recovery group had finally returned from the long journey. After the horrific incident, Leon and Elsa discussed how they were unable to research the artificial structure that seemed to have completely turned what used to be a beautiful grassland into a desert. To get his mind off it, the nagging sword convinced himself that there was nothing to be found, and they'd figure something out next time. Suddenly, the baddie adventurer called out to Leon, informing him that they had arrived at the grand citadel city of Valkas. When they approached the gate, Leon expressed amazement that there were walls so big, which Karen explained to be a border. She explained that it was a territory led by a marquis, so it was independent and had its own military, which the king granted. Upon getting to the center of the city, the head merchant asked the adventurer duo what they planned on doing, confusing them. He then explained that they were set to be in the city for 4 days, and he had already set up accommodation for them, but he didn't have any missions, so they had to sort themselves out and get back before the merchant group left. When they asked about their accommodation, he gave them its location, and stated that they were given a single room with a double bed, causing the pair to panic as a realization began to dawn on them. After Leon showed a sign of weakness, Karen seized her opportunity and immediately started to tease him, forcing the wimp to run away in embarrassment. Although Arnold thought he was at fault for the awkwardness, the baddie adventurer assured him it was all good, yet the instant he pressed her about it, she instantly took to her heels because she was blushing hardly. After getting far enough from the others, the flustered assassin calmed down her humongous jugs and decided to go on a badass training arc. She understood that the comrades of the great hero were supposed to be incredibly strong warriors, and she didn't want to get left behind, so she needed to become so useful Leon wouldn't ditch her in another town like the useless elf from Blaine. Just then she spotted exactly what she wanted from the city, and headed towards it. Meanwhile, Leon continued to whine like the helpless virgin he was, upsetting his yapping sword. When the head merchant approached him again, apologizing for the awkward scenes earlier, the wannabe hero assured him that it was totally fine and he didn't need to worry about it. They decided to change topics and talked about the package which the adventurers had retrieved for the man. Although Arnold was reluctant to tell the kid what was in the package, he ended up revealing that it was a black quartz, which was apparently a very rare item that was worth tons of gold. The Lord of the Next Kingdom had also requested it, so he needed to secure the package and prevent himself from being the enemy of a great count, who was very woozy in the head and could decide to come after their merchant group if they failed. Later that day, Leon returned to the carriage looking for Karen, but instead he only found a note. He remembered that she had intended on going somewhere, meaning he was all alone till later. Just then he was approached by the mercenaries, who confirmed he was the only person there. After the group found out their baddie adventurer was nowhere to be found, they were completely disappointed, forcing their leader to suggest they head to a bar. Even though the others were completely unmoved, he declared that the first to pass out while drinking would pay for everybody's tab, firing all of them up. Later that night, in the shadowy parts of the city, Karen had beaten up a bunch of unfortunate scum who tried to flirt with her. After nearly beating the loser to death, she decided to question him, which the weirdo had no choice but to answer because he didn't want to die badly. When she asked him to inform her of the leading mafia group in the city, the loser realized he was cooked in 2 ways because he'd die regardless of how he answered. Eventually, he succumbed to the will of the baddie who thrashed him and got the answers she needed regardless. She discovered that the Citadel was part of Owl territory, a group that was feared all over the world because they had high authority and controlled the black market and struggling ring. It seemed to her that the Marquis was accommodating them, so she acquired their location and headed after them. Some moments later, she arrived at a tomb that gave her flashbacks to her past with the organization. She had previously explained to Leon that her name was a means of contact for her old gang, which helped her pull off assassinations and complete jobs while concealing their identity. She also explained more assassin actions, like using a lamp as a form of confusing enemies and secret entrances. Back in real time, she easily saw through the owl's illusion and entered their chambers. Unfortunately, she had triggered an alarm alerting the enemies, which forced her to approach the caped weirdo directly. Although she had gone through a few tricky traps, she casually chatted with the receptionist, who wasn't alarmed by her one bit. Eventually, the two weirdos got to business, and Karen requested some information from the mysterious man. When he asked what she needed, she informed him that she needed some details about a certain territory, causing the man to panic a bit. After she gaslighted him into agreeing to selling the information, they bickered a bit about the price of the information, which ended up being too expensive for the has-been assassin. Suddenly, she called out the identity of the butler in front of her, forcing the man's hand as he removed his hood from his head. Because the weirdo named Glenn was caught, he assessed his options and reduced the price to one Karen could accommodate, making them come to an agreement. Meanwhile, at the bar, Leon continued to pretend he had a gut of steel, drinking as much as his little belly could tolerate. When their waitress walked by, she asked where they were headed next, and one of the drunk morons revealed they were going to the Lubina territory. After hearing it, the waitress asked the group whether they hadn't heard of the rumors, or they were just confident idiots. When the group asked what she meant, the blonde bimbo informed them of a special vampire that scared off even mercenaries, surprising the group. Vampires were unique creatures in their world who were just as intelligent as humans, yet had a very strong magical prowess with immortality, making them high-class monsters. Although they could live with humans, they were blood addicts, so no one was foolish enough to get themselves associated with maniacal monsters like them. They were also pretty much very rare at that point, so the drunk fools refused to believe the waitress, expressing that it was practically impossible to meet them, and even if it did come out, they would instantly wipe off its head. On the other side of the bar, Leon grinned from ear to ear, celebrating his possible encounter with a blood-sucking maniac. He began to wonder how he would deal with the unique monster, but his thought process was halted by the blank look on his yapping sword's face. Elsid explained that vampires were already nearly extinct during his time because they sided with the Demon King, so he wiped them out. He had also never met a normal vampire, so it would be a lot of trouble if they came across one in the middle of their journey. While Leon thought about how he could improve vampire relations as the future hero, he was once again interrupted, this time by a steroid ambassador called Jerome, who wanted to speak to Gustav. He caused a fuss and decided to initiate a bar fight by spitting into the bald man's beer, forcing the mercenary leader to get up and accept his request for a battle. Before long, they were both set up outside, where Elsid explained to his wielder that mercenaries were so insane they always got into random bar fights. While Leon looked on and analyzed the men about to go into battle, the ranger expressed that there was something off with the protein shake junkie, this time because he was too reckless with his request to fight the boss. Although they had gone at it multiple times before, Jerome hadn't started it as foolishly as he did this time, meaning he had something up his sleeve. When the bald boss noticed that his underlings were starting to doubt him, he assured them he would win, upsetting his ophal, who thought he was being too cocky. After the yapping sword suggested Leon observe them closely, the fight commenced. Jerome started off by coming in with a low swing that caught the bald mercenary, giving himself a boost of confidence. Although even Elsid was impressed with the attack, Gustav was completely unbothered, gripping his sword firmly as he started to charge his steel aura. When the protein shake junkie came charging again, the pair unleashed an attack so huge it shook everything around them, causing a light fog. After the dust settled, the bald boss remained standing, warning the loser that it was best he stopped before one of them died. However, the maniac couldn't care less, declaring that he would bury the mercenary leader as he suddenly began to transform into something sinister. After transforming into a beast, the loser disappeared, escaping everyone's sight. Upon using his special vision, Leon located Jerome above his opponent, but he was too late as the monstrosity fired a barrage of slashes that had the bald mercenary worn like a cat toy. While Gustav struggled to understand how his iron aura was defeated, the other mercenaries were confused, wondering how the B-rank trash like him was able to do so much that fast. Leon, on the other hand, understood that there was definitely something off because the steroid ambassador moved almost as fast as Karen, who was an A-rank adventurer. After the mutated warrior stepped on the boss's wound, the non-purpose mercenaries attempted to rush in and help. However, Jerome's company seemed to be just as disastrous as he was, blocking their path with aura they couldn't possibly fathom. The protein shake junkie began to flex on his op, demanding he begged for mercy. Suddenly, Elsid made an observation and ordered Leon to pull out his sword with immediate effect. Without wasting a single second, the sewer adventurer released the holy blade and unleashed his sun aura, causing all the monsters to crash onto the ground like insects in pesticide. When Leon asked what had just happened, the yapping sword explained that the rogue mercenaries had become Dampiers, a rip-off alternative of vampires who had taken the blood of an original. Although they have a good degree of regeneration and strength, they're completely useless against the sun and silver weapons, making them a waste of space in the monster guidebook. After the wounded bald boss approached Leon, claiming he was doing fine, the rookie knew better and informed the rest that Jerome and his lackeys were recycled vampires, saving Gustav's time so he could get medical attention. Before long, the protein shake junkie and his team were interrogated thoroughly by some special officials, forcing them to reveal all they knew. Later that night, Leon remembered the answers of the creeps, informing them that the Count of Lubina was the source of their problems. Because their merchant group was headed to his kingdom next, he needed to be careful. Apparently, the man had been gathering an army consisting of different types of characters, meaning he had something big planned. Upon reaching a mental block, the wannabe hero decided to go to bed, reminding him of an even bigger issue he had forgotten. He remembered that he was supposed to share his bed with the baddie, causing him to panic till she arrived. Upon her arrival, Karen promised Leon that he would be totally amazed by the incredible news she had gotten. She was unable to tell him the source because it'd be weird, but she informed Leon that there was a vampire in the Lubinia territory, creating an anticlimactic atmosphere. Although Leon was completely unmoved by the news because he had already heard it, the head merchant nearly screamed his lungs out, pleasing the baddie who expected the same from her useless hero. Some moments later, the group discussed it and found out that the Count was responsible for the case. When Arnold asked for confirmation, Gustav could only give him assumptions, but he was definitely sure only someone with the Count's power could convince the idiot Jerome to become a Dampier. After the bald warrior expressed that it was to their advantage knowing about their incoming battle beforehand, Arnold was very disappointed, realizing that they wouldn't need to go to Lubenda if they had simply let the thieving rat steal his package. He explained that nobles were very strict with merchants and would only feel disrespected if they didn't deliver the package, so they had no other choice but to go into the danger zone and hope they could come out alive. On the bright side, the mercenary loser saw it as an opportunity to redeem himself and prove to his minions he wasn't trash. Arnold also stepped in and promised to reinforce his forces with silver weapons and holy water, which would ward off the blood-sucking parasites. While the head mercenary and merchant shook hands, the baddie adventurer called Leon to a private conversation, promising that this time she had actual information which would surprise him. She complained that she had gone through a lot of stress to get the information, so it was sure to move him even a little bit this time. When Karen informed Leon that the mole and his useless team were sent after the cargo by Lubina, Leon finally expressed shock, pleasing the baddie who had finally felt useful. She reminded him that the thieves came directly at the package without any mistakes, but were only unlucky because they had run into a badass like her. Suddenly, Leon started to put his Baron to use, analyzing what had happened and realizing how dangerous their next destination was. He understood that from the look of things, Count Lubina probably wanted them eliminated, so he decided that before they left he needed to make some serious preparations. Meanwhile, in a spooky location somewhere else, a vampire named Roman arrived to his master, a descendant of Nosferatu called Tepes. After the older bloodsucker informed his master that they only had 5 days left in the mysterious location, the washed prince began to crash out, lamenting that he couldn't believe his stupid decision had cooked their clan so badly. Although Roman was insistent that it wasn't his fault, Tepes continued to take responsibility, declaring that he would restore their race no matter what. Suddenly, he started to behave, i.e. he was having a seizure, which Roman understood to be his authority, an ability that allowed him to see through the eyes of cheap vampires who had sucked his blood. He observed the fight between Jerome and the bald loser, which ended with Leon using his holy sword. A normal vampire would have been scared to death or at least bothered, yet Tepes was extremely overjoyed, expressing that the wannabe hero was the key to getting back at his opcod. When the vampire butler asked what he meant, the bloodsucker claimed that Leon was a gift from the goddess who would help him deal with the disgusting Count, Andre Lubina. He declared that with his nasty blood claw he would tear down the despicable human to pieces for stabbing him in the back. Back in the merchant's camp, Elcid told his disciple a long boring story of how he wiped out the vampires, nearly causing the kid's ears to bleed. Because he wouldn't stop, Leon started to shrivel on the ground till Karen popped up, informing him that they had arrived at their destination. While Leon assessed the grand walls of the city, he noticed the walls were sparkling blue, which Elcid explained to be a trap. He informed the rookie that they had used silver and some spells as a barrier to scare off vampires, making their intentions unclear. The group believed that Lubina was in control of the vampires, so they had no idea why he would need to trap them. After getting through the gate, Elcid began to scan through the city, searching for possible vampires. From the city gate straight to the Count's mansion, the group were unable to spot a single vampire, causing them to doubt the information they were given. Upon getting to the mansion gate, the senior knight Brad demanded that only B ranks and above were allowed, confusing the adventurer pair, who couldn't seem to understand what he needed the escorts for. While they waited for the Lord to accept them in, the party admired the beautiful internal decor. Suddenly, they were given permission to come into his office, where he welcomed them with nothing but a harsh stare and his hideous face. When Leon asked his trusty weapon whether the man in front of them was a bloodsucker, Elsa determined that he wasn't, but instead a more irritating creature, a plain human. He also confirmed that there were no vampires in the mansion, meaning the information they were given was probably a bust. After the man requested Arnold approach him, it caused even more doubt, because he didn't seem arrogant or villain-like at all. Upon receiving his order from the merchant, Lubina expressed that he was satisfied with the product, so he handed over the 1,000 gold pieces he promised, and offered to lower all their purchases in his city by 20%. Before the merchant group could get in a word and leave, the Count informed them that it was time to get to business on why he asked for the escorts. Although he already knew about it, the head merchant screamed out loud when the hideous noble stated that they had a vampire in the city. The rest of the party could totally understand his exclamation because they couldn't believe that the Count revealed it himself. He explained that they had been searching for it for days, so they would really appreciate the help of skilled professionals who would definitely get paid for their service. Even though the merchant group couldn't process what was going on, they were forced to agree to the request because they had no other choice. Later that night, the group sat round a table and complained about their confusion on the Count's statement. Leon assumed that they were set up at his guest house because the Count wanted to keep an eye on them and do something evil, but Gustav was hesitant, proposing that the man could have been saying the truth. While the rest of the group delegated how much it would please them if the ugly Count wasn't the bad guy, the sewer adventurer and his yapping weapon had a secret conversation where Elsid picked out Lubina to be a problem. He explained that the Count was a high mage, and he was responsible for the large barrier outside, meaning he was a liar who had something hidden. With his power he could most likely defeat the vampires inside, but he refused to, meaning the man was a very serious enemy. Unfortunately for Leon, nobody else knew about Elsid, so he couldn't talk about the analysis, limiting his options. While everyone at the table started to look gloomy, lost in thought, Karen suggested they all went to bed because their brains were too exhausted to make any sensible decisions, so the group split up. After linking up with the baddie alone, the wannabe hero told her everything he knew, which seemed to amaze her because even with her unique skills, she couldn't find it out. The pair understood that they weren't strong enough to deal with the threat yet, so they need to buy so time till the iron-chained knights he had foolishly requested arrived. While the pair entered their rooms, Karen observed something, yet she didn't say a word. When the sewer adventurer thought he was left all alone to sleep, the baddie came in after him and pinned him to the bed, causing both their hearts to race. On the outside, a creepy cuck watched as the adventure duo locked lips, prepared to slice each other open like soft bread. After he had finally reached his limit, the weirdo ran away, allowing Leon and Karen, who were hiding behind the illusion, regain themselves. The pair flirted for a while, then decided to start their own recon mission, because it was only right they spied back on whoever had witnessed them do the deed. When Leon asked how they would leave without getting caught, the baddie adventurer reminded him that she was one of the most elite assassins ever known. She used her coffin keeper ability to sneak them out of the house and kept them out of sight till they landed on a faraway roof. After taking in the view, the one-off hero understood why it was called the Night City, because it didn't look like crap when the sun was down. The duo analyzed their surroundings and started to believe that the vampire was a serious problem, because there were no civilians out and the guards were equipped with silver weapons. When Leon asked what could possibly be the relationship between the vampire and the Count, Elsid reminded him that the world didn't necessarily have to be divided into good and bad. He realized the possibility that the vampire could be completely irrelevant to him, or they could both be enemies. Just then Karen broke his thought train and informed him that she had searched everywhere except the slums. Although the group thought vampires were too snotty and proud to live in trash like the slums, they decided to check it out regardless. While they walked through, it was even far creepier than the slums from Blaine, confusing the pair who couldn't sense any form of life. They began to suspect something wrong in the area because there was no way the city could be full of nepo babies. Suddenly the duo was surrounded by black smoke, where the two worthless losers from before spawned from. As Leon began to wonder what kind of mages the smokemen were, Elsid informed him they were vampires, surprising the wannabe hero. When the first vampire introduced himself as the useless descendant of Nosferatu, the adventurer started to wonder if the monster was a friend or an oppie because he could have easily killed him with an ambush. Leon decided to take a bet that the blood-sucking fiend was an ally, and asked why Tepes had revealed himself. Fortunately for him, the vampire didn't want to fight and first confirmed that Leon was from the church. He explained that he had seen Leon use his divine powers, triggering the question, so Elsid analyzed that he didn't mean any harm, since he didn't run away despite seeing the holy light. After Leon confirmed it, Tepes happily grabbed his arm and stated that he had been waiting for him, confusing the adventurer duo. The rest of the merchant group were even more confused after they were informed by the adventurers that Lubina had been breeding vampires and feeding them with broke people. Leon appreciated that Karen was able to attest for him, because it'd be impossible for the mercenaries to listen to a B-rank bum like him. Although the fighters could barely believe that the Count was a high-rank mage, they heard it out because the baddie informed them about it. They started to understand that the man had sent them on a goose chase because he wanted them out of the picture and wanted to keep an eye on their activities, which would buy him just about a week to complete his menacing scheme. When the slow Baldy struggled to believe them, Tepals appeared with a simulation, introducing himself as he promised he was saying the truth. He then presented a document older than the senile old elf that proved he had done his share of community service. When the merchant group was confused, he explained that a majority of the vampires joined the Demon Lord, so they were all purged, and innocent victims like his lineage were forced to do community service for 250 years. Leon believed because the story tallied with the boring gibberish Elcid had been telling him. After hearing the story, Elcid told Leon how long vampires could live, explaining that they could go on for over thousands of years unless they were stabbed in the chest by silver or holy water. Tepes continued that his family decided to settle in Lubina, however they were stabbed in the back by the Count. Upon finally getting a long explanation like a baby, Gustav finally understood, allowing the group to proceed. He asked Leon about the so-called elite Iron Chain Knights, and the wannabe hero explained that he had no idea when they would arrive. When he suggested they go after the Psycho Count themselves, Karen rejected the idea, claiming that they'd lose badly because his forces were too strong. Their best option was to go after the Count's forces, little by little, or have a superior force, which needed to be equipped with divine power. After they decided to edge at the Count's forces little by little, till the Holy Knights arrived, they remembered they were being watched like animals in a zoo, leading to Arnold cooking up a crazy idea. Out of nowhere, in the middle of the city, a large force blasted the Count's guards away, causing them to panic. After Leon popped out of the smoke aura farming, Brad asked what was going on, which Leon explained to be the commencement of their mission to subjugate the vampires lurking in the kingdom. After the guards spotted the vampire, Leon drew his sword, promising to execute it as the bloodsucker also grew out his blood fang. Arnold had suggested the groups pretended to fight so the Count would be caught off guard by an event he couldn't predict. If they could stage a decent enough fight, they'd be able to do whatever they wanted in the city. At another part of the city, the bald loser and the blood-addicted vampire clashed, causing them to crash into one of Lubina's towers. Karen explained to the group that one of the mage's greatest strengths was secret structures, which helped amplify their abilities within their territory. Although the group knew they couldn't directly attack the buildings, they decided to make it seem like coincidences, and do it so well that the vampire breeder wouldn't figure them out. While the bald loser and the blood-sucking butler continued their battle, Leon and Tepes proceeded to commence theirs, as the vampire prince fired a large attack with his vampire claw. Before Leon could react, Elcid warned him not to use his aura, causing him to freeze as the vampire's attack nearly blitzed off his head. The yapping sword explained that his sun aura was a huge weakness to the blood-sucking fiend, so he had to find his way around it. The sewer adventurer then began to crash out, whining that he couldn't take on such a powerful opponent without the strongest ability in his arsenal. Talk less of destroying mage structures by accident. Suddenly, the vampire fired more attacks, forcing the wannabe hero to duck with his footwork and run for his life. Although he managed to sneak up on the blood addict, he was unable to do anything. Luckily, they destroyed 2 power towers in the area, reducing Lubina's power by a great deal. While Leon regained his breath, the yapping sword commented that the fight without aura was good training, upsetting the useless hero, who almost got attacked again because he was distracted. After 6 days, even though the group was exhausted, they had destroyed 10 towers and reduced the Count's powers by a lot, causing the noble scum to fume with rage in his office. Upon finally getting some free time, the bald mercenary and the useless hero discussed why the Count had yet to make a move despite his destroyed towers. After assuming he needed more time, Gustav asked Leon whether he had any intel on the Holy Iron Chained Knights, but the adventurer didn't. Just then Karen arrived with good news, informing the pair that their reinforcements had finally arrived. That night, the adventurer pair headed to a restaurant where they pretended to be lovers on a date to fool the Count's spies. After confirming their reservation and room number with a dumb twist of Leon's name to Noel, they were directed to a room where 2 tough-looking warriors sat down aura farming as they waited for them. Upon taking a good look at the pair, the wannabe hero noticed that they were definitely young yet powerful warriors, impressing Elcid, who thought his intuition was better since he started getting freaky with the baddie adventurer. Although the iron-chained bums in front of them weren't as strong on paper as the worthless elf bishop, they were definitely powerful. The group proceeded to introduce themselves as the hideous boy's name was Damien, while the girl's was Angela, who couldn't talk. They informed the adventurer that they knew all about their ruse to destroy the Count's towers and how Tepes was one unlucky bloodsucker to have so many family crises for over 300 years. After hearing further information from the wannabe hero, the hideous knight realized that things were far worse than they thought, because the high mage was definitely trying to use dark magic. Because vampires were very weird creatures, they were susceptible to a weird black magic ritual that drained their blood. The poor people were used as feed for the vampire energy, and although the bloodsuckers would pop like balloons if they took too much power, it didn't matter to the psychopath Count, who simply needed to drain it from them and increase his own power. When the silent knight raised her fingers, showing a 3 sign that confused the adventurers, Damien explained that they were facing a level 3 threat similar to the City Eater, who nearly wiped out a city. The only things worse were level 2 and level 1, which could end up destroying an entire continent or the world at large, making them extremely serious cases. He also informed the duo that if it escalates to level 2, they would need to summon half the Holy Knights and seek help from different countries, which could plunge the world to chaos. They then decided that their first line of action was to question the Count immediately, which would determine how soon they dealt with him. Later that night, a caped warrior visited the Lubena Criminal Correction Facility, where she was joined by the two cowardly bloodsuckers. They explained that they were simply there to help her out and guide the imprisoned vampires to safety. When they started to yap about how useless they were and their inability to break through the anti-vampire system, the Silent Knight dropped down and pulled out her shiny brass knuckles, confusing the vampires. Before anyone could say or do anything, she broke through their structure and opened the facility, surprising the vampires who couldn't believe their eyes. After hearing a huge tremor from the other side of the city, the second team were alerted that Angela had made her move. Even though the merchant group was suspicious that she wouldn't be enough for the job, the hideous knight promised that she was way stronger than him, and the actual problem was whether they were strong enough to face the Count. He complained that they were just one baddie, a rank and complete trash all through, making them barely an even match for the High Mage, meaning if one of them was worthless enough to get eliminated too early, they would be cooked beyond repair. When they arrived at the Count's mansion, the guards refused to open up, claiming that it was too late to go in. However, after Damien pulled out his Holy Knight chain to intimidate the worthless characters, the head butler of the mansion permitted them entry, informing them that Lubena had welcomed them in, and was actually searching for them. Upon getting to the vampire breeder's room, the mercenaries complained that it was even creepier than before, meaning it could be a trap. Yet Gustav demanded they go in anyways because there was no turning back. After they opened up the door, they were welcomed by the psycho, who apologized for not being able to offer them tea like a proper gentleman. Damien wasn't having any of his BS, so he laid out the Count's accusations before him, wasting no time. In a crazy twist, the madman didn't even bother denying the allegations and took it all up, expressing that he didn't see the need to lie. He then started to whine about being backstabbed by the merchant group, and promised to make their deaths as aggressive as his evil soul could. Suddenly, the bald loser started to cross his boundary and thought it would be fun to rage-bait the Count. He called the noble villain a leech, then stated he was nothing more than power-hungry scum, and dared the vampire breeder to do his worst, causing the lunatic to blow a fuse. Upon reaching his limit, Lubena started to glow like a Super Saiyan, and charged up, causing his energy to fly around the place. After he had finally completed his transformation to a monster, the group realized he was a level 7 beast, who had amplified his strength with a mysterious artifact, unleashing all his stored magical energy. With red-hot rage in his eyes, the low-budget vampire promised to make the warriors pay for disrespecting him, as he fired an attack towards Gustav that made a clean connection. When the debris finally settled, the bald loser had been smashed into the wall like an insect, freaking out his minions. Damien confirmed that the mage was even more powerful due to his sacrifices, so Leon, who had been checking up on the embarrassed Baldy, decided to lock in. The monster count began to flex on his ops, glazing the forbidden powers that had allowed him to easily mop the floor with weak trash like the Baldy. After he threatened to make the church slaves learn how stupid they were in the hard way, his magical strength started to increase. However, Leon was completely unmoved by his antics, cutting through the force that had shook the others. Finally, the great battle started, as Damien called onto the goddess and unleashed a holy power that disrupted Lubena's energy. After the monster launched a counterattack which was meant to wipe out the holy warriors, some non-purpose mercenary characters stepped in with their shield, taking the attack head-on. Although it seemed like the mad vampire had completely fried the losers, he was cut off mid-sentence by an arrow that instantly muted his gloating, surprising the knights. Hansen and friends managed to survive his weak attack and confirmed to Leon that they were fine, even though they looked like barbecue. Suddenly, the Count got back up, frustrated that complete trash like the worthless mercenaries were able to make him use his special rings. While Hansen was totally confused about his special arrow being treated like a pillow attack, the hideous knight explained that the monster's rings were a form of power that nullified damage, making it even more difficult to defeat the vamp breeder. At that point, Lubena had gotten even more upset, causing him to summon multiple magic circles, which spawned monsters far uglier than even him. As the group watched the beasts drop down, Damien realized that they were actually undead beasts from hell, making him panic. Unfortunately for the weakling force, things were only getting worse because their weapons couldn't do any damage to the loose undead beasts, putting them in a losing battle. After the warriors got surrounded, Leon wondered what he could do to fend off the evil monsters. However, even Elcid couldn't come up with a feasible answer. When he asked if he could try out his holy light like he did back at the creepy mansion from the Blaine slums, the yapping sword warned him not to, because there was no way to predict what the low-budget vampire would do next. Suddenly, a dagger came flying out of nowhere, which seemed to cut through the undead souls. After the monster regenerated, Karen understood that her first plan was a bust, so she decided to go ahead with Plan B. She dropped down to the ground like an earthbender and summoned an army of shadow arms, which held down the undead souls, giving the merchant group a chance to fight back. Elsid explained that it was a perfect matchup because shadows could touch the spirits, proving how useful Karen was, unlike the other trash in the room. Suddenly Damien decided it was his turn to be relevant, as he began to cast a spell of his own, which spread light across the room. He was able to infuse the other warriors' weapons with holy power, giving Leon a chance to go all out because the secret of his holy sword would finally go unnoticed. Out of nowhere, the worthless Baldy who had gotten no diffed by the Count popped up, urging his team to attack while they could. After the other mercenaries trolled their weak leader for getting one shot right at the start of the battle, they all moved out to attack, facing the undead souls head-on with their weapons of divine light. While the vampire breeder watched on, he was hit with a surprise attack by the Gaiat assassin, which he managed to block right on time. After he stupidly got himself distracted once again, an arrow came flying towards him, forcing him to block as he started to see that his undead army had been completely wiped out. When Lubena got himself surrounded by the vampire subjugation group, he had no choice but to pull out his last resort, snapping his finger and releasing his disgusting red aura into the air. While the warriors wondered what was going on, the door of the room flung wide open, introducing a zombie army which Leon recognized to be the Count's city guard. He then promised to make the Count regret his actions, asking what the monster had done to the soldiers. After the Count unleashed his disgusting aura, it flew out of the mansion and possessed the soldiers, filling their mouths with its horrid content, which caused them to crash down. When the other guards spotted them, it was too late, as they had already become victims of the irritating red goo themselves. The hideous knight explained that the ability was called Frenzy, a forbidden black magic spell, which turned normal humans into berserk monsters. He understood that the Count had probably done it to the soldiers against their will, making it even worse. When he accused Lubena of being a vile fiend and asked why he would use yet another forbidden spell, even though the obvious answer was the fact he was a bad guy, the low-budget vampire still needed to spell it out that he didn't care about the church rules, which is exactly what makes him evil. Although the iron-chained knight waffled about the world agreeing the spell was forbidden, Lubena couldn't care less as he sent his warriors forward and declared it was time for the merchants group to meet their horrible demise. The good-for-nothing Baldy was the first to witness their power firsthand. While he struggled with the bad guy, Damien warned them to stay strong and sharp because the frenzy spell amplified the soldiers by a lot, meaning they could only face them 1 versus 1, and the only way to kill them was with a critical hit. Hansen, who had been battling his own frenzy creep, suddenly twisted his ankle, allowing the mutant guard to drive a spear through his chest. When his dumb friend looked back away from his own battle to exclaim, he got hit with a nasty backhand, smashing him into the ground, which totally knocked him out. Leon, on the other hand, was occupied with his opponent, and unfortunately, he couldn't sneak out with a cheap escape because his baddie savior was stuck in battle against Count Vamp Breeder. While he struggled to retain his composure, Elsid snapped him into shape, reminding him that the monsters were still swordsmen, so he needed to observe their movements and think about a sensible approach to survival. He suggested that the wannabe hero face off against 2 of the monsters, confusing the kid who could barely handle one and survive. He was then reminded of his battle against the trolls, which started off with him being a burden till he finally put his brain cells to work. Immediately, Leon left his man and charged towards the frenzy guards on Damien, pushing them both away. After he provoked the creeps to come at him, Leon activated his fancy footwork and danced through the monsters, cutting them down. While Leon aura farmed, he was caught off guard by the frenzy monster he had abandoned, holding his hand so fast he couldn't pull his sword. Before he could think of an escape plan, Lubuna fired a large flame attack at him, causing the others to believe it was all over. However, he was saved by Damien's spell, which neutralized the dark magic and prevented him from turning into roasted corn. Just then, he realized that the psychopath vampire had mercilessly butchered his own soldier, causing him to get upset. Yet that was the least of his worries, as the Count had managed to defeat the A-rank baddie and tie her up like a carnival game prize. When Leon charged in to save his damsel in distress, the Walmart vampire warned him not to, else the assassin would be turned into burnt toast. He then presented an offer to Leon, promising that if he did his bit, his damsel would be left free to go. Although Leon tried to be a tough guy, the Count knew just where his priorities lay, demanding that Leon eliminate the mercenaries and the useless Holy Knight if he didn't want to see his girl completely shattered before him. When Lubina gave the wannabe hero time to think about it, Elsid warned the predictable loser not to think too funny, because he didn't have the capacity to pull off a sneak attack which could bail him out. He was too slow and too weak to catch the rip-off vampire off guard, and a mage with that much power could easily bind him to a contract, limiting his actions. While the two heroes started to debate what they were meant to do, the Count looked at Leon in confusion because he seemed to be talking to himself like a lunatic. When the pair finally cooled down, Elsid reminded his wielder that they still had an ace up their sleeve. Just then, the roof was broken open by a different baddie who crash-landed, then hit a superhero pose, pleasing the group who whined that she was late. When some clueless frenzy monsters came charging after her, she instantly punched them inside out in a single hit, proving just how trash of a knight Damien actually was. While she started to bask in her own aura, it started to occur to the Count that he might be cooked. After seeing the hot knight wipe out multiple frenzy monsters by herself, the wannabe hero immediately understood why she could go to the Lubina correction facility by herself. Elsud explained that she had been using an extremely powerful yet dangerous technique that could rip her guts out. When the slow hero couldn't understand, the yapping sword expressed that she was concentrating a large amount of aura in just a little part of her body, which could make her body explode if it wasn't released at the right time. Upon understanding how badass her technique was, Leon realized that he needed to lock in as well because there was no way he would lose to the cow-budget vampire and get his Shayla killed. After Angela taunted the vampire breeder, he started to crash out, threatening to kill her. However, before any of his 5 brain cells could click, she had flash-stepped right to his front and landed a punch so strong that even though the high mage thought he was protected, it completely shattered his defenses, causing him to panic as she punched right through him. When the group pointed out how cooked he was, they demanded he gave up, but the Count refused, reminding them that he had the baddie on lock. Suddenly, Karen popped up behind him and gave him a clean stab on the back, causing him to wail in pain as he wondered what he had trapped. Unfortunately for the dork, he had fallen victim to her coffin keeper illusion, allowing Karen to sneak up behind him. When Leon asked how the assassin was doing, she explained that she was nearly done for, but Angela's distraction allowed her to switch and summon a shadow to fool the clueless noble. Upset that his Shayla was nearly killed, the wannabe hero confronted the vampire and demanded he surrender before things got even worse. When he attempted to abuse his mysterious plot armor once more, Karen hit him with a curveball plot twist, as she had stolen his damage nullification rings off his finger. While he crashed out and threatened to kill them all, Tepets arrived with his butler, assuring the Count that there were no more cards left for him to pull. Suddenly the Count lost it, and he started to laugh, telling the vampire pair that they knew nothing. Before any of the heroes could do anything, he took the black quartz the head merchant had given him and swallowed it, surprising the hero duo and causing him to scream out in agony till he started to scream out with joy, forcing everyone around him to hold their eyes in pain. Upon seeing what had happened, Tepets began to feel very scared, explaining that he had used a forbidden method to become a descendant of the Nosferatu family, who could use the power of controlling sound. While the new Count vampire stood tall, aura farming as he called out the insolent peasants who had wronged him, the mercenary started to feel scared, leading to Leon's realization that his aura was so thick it had started to cause problems with their breathing. Lubina explained that he had been holding back against the weaklings because it was incomplete, but since they had foolishly crossed the line and led him to a corner, he would rule the night sky and eliminate them all by turning them into energy for his new majestic body. The group noticed that the moon had turned red, which Tepes explained to be a power that signified the presence of a superior vampire. When the hot knight charged at the monster and struck a clean hit to his face, the cowardly mercenary celebrated, thinking she could save their trash butts again. However, she barely even grazed him, allowing the vampire to return the favor and fry her with a single touch of his hand. After Damien screamed out for his partner, the Count calmed him down by telling him he was next, leading to a widespread attack that covered the entire mansion. Although the useless vampire prince was able to scream out orders for everyone to run, they were all too slow, allowing the vampire to summon a thunder attack like Thor, which completely destroyed everything and everyone in the building. Fortunately for us, the wannabe hero wasn't totally useless, as he saved our glorious queen from the disastrous attack. When she lamented that she didn't want him to die, Leon requested the baddie escape the battle scene with the 2 worthless vampires. Before she left, the assassin warned Leon that if he died, she'd kill him, which, even though it was impossible, made sense to the man about to get revenge on the Walmart Vlad the Impaler. As several surges of mana appeared in the sky, a powerful dark red Chidori blast was fired to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and reducing the surrounding adventurers to pizza toppings on the battlefield. With his aura overflowing, the wannabe Thanos stared at his demonic hand like he'd just collected all the Infinity Stones, as he felt pleased by the success of the black quartz vampirification process. He smiled as he revealed that his body had now become the advent of the vampire king that disappeared 300 years ago. However, his evil aura farming wasn't enough to keep all the heroes cowering in their wardrobes, as Leon boldly walked up to him. Tumu Dracula stared in shock, wondering how someone could still move after his Bankai, but the numbskull hero stared at him boldly, bloodied body and all, and told him that he'll face him one-on-one. Count Lubina knew he couldn't use power of friendship, since all his homies had already been clapped, so he accused him of bluffing, and said there was nothing at all he could do to stop him. When the Count noticed Karen behind him escaping into her shadow, he asked Leon why he was letting his girl ditch him, and claimed it was meaningless since they could never escape the city. As Leon started coughing up blood, Lubina gleefully mocked him, threatening to make him die in an endless loop like Subaru from ReZero. However, the dumb hero accuses him of yapping too much, revealing that he intended to stall for time by hearing Walmart Eisen's monologue, but could no longer endure his annoying voice. Hearing this, Lubina got angry and charged up a massive dark blast to finish him off, while claiming that he'll make sure he dies a virgin. As the aura from the ground flowed into Lubina's dark Rasengan, Cesari started trembling at the thought of Leon getting annihilated. However, the nerdy hero himself was unfazed as he gathered up some magic energy of his own and realized that Karen had gone far enough since he couldn't sense her aura around anymore. As his sword glowed like a Luke Skywalker lightsaber, the yapping blade Elsid called Lubina an idiot for bragging about the fact that his trump card was vampirification. Leon released a full-powered holy light from his sword which covered the entire battlefield, leaving Lubina helpless as it scorched his flesh. All the bodied adventurers started rising again as their injuries were now healed by the holy light, and Karen stared in awe of her hubby's power. The loser stood firmly, aura farming as hard as he could while watching the low-quality Dracula scream in pain due to the pain of his body melting away. He fell to the ground, his body emitting smoke like burnt barbecue, and other vampires in the area similarly shrieked in agony as their body burnt to a crisp. As Leon watched his victim suffer, Elsid told him that Lubena deserves the pain for committing the evil act of giving up on his humanity to obtain unclean power. When the vampire scum's remains completely vanished, the blabbing sword informed his worthless master that vampires are dangerous, not just because of their Super Saiyan level powers, but also due to the experience gained in their long life. Leon realized that Lubena couldn't properly control the overwhelming power he manifested because he only just became a vampire and lacked experience. Suddenly, alarm bells started ringing in Elsid's round head as he saw that a scorched bloody vampire was standing right behind Leon. Before Leon could react, the vamp bites him in the shoulder, causing his blood to splash all over the area, as Elsid screams his name in fear. At the same time, Tepes, who'd been tied up with Glenn like One Piece fans in the mental asylum they belonged to, begged Karen to release him so that he can defeat Count Lubina with his Iron Claw attack. Without any hesitation, Karen refused and said they'd only get in Leon's way, since they're vampires like him. However, she agreed to release them on the condition that they'd stay put. After she removed their bondages, Tepes expressed how worthless he feels since he can't join the fight against his family's arch-nemesis. Suddenly, his sharing eyes awakened, so he informed them that someone behind the door was calling for him. Glenn pointed out that the mystery person had to be a vampire since Tepes's powers were reacting to him. When they entered the room where the signal was coming from, Karen smiled because she thought there was no one else there. However, when Tepes asked for the person that called out to him, everyone felt a chill in their spine as a supernatural creature appeared in the cell in front of them. As Karen rattled her tiny brain, wondering if the monstrosity in front of her is a vampire, a Dhampir or Inosuke's twin brother, she noticed that it's dying. The creature suddenly moved, and reached out his hand like a poor virgin begging to feel a girl's melons for the first time. Noticing his feebleness, Tepes rushed to him and grabbed his hand, causing his eyes to react even more intensely. By maintaining eye contact with the creature, Tepes connected to its memories, which revealed that it was once a noble man who had a daughter. He and his daughter lived peacefully until one night, an evil scientist chained up his daughter and injected her with vampire juice, causing her to transform into her worst nightmare. In the present, Leon's shoulder was treated like beef jerky by the vampire, but he pulled an automatic Uno reverse as his holy aura burnt the scumbag's mouth. While holding his injured shoulder, Leon wondered if his sun attribute was reacting to the beast. Realizing that it was his chance to attack, Leon charged forward in preparation to hit him with light breathing, first form Virgin Blaze. However, before he could land the attack, the crazy vamp released a powerful shockwave from his mouth which stuns Leon, causing him to scream in pain. As the worthless hero tries to recuperate, he notices that he can't hear anymore because his ears were damaged by the sound wave. He also realized that he would have been sent 6 feet under via head explosion had he not veiled his upper body with holy aura before the attack. The yapping blade informed Leon that the Temu Dracula is in a berserk state, meaning it had nothing left but instincts, and he's more dangerous than before because although he can't use magic, he's awakened his true vampire abilities. Seeing that Leon was still brimming with confidence, he warns him not to underestimate the beast. As the rampaging vampire prepared to attack again, Elsid informed Leon that the only move left for the beast to use against him was the Strigo family's shadow technique, since he successfully managed to block the Elizabeth family's soundwave attack with holy aura. Realizing that he'd already used up 80% of his aura and could no longer fight for much longer, Leon decided to finish the count off with one attack. Elsid warned him that Lubena would definitely try to evade or counter his attack, since he knows how deadly it is, but the trash hero smiled and assured him that he'll get the job done. Seeing this, Elsid smiled back in confidence, and when Leon charged forward, Lubena ripped off some of Muzan Kabutsuji's attacks in an attempt to stop him. However, Leon charged right through them while informing the dumb vampire that blood attacks don't work on him. Hearing this, the beast switched to low-quality Sung Jin Woo shadow attacks, which succeeded in injuring Leon. As the virgin hero struggled to evade the attacks, he wondered why the shadows weren't reacting with the sun aura. Due to the experience he'd gained from all his sparring sessions with Shadow Master Karen, he managed to close the gap between them using precise steps. He knew that even the slightest mistake would cost him his life, so he pulled a Maki Zenin by transferring all his remaining power into physical enhancements. As he charged intensely towards the Count, the lowly beast growled in anticipation of the clash, but Leon delivered a brutal slash which tore off a huge portion of its body. However, that attack wasn't enough to finish off the beast, and it unleashed a huge barrage of blood and shadow attacks at once, which poked even more bloody holes in the hero's body. From the beast's tentacles, a pod manifested in the sky where Lubina's body was being reconstructed, and this left Leon in a state of complete shock. The civilians in town started gathering after hearing the explosion at the castle, and when they noticed the moon turning red, they wondered whether they'd been randomly cast in the next Avengers movie. Suddenly, a dark monster appeared behind one of the NPCs and started snacking on his disgusting virgin body as he screamed for someone to save him. Meanwhile, a similar shadow monster appeared and bit the shoulder of an adventurer, causing him to scream in pain as he noticed that the creature was sucking his blood. As the shadow monsters treated the adventurers' bodies like potato chips, they noticed that the beasts somehow managed to restrict their movements after stealing their shadows. As they stared at the terrifying monster pod in front of them, they realized that the Count is sucking the blood of everyone in the city in order to return to his vampire state again. He was so desperate to become like Dio Brando that he used a forbidden technique sealed away by the Founding Fathers, which would no doubt have severe after effects, since he's an incomplete vampire. Elcid started panicking as he realized that if Lubenda expands this domain even further, the people in the city will disappear without a trace. When some shadow monsters tried to jump Leon from behind, he used the little strength he could muster to move out of harm's way. However, the beasts weren't done with him yet, so they attacked again, this time successfully biting him all over his body. The blabbing sword screamed his name, thinking he'd been given a one-way trip to the afterlife. Meanwhile, inside the demonic pod, Lubina's body was slowly being restored, and he smiled as he prepared to make the entire city his sacrifices. Down below, the shadow beasts wrapped up poor Leon like a taco, and as he struggled to survive, he realized that he doesn't have enough energy to move or gather aura. Just then, he heard the desperate cries from the civilians who'd been attacked by the beasts, and this gave him enough motivation to clench his sword even tighter. As aura gathered into his blade, he remembered that the reason he became a hero was to save people who were suffering from unreasonable evil. Eventually, his sword's holy light shined so brightly that it destroyed the shadow creatures surrounding him. When Lubina saw this, he got annoyed and decided to focus all his powers on the hero. He sent several more dark shadows to attack Leon, but just when they got close to him, he remembered Karen threatening to destroy him if he died. He smiled and powered up his sword while telling his attackers that he'd been in trouble if he died. After focusing intensely, he unleashed his 7-star sword Grand Chariot attack, which granted him access to the Speed Force, as he blitzed the dumb shadows and zoomed in front of the Count. As he prepared to land the final hit, Lubina felt his soul leaving his body, but Leon showed no mercy as he used the final form of his light breathing to split the entire pod in half. The attack was so clean and powerful that it left the evil vampire speechless, as the severed pieces of his body started falling in all directions. He had a flashback of his daughter Leah, and realized that he was about to reunite with her in the afterlife. After reminiscing about all the good times he spent with little Leah, he recalled the day he found her lying helplessly on the floor, and hugged her tightly while swearing to fix her. It was the same incurable disease that caused his wife's death that was threatening his daughter's life, and he felt useless because even though he was a Merlin-level mage, he couldn't find a cure. He was so determined to save Leia that he prepared to sell his soul in exchange for her life. Since his desperation had reached its peak, he resorted to dark magic, and had his soldiers gather up people from the slums which he experimented on with vampire blood. Soon he became a mad scientist, who was now focused on amplifying the vampiric powers he'd gathered with the Black Quartz to make himself an overlord. After heading his plans, his butler cried tears of joy while glazing him for finally finding a cure for his daughter. However, when he mentioned her name, Lubina barely even remembered who Leah was because of his newfound supervillain madness. In the present, he lay on the floor with his limbs and lower body dismembered like a Barbie doll, and his body began to melt. Meanwhile, Tepes held a teddy bear which he got from the weirdo, and remembered her telling him that she was waiting for her daddy. Apparently, Lubina had injected his daughter Leah with vampire blood, and her vampire form was the creep in the cell that gave Tepes the teddy bear. As he melted like butter, Lubina's 2 brain cells finally ticked as he realized that he'd forgotten his original goal, which was to save Leah because he was so drunk on power. As his eyes started welling up with tears, he yelled Leah's name. The citizens and the adventurers who were previously getting snacked on by the shadow monsters now noticed that the beasts had vanished into thin air. Lubina reached out his severed hand to touch Mia's teddy bear, but before he could reach it, his body burnt away. As Tepes watched him die, he informed him that vampire souls perish permanently with their body when they die, and claimed it was his retribution for using a taboo. When the adventurers noticed that the storm was finally over, they argued over who had the largest cucumber, while Angela and Damien used healing magic to patch up Leon. After some minutes, Leon told them to heal themselves, since he felt a lot better, but Damien replied that he was okay with dying instead. Damien starts glazing Leon, claiming he was a Goku-level swordsman who was worth the hype that Cesare gave him. When Leon apologized for not telling him sooner, he promised that he and Angela will keep the hero's identity a secret till the day they die. He also promised to keep the friction with the royal family to a minimum, but the trash hero wasn't focused on them, but rather on the terrifying lady standing right behind them. Seeing that Bro's body is in stitches, she started yelling at him for nearly getting slaughtered despite all his big talk before she left. As she kept scolding him, he suddenly collapsed on her chest, so she called him an idiot while holding him tightly. The next day, the royal family was informed about the Lubena incident, and since one of the counts who ruled the kingdom had died, the news caused a great stir within the royal palace and among high-ranking nobles. However, the Walakoya family, who had completed their temporary services to the church, and the people who were used as lab rats, added to the testimony and proved that Lubena was a heretic. In front of the panel, Damien announced that Count Lubena had been convicted of being a heretic and would now be executed as punishment. He also claimed that the mercenaries who helped them during the fight wouldn't be able to provide more information since they weren't directly involved. As two holy Iron Chain Knights, who had the backing of the church, came forward to settle the situation, the turmoil in the kingdom quickly subsided. Karen knew that the noble douchebags would try to interfere with their journey as much as possible, so she borrowed authority from the church and slipped away. When Leon woke up, he thought about how great it felt to take a nap on his shadow mammy's milk cushions 4 days ago. He was relieved when Karen told him the mercenaries were safe, but then he noticed an injury on her stomach which made him concerned. However, she assured him that she was fine since the attack that injured her missed her vitals, allowing her to patch herself up with healing magic. She apologized for making him angry by pretending to be captured by the Count and swore that she'd tell him next time before making any move. Surprisingly, Leon smiled and told her he wasn't angry at her, but rather angry at himself for not being able to figure out his comrade's plans. He then asked her to keep doing what she's doing even if he's not aware of it, and promised that he'd figure it out. His words were so wrizful that it had her loins tingling, so she ran out of the carriage to cool off. After she left, the Yapping Blade praised Leon for being a great hero, but Leon replied that he can't call himself a hero if his ignorance limits the powers of his comrades. Elsud then informed him that their next destination was the Titan mountain range where the former king Roderick left his will, which was being ruled by the King of Giants. When Leon asked if he has any plans on how they can get in, the Blabber Sword said he doesn't, so Leon decides that he'll trust in his comrades and his skills. Elsud remarked that the useless hero's words reminded him of something. However, Leon clenched his fist and decided that he'll get stronger by overcoming all their upcoming challenges as they head to the mountains. Sometime later, in a desert city of outlaws named Chinuke, a worthless idiot was sent flying through the door of a building and fell on the yard floor where he lay unconscious. The musclehead who punched him came out of the bar and called him a fool for challenging the almighty A-rank adventurer, Odin. After taking all his money, Odin told his fellow crackheads to drink as much as they wanted. Meanwhile, some creepy dudes approach a hooded girl in the corner and try to convince her to be their personal Mia Khalifa. When their leader started getting handsy with her, she started emitting some deadly aura which made his comrades soil their pants. However, their clueless boss kept pestering her until she broke his hand with her powers, causing him to scream in pain. When she took off her hood, the men stared in shock as the Disney princess-looking adventurer asked them to atone for their sins. Meanwhile, Leon and Shadow Girl were touring through the mountain, and she started marveling at all the wyverns in the area. However, they started shivering when they felt the demonic energy flowing from the forest because it was just as intense as Aizen's aura. The reason guilds don't accept requests which involve the mountains was because many of the adventurers who raided the forest in search of its rare items never returned. Elsud informed Leon that the mountain range is a world of giants and monsters, and claimed that it was the best place for him to train if he can survive. The battle junkie Leon immediately accepted the challenge, and Karen agreed to accompany him through this hellish training. Back in the city, the Disney princess adventurer crushed the skulls of all the idiots in her path with a mace. Khan, who was hiding in the corner like a loser, identified her as a former ranger who became wanted for shooting her boss in the head, as well as a former A-ranked knight. Suddenly, she shattered his hiding spot with her mace, causing him to scream like an endangered chicken. When she tried to finish him off, he desperately begged for his life, but that only made her see him as a shameless dimwit. As she swung her mace at his ugly face, Bro pulled a desperation move by bringing up the fact that he was the boss of the slums who was acknowledged by Cesari, who like her worked for the Divine Church. She halted her attack millimeters away from his face and asked him if he's Khan. After he introduced himself, one of the idiots she bodied started yelling slurs at Khan for surviving her attack. When Khan asked how the dude was still breathing, the girl explained that she casted a quick recovery healing magic which could fuse bones back together even if they're all shattered. However, the losers wouldn't be able to move for a while since they recovered after almost dying, and the experience gave them more PTSD than Arkham Asylum's inmates. Khan was baffled, because even though he knew the Holy Iron Chain Knights were powerful, he never expected one to be Goku level. He knew there was only one person among the Holy Knights who was known to be that powerful, and started to figure out who the girl was. When she asked if he knew who Leon was, the dingbat called him a brat, and immediately got some punishment for that, as the girl crushed his empty skull with her mace. After several minutes of pounding the wannabe Walter White, she finally forgave him, and assigned him to obtain all the information he can about Leon, including where he went. Her sadistic brain started overheating as she told him not to bother telling her about the size of Leon's sausage even though she wanted a piece of it. As Cons got even more baffled, she concluded her yap session by asking him to escort her to Blaine. Before Bro could even react, she grabbed him by his coat and started dragging him through the ground as she made her way to Blaine. In the Titan Mountains, 2 Gigachads defeated some dragons, and even though they sustained some major injuries, they were confident that they could still fight. However, the dragon in front of them was a higher-level species called a drake, a powerful creature, not the Canadian rookie that was roasted by Kendrick Lamar. Despite the risks, the dragon hunter duo charged at the beast, and it met them with an attack of its own. As Leon and Karen watched from a safe distance, they realized that the men were giants from the Titan tribe, but also noticed that the overpowered drake was too much for them. Elsid informed Leon that the drake had a powerful observation haki, which meant that it's been aware of their presence in the area from the start since they're the next targets. This put them in a tough spot, as they wondered if they should run away or aid the giants. Karen started getting anxious because she knew that drakes were S-class monsters with intelligence equivalent to humans. She thought about asking Leon what to do, but when she saw how locked in Bro was, she knew he was about to go beast mode. One of the giants ripped off one of Tengen's best sound breathing moves with his axe, and it managed to injure the drake. However, when he tried to land a second attack, the beast smacked him with its tail, and sent his homie flying as well without breaking a sweat. It then proceeded to crush them in the ground like cockroaches, causing blood to spill from their mouths. As the drake towered over them, preparing to make dinner out of them, they started saying their final prayers. Suddenly, the dumb hero used his 7-star sword, Merrick, attack to slash the dragon in its neck, creating an opening for Karen to land several devastating strikes in the same spot. However, this ultimate combo attack only ticked the drake off, so Leon handed the giants some healing potion, which would allow them to rejoin the fight. When the giant duo were fully replenished, the 4 Ultra Chads marched towards the drake like they'd become the new Fantastic Four. They charged at the monster together as a group, and Leon wasted no time before activating his vision technique at maximum output. As he scanned through its body, he got worried as he noticed the color on its body had vanished. Elsid explained that it was simply a temporary phenomenon caused by the fact that his mind can't catch up to the speed of his reflexes. This made things look like time had slowed down for him, and the only reason he could even see properly at the moment was because he trained his vision. The blabbing blade advised him to use that time to figure out a way to attack the drake, so he scanned its body more thoroughly and realized that its body is so thick that neither him nor Karen will be able to land a critical hit on it. After searching for several more minutes for a weak spot, the loser predicted that the drake could be taken down by striking the skin of its wings or its eyes. It swings its tail towards them like Thor's hammer, and it nearly catches them off guard, but luckily Timu Barry Allen was fast enough to alert the others. After dodging the attack, everyone thanked Leon, but he was more worried about the drake because it was now fully focused on slaying them. Noticing this, Karen went into beast mode as well, and decided to solo the monster by raining powerful dark swords at it. She focused her special attack on the dragon's left eye, and everyone praised her for her skills, until they saw that the dragon blocked the attack with its eyelids. She started throwing a tantrum, but the giant duo decided to take matters into their own hands. When the drake dodged even more of Karen's dark swords, the giants injured the beast on its toe fingers, causing it to scream in pain. After regaining composure, the dragon noticed some shiny aura gathering in the distance, and when it took a closer look, it saw that Leon was preparing to use his ultimate attack. To stop him, the drake fired a dark blast which blocked his vision completely. Inside this dark abyss, the worthless hero called out to his friends, but none of them answered. He heard the voice of Elsid revealing that the dragon was using the dark attribute, but he started panicking because he couldn't see his bubbly partner. Elsid gave him some words of wisdom, telling him to create light in the midst of the darkness, so he charged up his sword with aura in preparation for his 7-star sword stabbing attack. Outside, the drake stared proudly at the circle of darkness like it was a perfect Mona Lisa replica he painted until Leon pierced him directly in the eye with a lightspeed attack called Alkide. The next morning, Leon woke up to the surprise of Karen sleeping beside him with her milk factories nearly in full display, causing him to scream like a typical virgin. Bro started freaking out, but she made things even worse by hinting that something heated happened between them the previous night, which he'd forgotten. When he asked what she meant, she laughed at him and called him an idiot, before revealing that she looked after him throughout the night because his fever rose beyond 40 degrees. After his special attack the previous night, the drake went crazy and started blasting fire everywhere before running away. Shadow Mammy then planted Leon's face in her goods while grappling him and scolding him for nearly dying again. At that moment, he remembered that the only person who rushed to save him from falling to his death was Karen, so he thanked her with a warm smile on his face, causing her to blush. When the giants come by to check on them, they see the lovebirds getting cozy with each other, so they walk away thinking they're about to roleplay a Brazzers classic. Some minutes later, the men introduced themselves to Leon as Urga and Julru, while praising him for his amazing performance against the dragon. When he extended his hand to shake them, they nearly destroyed it with their gorilla strength. And that's when he realized that the giant's strength was what scared away all mountain creatures including wolves, trolls, and demons. Urga brought up the fact that Leon and Karen are searching for the King of Giants and proposed a meeting with the village chief. Julru suggested resting a little bit more before meeting him. Leon said he was ready, even though he knew the muscleheads were hiding something. When they went into the Titan village, Leon was amazed by how large the people were, and even more stunned by the corpses of dire wolves, wyverns, and trolls in the area. These beasts could destroy entire small territories by themselves, but the giants slayed more than 10. As they moved ahead, Elsid informed him that the physiques of giants were similar to A+ ranking ogres, and they were intelligent martial artists who could annihilate all kinds of monsters below the S rank. Soon they arrived at the exclusive training center for Titans called the Hall of Hell. When they hear some screams coming from the dungeon, the hero duo start panicking, but the Titans tell them to go inside since the chief is waiting for them. Suddenly, some Titans fly out of the cave's entrance, causing Leon to raise his guard in anticipation of a boss battle. A woman that's more ripped than Dwayne Johnson walked out of the dungeon, asking Leon and Karen if they're guests before introducing herself as the village chief, Volkan. As they stared at this colossal titan of a woman, the trash hero realized that she was too powerful for him to beat. When she started flexing her biceps and triceps, the airhead duo wondered if she's giving them a signal to compliment her. Suddenly, the titan men behind them start worshipping her muscles and begging her to do more OnlyFans poses for them. She asked Leon if he'd like to touch them, but he politely declined her offer, causing her to sigh in disappointment. When he revealed that he's there to find Roderick's legacy, she smiled while telling him that she wouldn't give out the information for free. Leon was scared because he knew he was about to get dragged into a messy situation. A few hours later, they stood in the center of an arena for a WrestleMania match, and Vulcan introduced Leon as a visitor who was strong enough to slash a Drake's eye. Hearing this, all the Titans in the area became interested in him, and she announced that he was looking for an opponent to have a match with, even though he had no idea what was going on. When Leon tried to back away, she told him she'd only give him the information if he agreed to have a match, and Elsid further motivated him by pointing out that he has a chance to learn while fighting Vulcan. Leon agreed to her proposition, so she praised him for having guts. As Karen watched in the corner, she asked Urga if fighting was a custom of the Titans, but he replied that it was only the chief's hobby. One giant named Khan stepped up to be Leon's first opponent, so the useless hero got hyped up to face him. When the other giants noticed how fired up Leon was, they begged him not to faint before it was their turn to knock his teeth out. Vulcan asked Karen to place a bet on who would win the duel, and the lover girl wasted no time before declaring that her hubby Leon should destroy his opponent. Her confidence put a smile on Vulcan's face, but she went into goofy mode again and started asking Karen to feel up her muscles. When the battle began, Khan charged at Leon with his staff, but the loser managed to evade his earth-shattering attack. While blocking the flying debris, Leon complimented him for being strong, but Khan tried to jump him from behind with a brutal attack. Leon dodged the attack, but the shockwave destroyed the wall behind him. Karen was surprised that Titans could use aura, but Urga explained that he and Julru were still newbies, which was the only reason they couldn't destroy the Drake in one strike. Julru added that it was more difficult for Titans to control aura than humans, and even his current newbie level took him 30 years of training to attain. In order to learn aura, a being needs to empty and fill their body repeatedly with aura, and since giants are built like Optimus Prime, they need more aura to fill their bodies. Since their training is mostly ineffective, it takes them 10 times the amount of time it does for a human. Just then, the MC announced that they had a winner, and when the smoke cleared, they saw Leon towering over a fallen Khan. All the giants, including Khan, sang praises to Leon for pushing a Titan to his limit, but he didn't even get any time to recover, as all the others lined up to face him. Later that evening, the trash hero was lying in bed with bandages all over his body, and Elsid was disappointed in him for getting 2 wins and 7 losses. He claimed that Leon would have scored 6 wins if he paid closer attention to the distance the Titans created, but this only angered Leon. The loser started crashing out, claiming that it was unfair for these large beings to be able to move like prime Jackie Chan, and he wondered who taught the martial arts in the first place. Elsid then dropped a bombshell by revealing that he was the one who taught them martial arts 300 years ago. Several centuries ago, among the ogre species, there was one individual that rejected himself as a monster and received mercy from the goddess. He offered to give himself to the goddess and help subjugate the monsters if she accepted him, so she agreed to his request. The goddess granted the giant king and his people wisdom, and the ability to speak like humans. This special wisdom, in addition to their overpowering physique, was how they evolved into Titans. Leon told the babbling sword that he'd heard about the history of the Titans at the academy, but he had no idea that Elsid was the one who trained them. When he asked how Elsid got involved in the story, the sentient bubble got ticked off, and claimed that it's all because of the idiot goddess. Back in the old days, the hero, Roderick, crashed out because the goddess randomly skipped town after blessing the Titans, so he had no choice but to teach them. Training the Titans was infuriating because they barely understood anything he taught them, but there was one rare genius among the pack named Kashim, who he taught well. Kashim was the giant king, and after Elsid trained him, he refined his skills for several years until he surpassed the title of master. Leon was amazed by this, but Elsad advised him to focus on his spars with the Titans, since he barely got any chance to fight aggressively. Given the fact that Leon had been training to improve his capabilities before meeting Roderick, he needed to prove himself worthy before he could get Roderick's legacy, which was stored by the Giant King, and worth in that area meant strength. Meanwhile, the Cinderella Smasher bodied some thugs during her journey with Khan, and expressed how disappointed she was in them for trying to rob others for food, instead of farming for their own. When she asked Khan where the city entrance was, Khan pointed her in its direction, and she marveled at how beautiful it was. They walked through the streets of Blaine wearing disguises, and Barney Berserker was pleased to see that the city was still active, and not swallowed by a large monster. She blushed while praising Leon for stopping the massacre, and it was at that moment that Khan realized why she was crushing on the hero. When she asked to visit the slums, Khan was surprised that she didn't ask to see Cesare first, but she explained that she wanted to visit the place Leon saved. Khan agreed to take her there because it was his jurisdiction, and he started reminiscing about the good old days he had in the slums before noticing that the trenches had been transformed into a bright section of the city. When he saw that his hideout was now an orphanage, he screamed in shock, and then walked away shamefully. Several hours later, Cesare was gleefully enjoying prime juice when he heard a knock on the door. When he answered, Khan ruined his mood before entering into his home. As he argued with the hooligan, he heard the Disney crusher, Elahan, announce her presence and immediately rushed out to see her. She greeted him with a smile, but he yelled at her for wandering around so much despite being a saintess. While they were seated inside, Cesare kept yelling at Elahan, and he brought up the fact that the main church and Holy Iron Chain Knights had to go looking for her before asking why she went AWOL. As she smiled at him, he remembered when she was still a rugrat, and even back then she used to give him all kinds of problems. When Khan asked about their relationship, Elahan explained that Cesare was the person from the main church who looked after her since her diaper days. After a bit more dilly-dallying, Elahan revealed that the reason she was there was to ask about something called the Day of the Oracle. Cesare explained that the Day of the Oracle is a revelation that would prepare the world for the disaster that is to come. In other words, the day that predicts the birth of the hero. The fact that the Holy Sword had revealed itself meant that the Day of the Oracle was close, and the hero had already handled a portion of the omens of disaster, which included the Swallowed City and the exploitation of the vampires. The fact that those two catastrophic events were only a portion of the disasters made Khan worried that they would be in grave danger, and Cesare confirmed that anarchy was coming. He advised Elahan to prepare herself, but she claimed that she's already prepared. For the past 300 years, 7 generations of saintesses have waited for the hero, so the 8th generation saintess, Elahan, swore that she'd save the world with the hero. As she simped for Leon in the corner, Khan and Cesare wondered why she was fawning over a guy she'd never met. Meanwhile, in the Titan village, the giants cheered as Leon evaded a Detroit smash by a Titan named Drogo. As the hero prepared to land his own attack, the spectating Titans smiled as they chatted about how much stronger he'd gotten since the last match. When Leon slashed Drogo, the brute blocked with his wrist guard, but he's stunned by the fact that the armor was slightly damaged. Drogo got angry and tried a JoJo-style punch rush, but Leon deflected all of his attacks. He then zoomed in behind Leon and tried to crush him with a Hulk smash, but when the smoke cleared, he saw that his attack didn't land at all. Soaring in the sky above him was Leon, who delivered a super fast jab with the handle tip of his sword right to Drogo's head. As Drogo fell to the ground, Leon was declared the winner, and the Titans started glazing him for being faster than Prime Minato. Karen was surprised by his speed, and she started to wonder if he'd actually cook her if they sparred again. As the Titan argued over who would get to be Leon's next opponent, Karen realized that she needed to upskill herself so that her position as the hero's comrade wouldn't be endangered. When Drogo regained consciousness, he glazed Leon for giving him a great match, but the hero said the pleasure was all his since he learned a lot from him. Hearing this, Drogo got so excited that he smacked him to the ground like a bug in an attempt to pat him on the back. Just then, Vulcan arrived and told Leon that the Titan King Kashim was looking for him. When they arrived at a bridge, Vulcan explained to Leon that they were in a restricted area that required permission to enter. Since the king only permitted Leon to enter, she now had to leave. She directed him towards a dimensional crack beyond the canyon, where he'd find a waterfall. The dumb hero was confused as to why there was a dimensional crack in the area, so Elsad explained that the Titans lived in that area so they could fulfill the mission the goddess personally gave them, which was to subjugate the isekai monsters. When Leon arrived at the waterfall, he saw Kashim doing some water-breathing exercises. Before the hero could even gather his thoughts, Kashim zoomed in front of him at a speed that even he couldn't comprehend at all. The jumbo-sized Floyd Mayweather had so much aura that Leon's body started shivering as he stood in front of him. After regaining his composure, Leon introduced himself as the hero, before announcing that he was there to retrieve the previous hero, Roderick's relic. Kashim noticed that Leon had a similar aura with Roderick, so he asked what his relationship with him was. Leon replied that he's his junior, but Kashim said he was capping because he noticed that the trash hero was yet to master Roderick's step and vision techniques. Kashim revealed that people who were mentored by Roderick diminished a long time ago. and even the few geniuses who were born in one generation gave up because they couldn't accept his teachings. Roderick stopped taking apprentices because the cycle repeated multiple times. Since there were many others like Leon in the past, Casham asked if he thought he had the qualifications to strive for Roderick's relic. Leon had no idea how to answer his question, so Elsid provided him with an assist by claiming that he does have the qualifications. Casham recognized the voice, but when the babbling blade appeared in his bubble form, he wondered why the idiot hero had a floating jizz as a Pokemon. Seeing his confusion, Elsid asked Leon to raise up his sword, and when he did, Roderick appeared in his spirit form and greeted Casham. When he saw his long-lost master again, Casham got excited and threw the meanest punch at him. The shockwave of the punch made the mountains rumble, but Roderick blocked the attack with ease and told him to train for another 1,000 years. This got Casham even more pumped, but Leon started panicking because he knew he was about to reunite with his great-grandparents in the afterlife. When Casham swore that he'd unalive Roderick, Leon tried to beg him to stop, but he proceeded to throw a fully powered Texas smash at him, causing the mountains to quake once again. After hours of crashing out, the dumb Titan finally apologized to Leon for his behavior, but Bro didn't take offense because he fully understood where he was coming from. At first, Casham instructed Leon to call him Sir, but when the useless hero called Roderick a scumbag, the Titan King dapped him up and told him to call him brother. He agreed to take him to the cave beyond the waterfall, but Elsid, who watched from above, was ticked off by the fact that his two pupils were bonding by hating on him. When they entered the cave, Leon was stunned by the brilliant sight in front of him. Casham explained that it was Roderick who planted medicinal herbs and trees there for his own health, and they were still effective even though they've been around for 300 years. He then showed Leon some of Roderick's books on martial arts, physical discipline, and aura techniques. Even though the Titans weren't able to learn from these books, they picked up 1 or 2 new skills from it. The useless hero asked if those were Roderick's relics, but Elsid for some reason started begging Casham to adjust his strength so that he wouldn't unalive Leon. When Leon asked what he was talking about, the blabbing blade explained that he'll now be learning telekinesis because that's his true relic. Bro was still confused, so Casham explained that the only way to awaken telekinesis was to face the brink of death repeatedly after using all his stamina and aura. The musclehead smiled while telling Leon that he'll personally put him on the brink of death, but the hero, now soiling his pants, begged him to wait. Sometime later, Leon was in battle with his shadow Mama, and he asked her to protect his back. She graciously agreed, but when she saw some terrifying beasts behind him, she started panicking as she realized that she can't match Leon with her current skills. When blood splashed behind her, she turned back slowly and saw that the demon turned her man into a donut, just like Rengoku. While barely clinging on to life, he called her name, and her eyes welled up with tears as she realized she was more worthless to him than Sakura was to Team 7. Apparently it was all a dream, but it scared Karen so much that she still had tears in her eyes when she woke up. Soon after, she polished her weapons, but still felt unsatisfied because she knew she had to get stronger. She knew she was the almighty Coffin Keeper, the best assassin who ruled the slums, and she was capable of taking down anyone who challenged her, including people ranked slightly higher than her. However, she felt like a frog stuck in a well because there were still numerous overpowered beings in the world like Lubina, who could bring danger upon Leon. She considered parting ways with Leon because there was a high chance that she'd eventually die during their travels or get critically injured, which would force Leon into a corner. However, she changed her mind and decided to become stronger instead. She'd never trained after becoming the female John Wick of the world, but she felt it was meaningless since she'd already surpassed her physical limits. Since she was raised as an assassin, she didn't know how to get stronger by herself. When Leon came back, she greeted him cheerfully, but she was confused as to why he looked pale, like he just gooned 1,000,000 times in a row. When she asked about the items he was carrying, he revealed that it's a medicine that's been preserved for 3 centuries, as well as a book written by Roderick. She was so amazed that she started praising him for inheriting the relics, but he handed her the items and told her they belonged to her now. Since he easily gave them to her as a cheap Valentine's gift, she realized that they weren't the relics, but she wondered if it was okay for her to have those highly valuable items. Leon explained that he was giving them to her out of appreciation for all the help she's given him during their journey, and he'd heard from his new master Kashim that the book would be really helpful to her. As she happily chowed down on the magical mushroom, Leon told her he'd be spending the next few days with his master, and asked her not to worry about him. After he left, she wondered how Kashim became his master, but decided to check the book out, thinking it was a brain-rot isekai light novel. The name of the book was Dance of Twirling Spirits, and as she read through it, she was amazed as she found some game-changing techniques which were guaranteed to make a shadow attribute user like herself much stronger. Meanwhile, the loser got demolished by Kashim for the 100th time, but even though he looked like a bloody rag on the floor, Kashim and Elsid agreed that they still needed to do a lot more training. As a bit of motivation, the sadistic master showed Leon the scar he sustained while learning telekinesis from Roderick, and revealed that it took him months of being on the brink of death to learn it. Out of pity, he used his telekinesis skill to toss the loser into the healing pool. When Leon comes out, he starts ranting about how he nearly died during their last session, but Elsid assured him that he wouldn't let him die. Kashim announced that it was time to get back to training, but Leon got so scared that he started melting like ice cream. In the training ground, some titans engaged in mortal combat while the others cheered them on. Karen suddenly appeared and asked to join in, leaving the brutes stunned by her new pretty outfit. She informed them that she'd be using assassination-type weapons and poison, and advised them to decline if it's too much for them. When she asked who wanted to face her, Drogo stepped up and complimented her for being brave. However, Urga warned him to be careful, since she's really intense. Hearing this, she tried to defend herself by explaining that she didn't get bumpy in the sheets with Leon, but Urga said he was talking about their battle with the Drake. When the battle began, a titan named Cuckoo started worrying for Karen, but Julru told him to watch the Gojo-level skills that Karen is about to display. Karen charged at the titan with her full strength, but he blocked the attack, so she fired a barrage of kunai at him. When Bro tanked the attack, she went into Coffin Keeper mode and rained some dark sword on the brute. Seeing that he ranked her curse technique, she admitted that she can't win with just power alone. When it was Drogo's turn to attack, he smiled while declaring that he wouldn't go easy on her, but she suddenly appeared behind him and reminded him that assassination is her specialty, before kicking him right in the Johnson. The crowd froze in shock, thinking he'd been KO'd, but he suddenly exhaled, causing Karen to praise him for being tough. He praised her for being agile, and swore that he wouldn't go easy on her. Elsewhere, Leon tried to use his Hinokami Kagura move on Kashim, but the Titan Gigachad deflected the attack with his bare hand. The useless hero was surprised that his attacks weren't working, but Kashim didn't even give him time to catch his breath as he smashed him to the ground like a bug. He tossed Leon into the healing river once again, and after Leon came out, he was baffled by the Titan King's unbelievable strength and swiftness. When Kashim announced that it was time to resume their training, the hero had a fiery look in his eyes which pleased both of his teachers. Elcid and Kashim were impressed because the trash hero had finally manifested his will. While taking a battle stance, Leon asked to go one more round, so Kashim zoomed in behind him and prepared to destroy him with a Saitama serious punch. He advised Leon not to drop his guard before landing a brutal punch that sent him flying into the wall. As the hero laid helplessly on the shattered wall, his teachers wondered whether he was actually dead this time. However, they confirmed that he was still alive when he crawled into the healing river with his last strength. When they asked if he was okay, he gave them a thumbs up to show that he was doing fine. On the day of the Oracle, the seal on the Holy Sword was lifted, and Leon became capable of using all of its abilities. Elcid knew that if the sword was completed, Leon would be 10 times as strong as he is currently, but he still felt that it wasn't enough, because the disaster that was coming seemed like something a Gen Z brat couldn't handle. However, he felt confident that Leon could pull it off. Meanwhile, Khan was crouched up at the front gate of the academy, wondering why he came there in the first place. Just then, Elfine arrived with his goons, and kicked him in an attempt to scare him away. However, Khan stared at them in a manner that was so terrifying that they soiled themselves and started apologizing to him. At the same time, Elahan saw the wooden pole which Leon used to train with back in the good old days. She noticed that it had been hit countless times with a wooden sword, and this gave her the confirmation she needed that it was the training ground of her hero Leon. While celebrating, she noticed a large hole in the ground which she correctly identified as the spot where the holy sword descended. She immediately went on her knees and prayed to the goddess. However, she knew that someone had been watching her ever since she entered the village, and asked him to show himself since he didn't seem to have any bad intentions. Out of the bushes came an old man named Gilbert, who humbly greeted her and introduced himself as a knight from Clyde. She asked why an imperial knight was there because she knew a noble would never come all the way there to study abroad, but she figured out that he was there because of Walmart Leon, who stood behind him. Discount Leon greeted the Saintess and introduced himself as the imperial family's legitimate heir. Elahan was surprised that she was suddenly in a meeting with the Prince of the Clyde Empire, so he explained that he knew someone from the church would arrive ever since the day of the Oracle came about. When she asked what he wanted from her, his facial expression suddenly got intense as he asked her if he wasn't the hero, causing Gilbert to be shocked. The Saintess plainly told him that he definitely wasn't the hero, because a hero had already appeared a year ago. These words lit a fuse in the royal turd's brain, but Gilbert argued with the Saintess, claiming that Walmart Leon is definitely the hero since he had the same birthday as the day of the Oracle. Hearing this, Elahan finally understood why they were confused, so she told them plainly that the answer remained the same no matter how much they doubted it. Out of annoyance, Gilbert claimed that the goddess made a mistake, and this made the Saintess so ticked off that her aura started leaking out of her bodysuit. However, she decided to let it slide because the old goofball only said that out of loyalty, but she promised to knock his teeth out if he tried it again. Seeing the vengeful look in her eyes, Gilbert trembled while apologizing to her. After some minutes of brainstorming, the Prince of Idiots finally clocked that it was his homie, Leon, that was the hero all along. When he mentioned his name, Elahan went into simp mode again, and started fantasizing about role-playing Angela White on top of him. When Gilbert noticed how angry the prince was, he started worrying for him. Some time ago, when Prince Leon was still a chibi loser, he saw his father get stabbed by his uncle while seated on his throne. The evil uncle tried to unalive the prince as well to secure his spot on the throne, but Gilbert swooped in just in time to save him. He ordered his minions to slay the prince, and soon they surrounded Gilbert. As old Gil stood his ground, he told the loser prince to never forget that he's the kingdom's rightful heir, and instructed him to acquire the holy sword on the day of the oracle to reclaim the throne. Tears streamed down Leon's face as he realized that Gilbert had lost an eye, but Gil held onto his sword like a true warrior and told him to survive. In the present, Elihan announced that she was leaving, but Gilbert said he couldn't let her leave while unsheathing his sword. The prince was left speechless by his butler's gigachad display, but Elihan reminded him of her previous warning not to annoy her a second time. However, Gilbert gave a noble speech he learnt from Game of Thrones as he charged at the saintess, and he claimed that the hero can only be the prince since he's the most suited person in the world. This heroic moment was cut short by a single brutal punch from Elihan, which ripped him in two like a certain honored one. Seeing this, Prince Leon got enraged and charged at her with vengeance in his eyes. But she broke his sword like a toothpick and informed him that his attacks couldn't harm her, even though his speed was good. He started yelling at her, calling her a murderous fraud for slaying the man who took care of him like a father, so she informed him that Gil wasn't dead. When he turned back, he saw that the old loser's injuries had completely healed up, but Elihan decided to test him by asking which he'd choose if he had to pick between being the hero or the Emperor of Clyde. As the dumb prince struggled to think of an answer, she went further to ask what he'd do if the Clyde family were the root of evil in the world, and also asked if he could treat everyone, including outsiders or the Empire, equally. Since he couldn't give her the answers she wanted, she claimed that these were the reasons he couldn't be the hero, and she walked away, leaving the prince completely speechless. Meanwhile, the real hero, Leon, was congratulated by Kashim for finally seizing his will after all the hellish training he endured. The trash hero didn't think much of it, so Kashim told him to have more pride, since he just pulled off something that many others couldn't for hundreds of years. They both stare at Elsid, hoping to get a compliment out of him as well, but he scolds them instead for being boneheads. Eventually, he complimented Leon for finishing his training early, and reminded him that the next day was his birthday. However, Leon didn't think much of it since it was just another day to go on, but Elsid reminded him that his birthday is on the day of Oracle. As Leon's jaw dropped to the floor, Elsid revealed that the reason he rushed the telekinesis training was because he knew the day of the Oracle was approaching. He then assured him that the recovery time would get better after the Holy Sword seal had been lifted. When the clock struck midnight, Elsid said it was time to begin the process, and Leon noticed some crazy astronomical events going on in the sky. Strange rings appeared around the sun and the moon, and soon after, several bright stars covered the sky as well. Leon appeared in a strange realm which looked like a cheap knockoff of Gojo's domain. When the goddess appeared, Leon went on his knees and started tearing up because he'd never seen a baddie that beautiful in his life. She revealed that the space he was in was her exclusive domain, and assured him that he didn't have to worry because nothing could hurt him there without her permission. When she asked him to lift his head, he looked up at her, but was surprised that her face was covered in a bright, blinding light. Sensing his confusion, she explained that only people of a certain level, which he'd yet to reach, could see the face of a god or goddess. When Leon apologized, she explained that she wasn't trying to say that he's lacking, and revealed that it was almost impossible for someone who isn't a monster like Roderick to look directly at the goddess's face. She then brought up how Roderick, the nonchalant gigachad, looked directly at her when they first met, and claimed that he didn't have an ounce of cuteness. In her divine wisdom, she told Leon that he needed to destroy the mountain if there wasn't a path, and part the sea if there wasn't a boat. However, Leon was charmed by her cuteness, even though he now understood why Elsid saw her as an idiot. When she denied being an idiot, the loser was shocked that she could read his mind, and he apologized for being rude. When the pleasantries were over, she told him that the path ahead was a dangerous path filled with honor, but not a forced burden, meaning he could tell her if he wanted to leave. In response, he told her he wasn't an extraordinary person, as he was born a loser who loathed his fate. Since he never made any progress during his early years, he was always overcome with inferiority complex. Even though he'd gained a lot of experience since leaving the academy, he still felt like a fraud who wasn't fit to be a hero. However, Elsid chose him, so even if he had to put his life on the line, he wanted to prove to him that he made the right choice. Hearing this, she officially acknowledged him as the goddess's agent, and as some bright lights appeared in the sky, she blessed him with a mark on his chest called the Guardian Stigma. This granted him the power to transform the sun and moonlight into energy in order to fight against the enemies of the world. A second mark appeared on his chest called the Purifier Stigma, which could automatically neutralize all forms of poison, curses, and infections. The third blessing appeared on his forehead, and it was called the Prayer's Stigma. It had the power to neutralize any interference with the mind and strengthen his willpower. The final blessing was the Observer's Stigma that appeared in his eye, and it granted him the ability to see through the world's imbalances and fissures. It also allowed him to see through outsiders who have disguised themselves. As she sent him on his way, she remembered that his clothes were messed up, so she created a Superman cape for him as a birthday present. She prayed for him to have a bright future, and the cape created a whole new awesome look for the trash hero when it landed on his body. She then assured Leon that she'll always be there watching over everyone in the world. As Leon stared at her glowing form, She informed him that the person who was meant to be standing there shouldn't be him, but rather the dumb prince. Blonde Leon was originally fated to be the hero, but Roderick decided to throw the goddess's decision in the dumpster, and chose the loser instead because he had potential to be a bigger edgelord than Sung Jin Woo. Hearing this, Leon smiled as he realized that Elcid was similar to him, because while he refused to yield without hesitation to fate, Elcid chose to defy the goddess's decision. He told her that he believed in Elcid's decision. At that moment he looked very similar to Roderick in her eyes, so she smiled. As she vanished, she assured him that she'd always be watching over him, and Leon noticed that he was no longer in her domain but now floating in the sky. As he fell, he desperately called the goddess to save him, but she was already long gone. When he landed, Elcid praised him for making a flashy comeback, but he was just relieved that the fall didn't end him. His status bar revealed his new abilities, and Elcid was pleased to see that the idiotic goddess gave him 4 stigmas. When Leon asked how many she gave Elcid, he said he didn't get any, and Leon was stunned to hear this. Elcid revealed that she usually gave 2 or 3, but Leon only got 4 because of his overwhelming riz. The trash hero noticed that his body was overflowing with power, and this made him feel like he'd become an isekai protagonist. Kashim tried to give him a knuckle sandwich as a birthday present, but Leon dodged swiftly, and everyone, including Leon, couldn't believe that he could now see the Titan King's attacks. Leon zoomed to the side and summoned his sword with a smile on his face. Seeing how confident he was, Kashim realized that he'd become more of a gigachad, but also observed that his clothes were very similar to Roderick's. This made him angry, so he tried to hit him with a United States of Smash, but Leon dodged his attack with ease, and it created a huge punch mark in the wall behind him. Kashim got even more fired up and tried to attack him again with a high-speed barrage of punches. However, the caped loser saw his attack in slow motion, so he could easily move past them as he charged towards the king. At point-blank range, he tried to hit his ultimate fire-breathing form on the Titan King, but Kashim picked him from behind like a rogue kitten and ended the duel because he's 30 years too early to defeat the king. After accepting his loss, Leon thanked him for the birthday gift, so he congratulated him on becoming the hero. Leon then asked Elcid if he could wear his robe, so the former hero smiled and gave him special permission to wear it, because he's his stupid disciple. When Kashim arrived at the training hall, the Titans were stunned to see their daddy in the flesh for the first time in years. They all started glazing their king, and when he asked how things were going, they gave him a full update on the village. At the moment, Leon was searching desperately for his girl Karen, completely unaware that she was rushing towards him. When she called his name, he smiled while greeting her, and they shared a warm romantic hug as she welcomed him back. As they caught up, his observation haki activated, so he praised her for upgrading herself. However, since his hands were on her waist, she assumed he was talking about her figure, so she replied that there was no way her weight would have increased because she didn't eat much. Leon explained that he didn't mean it that way, and smiled while telling her that she's gotten stronger. Karen smiled as well, and told him he'd become more handsome than Levi Ackerman, but their flirting was interrupted by Urga and Julru, who once again accused them of being bedroom dance partners. Hearing this, their faces became red like tomatoes as they scooted away from each other, and his masters Elcid and Kashim realized that their guy was a complete doofus. Since everyone was around, they decided to have a banquet. As dragon meat roasted on a campfire, Valken raised a jug as she announced that they were celebrating the birth of the new hero. She and the other giants made a toast to the goddess, and afterwards they made a toast to the new hero, Leon. Leon's friends watched with smiles on their faces, as the loser struggled to carry the huge jug of Pepsi the giants gave him. A while later, Valken called out to Leon to have some more fun with him, but Kashim held her mouth shut while telling her not to interfere. She immediately started blushing, and he told her to let Leon and Karen have their private time together. As the lovebirds sat on a log, Leon brought up the fact that Karen was now close with the Titans, so she told him about how lethal the poison was in that area. Some time ago, Karen met with Olga and Julru, who informed her that a basilisk had petrification ability, which could be reproduced by extracting the fluid from their eyes. The meeting was eventually interrupted when the Hulk lady, Valken, showed up to force Karen to train with her. In the present, Kashim starts flaring up over the fact that Leon and Karen had only been talking for several hours because he wanted to watch some premium Brazzers content for free. Karen revealed to Leon that she intended to become a master before he returned, but as it stands, she's only a step away from becoming one because she stopped developing. She knew that could reach it if she trained a little more, but she believed that she's lost all sense of direction. Hearing this, Leon admitted that things were the same for him since his body felt like it was out of sync with his mind. Kashim, who stood boldly behind them, informed them that it was a hurdle phenomenon, but the airhead couple were shocked to see him. After stopping to their level, he expressed how disappointed he was that they were talking about training instead of making plans to perform 50 different styles on each other that night. When Karen asked what the hurdle phenomenon meant, he explained that talent and effort weren't the issue for someone who was nearly a master, but it actually all comes down to luck. Even if some people couldn't reach it after decades of training, it would only take a lucky person a day to achieve. This meant that the chance of the realization was very important. He then informed the hero that he'd need to adjust his body, which felt different after training for a period of about 6 months. When Leon complained that 6 months was too long, the Titan King offered to give him the chance, so he agreed to take it no matter what it was, and Karen joined in as well. Somewhere in the mountains, some ogres ran away as the dragon which Leon and company previously fought chased them. When they stopped, the one-eyed dragon fired a powerful breath attack directly at them, leaving most of them in cinders. Just then, the one-eyed dragon growled as it sensed a familiar aura in the area which gave him flashbacks of his fight with the hero. The beast growled in anger as it spotted Leon staring at it from a distance while aura farming as hard as he could. Back when Leon and Karen accepted the Titan King's offer of chance, Kashin decided that their first task was to subjugate a drake, with power this time, and not diss tracks. From the magic crest on Leon's hand, a notification bar appeared, which informed him that Drake subjugation is an S-rank mission, but Karen wondered if the screen in front of her was the latest iPad. Back on the battlefield, Elsid smiled while telling Leon that the Drake was going on a rampage because it lost an eye to him, and it was currently destroying every human and monster in sight. He then suggests slaying it at the moment since it's in a gorge. Leon was happy to hear this because he knew it couldn't use its terrifying diving attacks in that area, and even if it launches a flame attack at them, they could simply dodge it. Elsid was happy as well since his pupil was now good at using terrains even though he hadn't taught him that yet, but Leon said he couldn't let his guard down since he was now dealing with an S rank. The hero swore that he'd definitely defeat the Drake on that day, and when the beast appeared in front of him, he invited it to come closer to him. It changed at him at super high speed, and fired a massive breath attack at him. However, the Purifier Stigmata activated, and made him completely immune to the flames. Seeing this, the Drake knew he was cooked, and Leon uses his light-breathing fifth form Gooning Lights to cancel out the flames. Suddenly the dragon emitted dark lightning all over the area, and it made Leon fear for his life while paralyzing all the dead creatures in the area. Leon was surprised that the attack didn't turn him into a vegetable, so Elsid informed him that it was his current state that allowed him to endure the attack. He also explained that the old Leon would have definitely been paralyzed by the attack since all other living things in the area that were hit by it were either dead or fainted from the pressure. Suddenly a dark liquid dropped on the trash hero's shoulder and started burning. As Leon tried to figure out what it was, he noticed a large dark portal above him, which Elsid identified as primitive magic. Just then some more dark raindrops fell in the direction of Leon. The dumb hero shielded himself from the dark rain by resting under a rock, and Elsid explained that the magic became more condensed with every drop. He realized that the gorge now put them at a disadvantage, and they didn't have time to sit around since the rock protecting them would soon fade, so he told Leon to defeat the Drake as soon as possible. Since the mountains are deep-seated with a large mana supply, the dragon could use magic infinitely, meaning that Leon would face a greater disadvantage if he lets the fight drag for long. When the dark rain stopped, they were relieved for a moment, but then the dark drops of water fused together and transformed into dark spikes which flew directly at Leon. The hero dodged the dark spikes and ran away as they continued dropping in his direction. He used his super fast step technique to get ahead of the spikes, but they still kept dropping in his direction, so he deflected them with his sword. While resting on a wall, Leon crashed out, saying that if he was this cooked in an area where he had the advantage, he'd have already been dead if they fought in an open terrain. He then noticed that he was stuck in a dead end, as he was completely surrounded by the dark spikes. As if things weren't bad enough, the dragon appeared above him, blocking his only possible escape path. When things seemed bleak for our virgin hero, his charming princess Karen arrived and created a large dark spike which she used to impale the dragon from behind. As the Drake screamed in pain, she blew it a kiss and proceeded to rip off one of its wings with her special attack. When she joined Leon down below, the loser glazed her for bypassing the dragon's dark magic and asked how she managed to sneak behind it. She revealed that she used the rain to travel upwards, so he praised her once again and said he felt reassured having her there. Suddenly, all the primitive magic in the area gathered on the dragon's body as it began to recuperate from its injuries. When Elsid noticed how persistent the beast was, he asked Leon to go all out and end the fight before the Drake regenerates its wing. He advised him to strike it repeatedly until he found a weak point, so Leon powered up his sword as he prepared to go on the offensive once more. Karen also gathered up her aura behind him, and they braced and they began their assault on the dragon. As the beast struggled to keep up with them, Leon appeared behind it and used his Eclipse Stream attack to severely injure the dragon in several parts of its body. As the Drake screamed in pain, Karen appeared in front of it, preparing to drop a spike in its eye as she thanked it for helping her finally understand how to use her shadow dance technique perfectly. When she impaled the dragon's other eye, the creature yelled out in pain, and Leon praised her for executing her part of the plan perfectly. Out of desperation, the dragon activated a dark magic spell which covered the entire area in darkness. Leon recognized the spell as the same move the beast used in trapping him before, but he felt more confident this time because of his upgrade. He activated his Observer Stigmata, and it gave him a clear view of the Drake, so he used his 7-star sword Grand Chariot, Merrick attack to brutally injure the beast. However, when the blood from its stomach splashed on his hand, he noticed that it hardened up like resin, and wondered how many cheat codes this stubborn creature had. While he's confused, the dragon smashed him into the ground, and used his flames to clear out the darkness. Karen searched for several minutes for Leon, only to find him getting pummeled by the overgrown lizard. The drake prepared to finish the hero off with a powerful tail strike, and his friends yelled his name in fear. As the attack drew closer to him, Leon knew he was too battered to dodge, so he mustered up some aura and activated telekinesis. The world froze, but Leon stood back up and easily sliced the dragon's tail in two like Thanksgiving turkey. When time was restored, Karen was relieved to see her man winning, but Elsid informed him that the dragon would launch a follow-up attack even though its tail was severed. Hearing this, Leon tried to go on the offensive again, but he noticed that his legs were still injured, so he smiled at Elsid as he prepared to pull off an odd attack. Elsid debated as much as he could, but Leon powered the sword up with aura and performed a modified version of his 7-star sword Alcade technique by throwing the sword like a super-powered javelin. This attack was so powerful that it straight up beheaded the dragon on impact. While staring at the headless lizard, Leon placed his blade back in its seal and announced that the battle was over. Elsid informed him that the drake he just fought was deadlier than other S+ ranked drakes because it was a rare breed that could somehow use dark primitive magic. He added that it could have evolved into a demonic drake if he didn't manage to slay it, and this made Leon feel even more relieved that he succeeded. The blabbing sword then started scolding him for throwing the sword, so Leon apologized and assured him that he'd never lose him. When Karen arrived, she said she was surprised that the loser didn't collapse because every time he used a grand skill he always passed out on her body. It was at that moment that Leon realized that the guardian stigmata had been healing him throughout the battle. Karen started celebrating because of the new shadow skills she displayed during the fight, and Leon glazed her as well for moving like Itachi. She was excited because she'd never been able to control aura like that before, and she guessed that she might have become a master. When they returned to the village, Kashim confirmed that she'd indeed become a master, and explained that she felt that way because people normally knew when they'd become masters. He then advised her to think about how she transcended, and refine it, so she thanked the Titan King for his advice. When he turned towards Leon, Bro got scared, but he said he had nothing to tell him. Leon asked if it was because he hadn't developed, but Kashim said that wasn't the case. He explained that Leon was so overpowered that he had nothing more to say to him, as he was sure the hero would eventually reach a new level if he kept fighting as he did. The other titans arrived and started singing praises to Leon for unaliving a drake, so he thanked them. Valken congratulated Karen on her level up, so Karen thanked her for her help. As the muscle mammy carried her away, she told Leon that she was taking her away to enjoy a present which she prepared for her, and Karen promised to be back by dinner. The thought of having the drake for dinner scared Leon, but the Titan Bros assured him that the meat was edible since they'd boiled it in antitoxin that would flush out the system. However, they also revealed that Jolru once collapsed immediately. He tasted the deep-fried version of the meat. When Leon asked what they were talking about, Kashim revealed that he slayed a drake 20 years ago that wasn't poisonous, unlike this recent one. Their conversation was interrupted when Valken announced that a new Titan warrior had arrived, and when everyone looked in her direction, they saw Karen dressed up in Titan gear. She introduced herself Warrior Karen, the new Wonder Woman, and all the Titan men cheered loudly because of her charming appearance. When she asked Leon what he thought, he smiled while complimenting her looks, so she invited him to the dinner table. Since was now the hottest woman in town, all the Titans glazed Karen and begged to crack her, but she only thanked them as she moved along. When Olga and Jolru presented the hero with some drake meat, Bro was scared because it still looked very poisonous. Karen and Leon argued for several minutes about who should try it first among themselves, but when they noticed that the Titan clan was eagerly awaiting their feedback, they both shoved it into their mouths at the same time. Surprisingly, they didn't collapse, but rather smiled at each other while confessing that the meat was tender and light with a good amount of fat. Valken was happy to see this and she invited them to eat as much as they wanted, so the two airheads graciously accepted her offer. Meanwhile, Khan and Elahan were still traveling through the city together, and the former crime boss struggled to keep up with the saint. When she called out to him from the top of a cliff, he asked her how she managed to get high up there. On the cliff, Elahan was happy because they had a clear view of the Titan Mountains, but Khan was ticked off because they'd been running for 4 days straight, and he suggested resting a bit. However, the holy simp was so excited to meet the hero that she zoomed away while asking him to hurry up. After she left, Khan looked around at the enormous monsters she slayed while running at full speed during their journey, and wondered if she was a Super Saiyan. At the Titan village, the giants just finished stuffing themselves full of drake meat. Kashim informed the hero that Ugant, the land of the dwarves, is in the east, but asked why he was heading there. Leon revealed that the Saintess was heading there, and these words felt like a bolt of lightning directly into the spine of Karen. Kashim asked if he was going to meet her based on a promise they made to each other, but Leon said it was because he could sense her moving towards that direction, and felt that they were connected. Hearing this, Karen got jealous because she knew that Elahan was way more overpowered than her. When Leon asked her what was bothering her, she said it was nothing, so he asked her to prepare for their journey the next day. As he walked away, Karen swore to herself that she'd never lose to the Saintess. The next morning, Kashim informed them that he was heading back to continue his mission of subjugating the dimensional crack, and advised Leon to continue carrying out the goddess's mission as the hero. The two Gigachads shook hands and agreed to continue their training when they reunite sometime in the future. Valken invited them one more time to play with her muscles, but they immediately declined. The airhead duo bid the Titans farewell, and thanked them for everything they taught them. As the Titans waved them goodbye, they reminded them that they always had a home in the Titan village, and expressed how much they'd love to spar with them again sometime in the future. Valken also waved them goodbye, while promising to meet them again in the future and have drinks with them. During their journey, Karen started flexing her new weapon, and she explained that the daggers were made from drake bones and teeth. It was extremely light and sturdy, which made it much better than a regular steel dagger, and this made her happy because she saved so much money in getting such high-tier equipment. Leon was also pleased because the Titans gave them a lot of stuff. The souvenirs were so much that even though his item storage bracelet was maxed out, they still had to leave half of them behind. When Leon asked Karen if she knew anything about the Eugent Kingdom, she got excited because she'd recently researched ChatGPT for it, knowing that he'd ask her. She informed him that the dwarves' specialty is craftsmanship, as they were famous for making high-quality weapons. A highly valuable material called the Eugent steel usually took master craftsmen about a year to forge, and they were so popular that they were auctioned throughout the continent. The Eugent steel are all uniquely serialized, and for the past 350 years, only about 250 of them have been forged, making it an extremely rare item. However, Elsid claimed that Eugent steel was a deceptive name since the weapon was actually just a useless toy. When Leon asked if he was beefing with anyone in the Dwarf Kingdom, Elsid remembered himself as Roderick getting into a scuffle with a craftsman, but he told Leon that it's a secret. Suddenly a quest appeared on his notification screen, which assigned the hero to destroy a demonic sword. Before he could finish reading the description, Karen informed him that there was a battle going on over the hill, which seemed pretty bad. Elsid explained that it was due to the effects of the quest, so he rushed over to the area with Karen. While hiding behind a wall, Leon saw that an adventurer was being oppressed by a mysterious hooded man who was armed with a demonic version of Ichigo's Zangetsu. While holding on to his injury, the merchant Hamel identified the man attacking him as a well-known mercenary named Galand, the Wind. As the possessed swordsman smiled at him, Hamel claimed that his team was always fated to lose the battle, because 5 C ranks and a B rank like himself stood no chance against an A rank that's gone crazy. He blamed the stingy merchant who hired them because they should have hired an extra B rank who would have at least helped them stand a chance against the mad swordsman. After rethinking all of his life choices, he wondered why Galand ran mad in the first place. As Galand approached him, he begged the madman to stay away, but the demon boy was too far gone to listen to him. When he got close, the B-ranked realized that he'd run out of arrows, but he still wasn't ready to die just yet. He felt sad as he realized he may never get to share a drink with Gustav and his other friends again. But when the mercenary attacked him, Leon arrived just in time to block. Leon smiled while greeting Hamel because it'd been a while since they last met, and with tears in his eyes, Hamel greeted him back. When Karen appeared behind him, he cried even more while reuniting with her, and then heaved a sigh of relief because he knew he was saved. Leon asked her to look after the merchants while he takes on the evil swordsman, but Hamel objected to that idea because he didn't think the hero could handle the possessed mercenary alone. He warned him that Galand is an A rank who was under some dark voodoo that gave him intense bloodlust and prevented him from feeling any pain. Before he could even finish his explanation, Leon split the demonic sword in half like a Kit Kat and asked him what he was yapping about. Hamel was frozen in shock as he watched the majestic aura farmer standing tall over an unconscious Galand, and he noticed that the sword's remains had vanished. The greedy merchant glazed Leon for saving him, but the humble hero said it was all right since he was just performing his duty. However, the merchant offered to transport him in his carriage as a way of showing his gratitude. As they rode away, Leon explained to Hamel that the sword wielded by Galand was a demonic sword, but he wasn't surprised because he also got tempted by the sword. He asked if it was okay to leave Galand alone because he was scared that he'd get possessed by a hollow again, but Leon assured him that everything was okay, now that the demonic sword is gone. He also pointed out that they needed to look after Galand because he was a crucial witness who held a clue to the demonic sword. However, Karen didn't get the hint, because at the moment she had Galand wrapped up like a burrito using her shadow tentacles. When Galand regained consciousness, he saw everyone around him as demonic scumbags who kidnapped him, so he begged them to spare him. After clearing the confusion, they asked him how he got the demonic sword, so he revealed that he bought it on eBay for 300 gold coins. Back when he was shopping for weapons, the sword looked normal, but he liked the sword as soon as he saw it. Initially, he didn't feel an ounce of evil energy from the sword, but when he used it to hunt down some goblins on a quest, he felt high, and was deluded into thinking he'd become a swordmaster like Samurai Jack, when in reality he was simply a possessed idiot. While he was slaying the goblins, his mind went blurry, and he was overcome with the urge to spill blood. Hearing this, Karen claimed that he wouldn't have succumbed to the sword's temptations if he was a master rank, since it was only low rankers that were weak to it. Leon wondered if the demonic sword he just destroyed was the only one that exists, and he felt it could be dangerous if more weapons like that were in the world. Soon after, they arrived at the entrance of Jugend, and Leon suddenly got a quest notification titled The Mineral Vein Invader. As they approached the gate, Hamel revealed that the proportion of inhabitants in Jugend were 3 to 7, dwarves to humans, and instead of having cities and territories, they differentiated regions with a special term called areas. He disclosed that the steel mills and iron ore mines are in Area 8, while Area 9 had the iron foundries that processed the iron. Each area had a distinctive process and division of labor. Hearing this, Leon got even more excited to visit the kingdom. After dropping them off, Hamel revealed that the region just beyond the gate is Area 13, but it was far as he could go because he was hired to escort the merchant through his entire trip. The merchant handed Leon a bag of gold coins as appreciation for saving him, and the hero tried to reject his offer, but the man insisted on rewarding him. As Hamel watched them, he remembered the fact that they didn't encounter any monsters on the way there, which was odd to him since they usually got attacked like 3 times a day. Karen handed him one of her drake-tooth daggers as a present, and he waved them goodbye as he and the merchant rode away. While waving at him, the hero asked him to send his regards to Gustav, but he was confused when he thanked Karen for the dagger. Elsid explained that Karen's gift was great because it was made from the bones of an S+ ranked monster, and it had so much aura that it would prevent monsters from nearing him for a month. When Karen asked Galland where he needed to go, he said he was headed to the guild office in Area 13, so they agreed to accompany him there. At the guild office, the airhead duo introduced themselves to the guildmaster, Ryan, as the adventurers that saved Galland, but he felt a bit suspicious of them. When they told him about the demonic sword, he asked for evidence, but Galland explained that the sword turned to dust after it broke. Hearing this, Ryan said the right move was to stop all the smiths in Jugend and call the church, but it wouldn't be possible without solid proof because the smiths were basically Jugend's lifeline. He then ordered them to bring some proof, and handed them a badge which stood as the qualification of an investigator of their guild. Ryan then explained that they could go inside faculties up until Class 3, and asked them to acquire proof which could persuade the upper class as fast as they could. Soon after, they visited a dwarf who informed them that the person they were looking for, Lombard, isn't around at the moment. However, Galen argued that he had to be around since he was the one who sold him the sword, so the dwarf informed them that Lombard received honorable news the previous week and was transferred to Area 1. After he shut the door on them, Galen claimed that they were screwed because Area 1 was the capital of Jugend, which was several kilometers away. Some hours later, the gang were on a train to Area 1, and the airhead duo were staring out the window like puppies who'd never traveled before in their lives. When Karen asked if they were really headed for the capital city, Galen confirmed that they were, and revealed that it was also called the Iron Heart. Not only is the location of Area 1 far away, but it's also a place they're difficult for outsiders to enter because the whole area is covered in Class 1 and 2 facilities. Even citizens of the kingdom can't carelessly enter because anyone who steps outside on the road would be kicked out for intruding on a facility. When they arrived, the security guard informed them that the area had been closed down, and instructed them to leave once they're done with their investigation. As they walked through the city, Leon asked why all the buildings had closed steel doors, so Galland explained that the security of the blacksmiths in that area is really strict. Soon they arrived at their destination, which was a building where the Machina Smith worked. When they knocked on the door, a dwarf with more muscles than Hulk Hogan walked out the door and asked why they were looking for him. When he noticed the guild investigator tag on them, he claimed to be busy and told them to get lost. However, Galland begged him to wait and asked him to tell Lombard that Galland, the man who bought a sword from him previously, had come to see him. The buff dwarf declined his request, and when he asked why, the Jimbro elf refused to tell him. As he continued to beg the blacksmith, Elsid lost his temper and asked Leon to let him borrow his body. Karen tried to argue with the dwarf, but Leon stopped her. As he walked forward, she noticed that Leon felt more like a mangacap than ever before, so she wondered if it was still the virgin Leon she knew. When he approached the dwarf, he only needed to whisper a few words before the musclehead agreed to let them in. Karen and Galland were stunned, and they asked Leon if he bribed him by promising to buy him an iPhone 17. As Elsid left his body, Leon explained that he didn't make a deal with the blacksmith, but rather formed a challenge with him. As they walked into the facility, the dwarf introduced his facility as Machina, the best smithy in Area 1, but Leon couldn't enjoy the tour because the heat in the area was too intense. When they arrived at the furnace room, he informed the other smiths that Leon and his friends had come there to do the challenge. The muscle dwarf Pedro also announced that he, the head blacksmith of Machina, accepted their challenge. The other smiths started hyping up Pedro and promising the gang that they were about to be destroyed, but this only made Galland scared because he realized what Leon did to get them inside. As he freaked out, even Leon was confused because Elsid was at the driver's seat during the negotiations, so Karen asked him to explain everything. Galland revealed that 300 years ago, the Holy King Roderick managed to destroy Yugen steel, which was the dwarves' strongest and most renowned metal. With that incident as a starting point, it became a tradition among the dwarves in the Yugen kingdom called Roderick's tradition, and the challenge was that anyone who can break a Yugen steel blade can request anything from the craftsman. When Karen asked what would happen if they fail, he revealed that they'd become slaves of the factory for 10 years. The thought of wiping the floors of the facility terrified Leon, so he yelled at the blabbing blade for not telling him about it. Pedro brought out his masterpiece, an axe named Yugen Steel 007 halberd, and prepared to attack. Leon stood boldly with his sword, and Karen cheered him on as hard as she could so that he could have that power of friendship boost. However, Galland had already given up, and he started preparing for a 10-year sentence of cleaning toilets at the factory. As Leon took his stance, Elsaid said it was time for him to learn the next technique, since he'd mastered vision and footwork perfectly. The sentiment bubble told him to not just use vision but also feel it using aura, and when he followed his instructions, he saw some aura markings on the axe. Since the dumb hero was confused, Elsaid explained that the weapon consisted of 7 parts steel, 2 parts enhanced steel, and 1 part mithril. As Leon stared at it, he was amazed, and Elsaid promised to personally show him the next technique. When Pedro attacked, Leon smiled because he could see everything, including the weapon's weakness, just like Tanjiro in the transparent world. With a single slash, Leon shattered this overhyped steel axe, leaving the smith speechless as he asked him to bring a sturdier one. The dwarves screamed in shock, and so did Galland, as Pedro mourned his masterpiece. Halberd, Lambert asked them why they went as far as destroying a man's prized possession just to meet him. When Leon revealed that it was because of a demonic sword incident, Lambert claimed he could never create something like that. Leon agreed that he didn't do it on purpose, but presumed that a portion of the mineral vein where he used to get materials from was the issue. He then asked for the source of the materials he used in creating that sword, but Lambert said he doesn't know the distribution routes. However, he revealed that the supply being transported in a day was equivalent to a small country's monthly supply, and there's a separate division in charge of recording and distribution called the Archive Management Division. When the gang arrived at the Archive Management Division, they were informed that it was impossible for them to access the information with the Guild Investigator rank. When they asked why, the receptionist said she didn't know the reason, but the mine they were after was restricted to Class 1 access, meaning only the head manager can access it. Just then, the devil she spoke of arrived, and the voice of the head manager was enough to make the hero team tremble in fear. They all immediately reached for their weapons, and all it took was one glance at the behemoth of a man for Leon to realize that he was just as powerful as a Kryptonian. He introduced himself as Alex, the Grand Master of Ugend, and the Cardinal of the Holy Church. Hearing this, Leon realized that Alex was the point person in his quest, and Elsaid informed him that he was the strongest man in all of Ugend. He also revealed that he was a half-dwarf, who did the impossible by inheriting the best parts of being both a dwarf and a human. After identifying Leon's sword as the weapon that destroyed Pedro's weapon, he asked to hold it, so the loser handed it to him. Elsaid smiled as he realized that Leon wouldn't need to spend hours explaining himself since he could just let the Grand Master experience the sword in one go. When Alex pulled out the sword, he was stunned by its holy light, and he asked them to follow him. In his private office, Leon explained everything that happened to him and asked him why he restricted access to what they were looking for. He explained that he felt an ominous presence, and then revealed the stigmata in his arm, which left Leon in a state of shock. While showing them the crest, he revealed that it's called the Leader's Stigmata, and it glowed anytime he felt an ominous presence. Alex stated that it's his job to survey various places within the Eugen Kingdom with his stigmata every day, and the stigmata glowed at the mineral vein in question. He then brought up Leon's earlier statement that the mysterious darkness had already spread to an amount of material that can create hundreds of weapons throughout the kingdom. After acknowledging the fact that they were too late, Alex suggested a simple solution, which was to create a group of investigators to survey the infected mineral vein. When he asked Leon to join them, Leon immediately agreed and said it's what he wanted all along. To start off their plan, Alex decided that he'd order all the blacksmiths in the kingdom to drop several drops of blood on all weapons that were recently made. Eugen's Great Mineral Vein is the largest mine in the world, and since the monster's habitat takes up more than half the mining area, they needed a number of elites for the mission. Alex sent Galandi to mobilize all of Eugen's guilds and report back to him in 5 days. After the greed-haired fraud left, Alex went on his knees and started singing praises to the hero, but Leon told him to stop. He then told Leon that he looked exactly like the hero he saw in his dreams, and they agreed to take care of each other. Sometime later, Leon and his gang arrived at the Shaft 2 facility in Area 13, but Leon asked them to wait a bit before entering. Earlier, Alex informed them that they'd be moving in groups of 4 depending on the shaft, and he was planning to send 3 to give groups to each mining area. Since each group was meant to have 4 people, Karen asked who their 4th member was. In the present, a super curvy baddie witch named Hazel arrived and introduced herself to the team as an A-rank adventurer. Seeing this Nicki Minaj-looking adventurer, Karen's brain short-circuited because she knew her man was about to slip from her fingers. She swallowed her pride and introduced herself to her, but the witch ignored her and started asking Leon some personal questions. When he introduced himself as a B rank, she accused him of capping because she sensed that he was more powerful than herself and galoned. Since she already knew everything, Leon knew she wouldn't trust him if he gave a vague lie, so he told her he only recently registered as an adventurer. Hearing this, she predicted that he'd get a gold plaque soon, and said she'd treat him as an equal since they're in the same group. Just when they were about to enter the facility, Leon got a telepathic message from Alex, informing him that the recent investigations revealed that all the recent mysterious events, including the spread of demonic swords, was caused by a dark entity called Chaos. Elsid explained that Chaos was a villain group called the Malice Church, which was the hero's main enemy. They were the same group that tried to swallow the city of Blaine, and they were split into 3 sects named Destruction, Despair, and Chaos. The 3 sects are differentiated based on how deranged they are. The group behind the city swallowing incidents, Destruction, aim to destroy the world, but Despair is more cruel than Destruction, as they enjoy torturing more than unliving people. Elsid then revealed that the members of Chaos are out of their mind, which made them even more dangerous because they had no idea where they'd run off to. However, the hero was still determined to move forward and face the evil plaguing the city. In another region, the team leader of Group 14, Verger, asked about the Cardinal, so one of his teammates named Joe revealed that Alex went solo into Area 5's largest shaft. Verger was surprised because he knew that the monsters that swelled in that dungeon were assumed to be S+ ranked or higher, but he knew the Ultra Chad was more than capable of clearing it. As Alex entered the shaft, he realized that the recent events were too well planned to be handled by the Chaos group alone, so he presumed that they were helped out by someone. When an enormous monster tried to eat him, he aura maxed by destroying it with a single punch without even looking at it. He guessed that the 3 sects of Malice were collaborating on this particular chain of events, and his theory was proven right when he found the Bishop of Despair seated by the corner. The bishop smiled when he saw him, and complimented him for finding him easily. Meanwhile, Leon destroyed a rocky monster in his team's shaft, causing Hazel to glaze him. She went into simp mode as she intentionally fell on him and held him romantically. A fuse exploded in Karen's brain when she saw this, but the dumb hero proceeded to pamper her, thinking she's actually hurt. When she asked Leon to piggyback her, the loser immediately agreed, but a jealous Karen used her coffin keeper shadow to carry her instead. Just then, an elastic blade similar to the Love Hashira's sword came flying towards them, and even though they dodged, they were terrified because the blade sliced through rocks like butter. The mithril slimes who fired the attack appeared, causing Hazel to crash out about how they were S-ranked monsters despite their weak appearance. She explained that their tentacles were stronger than swords because they lived by eating mithril, a rare form of metal. To defeat them, they needed to destroy their views, but it was covered by mithril, so it was nearly impossible. However, the virgin hero stepped forward and told his comrades to leave it all to him since he'd slayed many slimes before. Elsid was confident that his boy could pull it off, but Karen said he was attempting the impossible. However, before she could even finish talking, Leon one-shotted all the mithril slimes in a split second and asked everyone to join him in heading to the middle rally point. As Galland glazed him, Karen looked to see how the witch would react, since she was doubting him, but saw that Hazel was already daydreaming about sharing a bed with him. This annoyed her so much that she pulled out her drake-toothed dagger in an attempt to assassinate her. The bishops of the Malice Church are also known as the 9 Demons, and these 9 leaders are on the same rank to that of a cardinal in the Holy Church. Even though they were called the 9 Demons, Alex saw them as 9 stinking piles of trash. Cordia, the Bishop of Despair, asked him if he found him using the stigmata, again, and proceeded to insult him by calling him the Dog of Jugend. While summoning his weapon, Alex admitted that he's a dog, but claimed that he's a bloodhound who bit those who invaded his yard. With his gigantic axe fully armed, he swore that he'd rip Cordia to shreds, and charged at him with a powerful attack. Meanwhile, Hazel used one of Zuko's best firebending attacks to destroy a bunch of murderous insects in the area. She claimed that it was strange that they found spider monsters in the area because they normally didn't explore mining areas due to lack of food and web-spinning fiber. Karen put away the dagger she was planning to use to attack her, and admitted that an A-ranked mage was an invaluable member of their team. However, when Hazel started getting cozy with her man again, she summoned her large shadow claw and decided once again to send the Temptress to the afterlife. Suddenly, they felt some vibrations which indicated that a huge fight was going on somewhere, and Leon immediately figured out that it was the Cardinal that was causing the ruckus. When they arrived at the rally point, the hero was surprised that Group 14 wasn't the first to arrive. Before long, Verger arrived, and started bonding with Galland. The hero noticed that something was off, so he scanned the area using his observation hockey. As they spoke, Leon suddenly jumped Verger from behind and sliced off his hand. Galland asked the dumb hero why he was attacking their comrade, but Leon pushed him aside as he prepared to do even more damage to Verger. Apparently, the man they thought was Verger was actually a puppet being controlled by a spider monster, and Galland froze in shock as he saw that the other members of Group 14 were also being puppeteered by an evil version of Spider-Man. Since the affected adventurers were all connected by webs, Hazel traced the webs to the source, and it led them to a dark corner where they saw a large spider monster. The spider growled at them, but they were all baffled as they'd never seen such a large arachnid before. Just then, Leon's notification screen popped up and informed him that the spider in front of him, called the Collider, was actually the mineral vein invader he was sent to slay in his latest quest. When Leon revealed that the group 14 members that attacked them were replicas, Hazel explained that the Kaleido spider is a monster from the mirrored canyon that uses the mirror inside its guts to create replicas that can catch prey. Hearing this, everyone realized that Verger and his team were still alive but trapped inside the belly of the beast. Seeing that the replicas were all connected to the spider by webs, Galland realized that the best course of action was to cut the webs. To achieve this, he performed the strongest wind-breathing technique Senemi taught him as he charged at the puppets. However, Elcid saw him as an idiot because normal webs were already way stronger than steel, meaning that a monster's thread would even be deadlier. As Elcid anticipated, the airhead swordsman's attack couldn't cut the threads, and the puppet Verger instantly countered with a brutal slash that ripped open his stomach. Leon screamed his name out of concern, but Galland knew the injury was only the start of their disaster because the spider didn't replicate the appearances of Team 14, but also their moves. When Puppet Verger moved in to make the finishing slice, Karen finally stepped out of the sidelines and used her dark limbs to rip him apart. As the spider shrieked in pain, the trash hero told Karen that he'd finished destroying the other replicas as well, and the two lovebirds started glazing each other. The hero then smiled and pointed his sword at the Collider while declaring that it was next on his hit list. However, Hazel called his attention to a fresh batch of replicas which just arrived on the battlefield, and he was stunned when he saw that the hundreds of them were all copies of Verger. When the Verger replicas surrounded them, Hazel used magic to cover the area in fog, and told Leon to take care of the giant spider monster while she and Karen dealt with its minions. Leon agreed with her plan, and as he zoomed away, he begged them to be careful. After he left, Hazel rage-baited Karen by calling her goofy names, and declared that she'd make the first move against the replicas. Karen clapped back by calling her a low-quality Bonnie Blue, and then challenged her to a competition of who can slay the most replicas. Hazel happily accepted her offer, so the live rivals stared intensely at each other for several minutes before beginning their battle against the army of Vergers. The first one to strike was Hazel, who used a wide-range flame spell to roast a group of replicas, but Karen matched her energy by taking out another group using her huge shadow spike. The spider watched the girls go wild on its minions, and it felt like a Netflix horror movie as the Collider started sweating intensely. Meanwhile, Leon, who was a few meters away from the monster, felt happy about the girls distracting the Collider because it hadn't noticed him yet. As he pulled out his sword, he decided to strike the spider with everything he had. After taking a stance, he gathered up aura using his sword and activated his 7-star sword Grand Chariot transformation technique, Moonpiercer Al-Qaid. He instantly vanished from the spot he was standing, but the mini-earthquake caused by his jump alerted the spider, causing it to look in that direction. Now flying above the spider, Leon called out to the beast, and immediately it saw him floating around like a divine being. It realized it was about to be cooked. Before it could react, Leon delivered a brutal slash which destroyed the majority of the spider's body. Down below, the girls started struggling as the never-ending stream of replicas cornered them, and Hazel suggested destroying the main body. Suddenly, all the puppets disappeared, and they realized that it was because their glorious king, Leon, succeeded in taking down the overgrown spider. When the trash hero asked his girls if they were okay, they confirmed that they were fine, even though they were still a bit shaken by the battle they just had. In unison, the girls announced that they slayed a total of 48 replicas, and since they were tied, they shared an endearing fist bump while complimenting each other. Leon confirmed that all members of Group 14 were fine, but claimed that if they didn't slay the spider moment when they did, it could have made copies of the whole expedition party and invaded Jugend. Hearing this, Galland admitted that hundreds of evil A-rankers would be too much for even the Justice League to handle. When they heard a sound nearby, everyone raised their guard in anticipation of a second surprise attack, and they noticed a crack in the wall above them. Through the cracked area, the heavily injured body of Alex came crashing down into the floor. When Leon asked if he was okay, Alex admitted that he was ashamed because he initially planned to put an end to their problems by himself. As Cordia stared at them through the hole, Alex introduced him to the gang as one of the 9 demons of malice. With one arm already ripped off and his body cut open in several areas, Cordia started aura farming, but the repulsive energy he gave off only gave Leon confirmation that he was indeed the Bishop of Despair. When Cordia saw that his comrade the spider had been defeated, he praised the hero team's strength, but swore that he'd slaughter them all. However, Karen wrapped him up in her shadow, allowing Alex to shatter his arm with a brutal punch. When Leon plunged his sword in the bishop's neck, Cordia claimed that he'd never let a brat behead him. However, Leon revealed his identity as a hero, causing him to soil his pants one last time before Leon beheaded him with a special attack. Suddenly, the corpse of the bishop started combining with the body of the spider, and the heroes noticed that it was caused by a heretical spell which used death as a trigger. When Leon asked if he could destroy it, Alex said it was too late, because the monstrosity in front of them was basically a self-destructing bomb. He also revealed that there was no way to destroy what's creating the heretical art because it had already been triggered. As they brainstormed about a way to stop it, the upgraded monster awakened and blasted them with a powerful spell. However, the hero blocked his attack, and when Karen scolded him for being reckless, he told her not to worry because he now had the Guardian Stigmata. He explained that he used this special technique to ensure that she got injured the least while protecting her, and these risful words made her blush. Their flirting was interrupted when Karen noticed something scary in the skies. Alex explained that the spell which Cordia triggered with death was a spell which opened the dimensional gate to the demon realm that was sealed by the Yugen kingdom. From a tier in the sky, a swarm of otherworldly beings stretched out their hand into the earth.